cough, 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 cough. Hay fever. You gotta love it. Welcome back to the one and only, unless the cloning experiment worked out as planned. If not, I've got to kill another batch of scientists. Hey, you'll take any job right out of college. But it's the one and only low energy videos for now. He is here, and he is going to get drunk with you on a Wednesday. What a wasted endeavor. A wasted Wednesday, if you will. And today we are not going to be looking at falcons in Edo or otherwise. We are not going to be looking at, well, we will be looking at food. No, you see, we are going to, and we're definitely not going to be gaming. But you see, we are going to be asking the important questions. What sort of sandwich am I? What's the capital of Bolivia? The Digimon Smash or Pass thing, because we labored so much with that Pokemon Smash or Pass that it's only right. It's only goddamn right that we expand our horizons. Our horizons, damn it. You guys can't hear me? Yes, you can. Okay, so gonna quickly do one last bit of shilling. Bop. Um, okay, that is indeed everything on the list I needed to do. Thank you again so much for the love last night. Thank you to our first dono towards the goal that will get me off the chair. And thank you so much for the likes and the shares and the subs and the Missy love. There's always much love for Missy Ann, except when there isn't. Um, 'Tis life. So yeah, I am now 110% under the influence of hay fever. Even before I'm under the influence of wine, which is what I'm having for an opener before I get onto my cheap bottle of Hussars. This week is lean, to say the very least. I have a frozen pizza waiting for dinner. When I it's already cooked, I just have to redo it. I wasn't gonna cook the whole thing while drunk and on stream, but I also had some Pringles, so I'm all right for food. Um, I am looking forward to partaking in this wine once I reach over and grab it. It is a white wine, a wine we've had before because it's cheap and it's a little strong. San Helena. It does the job. It is from, is it Chile? It says it's Chardonnay. Chilean. This is Chilean white. A Chardonnay of infamy. So we will be partaking in wine. We will be looking at quizzes, probably about three of them. I want to do the geography one because Vosh did a stream a while back where he basically, you know, did did a stream when he was drunk and he tried to figure out which country is where. This, I think, was a great idea because I've always prided myself on being passable at geography. Not amazing, just passable. Um, I don't know if I'll be his time, and I don't remember what it is anyway, so let's just say yes. Like I could leave it for a few days and until the clock runs out of numbers, and I'd still technically beat him so long as I don't check. It's like Schrodinger's cat, only better because I came up with it. Low energy's clock. Let's call it. Let's call it that. Low energy's clock. Um. Also, look at the sandwich one, which is always a great one. To that end, I think we should start off with that one. What kind of sandwich am I? I do recall last time I did this, it was what was the sound? The hell? Yeah, dude. I just there we go. All right. So we're also gonna listen to some tunes. Some tunes. Uh, window capture. Window capture. Bum, 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 bum. Bop. Oh, fix that up before I take down the background. Uh, Throughout the night, if you want to help out, we have a like, share, and subscribe. Make sure to hit that bell. Don't forget our Discord and our Twitter is down the links below. And of course, if you want to help out more financially, we have the stream goal. Um, I've already got enough put aside now to pay off the shipping, so yay. I just need to pay off the next 200 quid, which shouldn't take too long normally, but I also have next week to pay off the rent. I'll be able to throw a little bit more money into it. Your help get a little bit closer. Once the red's sorted and there's no bills between now and the week after next, I should be about halfway done. Or if you motherfuckers want to throw me, I don't know, fucking 50 or something, I don't see that happening. And nor are you obligated to. Uh, but then it would be done. I mean, even then, it would take at the best of it 2 weeks for the chair to arrive. In reality, way longer. None of that matters. None of that matters because once the chair is coming, it's coming. I'll probably make a video out of it that you'll never see because I'm gonna take forever to make it. Um, okay. Background off. Oh wait, no, actually background on real quick because you'll want some tunes. Found this playlist. A little bit of chill synth, synthwave, chill mix, neon paradise, royalty free, copyright safe music. That end, shabupi. Yeah. Oh, dump, dump. Let's have our first drink for the day and find out what sort of sandwich I am. If I recall right, I was I think an egg salad, which, bleh. But I lived with it. I lived with the consequences of my decision. Will it change? Will it shift? Bow, 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 bow. Hiya, El Stuño. Egg salad isn't too bad. To each their own, but Jesus Christ. I don't know. That was not the one I was expecting last time, for sure. So, and yes, I'm going to be coughing and sniffling throughout the night. My bad, but there's not much I can do. Enter my name. Well, my birth name has been lost to the sands of time after the great collapse, but the fisherman that found me uh, wafting up in a basket along the shore called me low energy. Low energy. Let's get this party started. Wait, no, I don't want to play the damn game. I want to know what it is. Just give me the damn questions like the old times. What type of bread do you like the most? Ooh. White, Texas toast. Spaghetti out of bun. I'm not a fan of Texas toast. God, this music's kind of... It kind of goes up and down a lot. There, I want it just noticeable. I like the whole Malibu vibe thing going on. Yes, kids, that's exactly what the 80s looked like. Just this. What type of bread do you like the most? The most? None of these. But if I had to have a gun point in my head, a particular type of white. So, yeah. What's your favorite type of meat? Turkish. Oh, come on. These are so generic. Give me way. I can do better. I can do better. I can do better. We can save us. What sandwich are you? What kind of go-to quiz? All right, let's try this. What is your age? Fred. 31 to 40. What's your gender? Male. What kind of bread do you like? There we go. There's a bit more variety. Sourdough, a roll of any type, white, wheat, rye. I think I'd go with a good sourdough. Not a crappy one that you can get for like £3, but like a real sourdough. Goes best with sandwich or chip. I just had that earlier today. Well, I had Pringles, but it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. Or chip, pickles, no. Fries, chip buddy, tempting. Fruit, no. Oh, as in like to pair it with. I normally get a toasted ham and cheese up in the pub with chips. So I'm gonna put fries. How do you cut your sandwich? I got half on the diagonal. I'm going slowly off my head to see if I get a toasted ham and cheese. Sandwich do you likely choose? Ooh. Breakfast sandwich, not even debate. I mean, my God, it's an entire meal in and of itself. Assuming it's the breakfast sandwich I'm thinking of. Grilled sourdough, hammy Sammy. Augusta knows what's up. The word that best describes your love is comforting. Time you eat your favorite food. Invent. Don't eat the same thing twice a week. Impressive. Much you do at dinner. Ordinary. Fun. You know what? I'm actually going to put down fun. Throw a wild card in there. Think. Well, obviously. No, that would be a lie. I'm going to actually backtrack on this one. If I'm trying to aim for a toasted ham and cheese, then it would kind of be ordinary or relaxing. Yeah, relaxing. Of course, beer goes without question. What dessert? Dessert with your lunch? Uh, in general, depends how hungry I am. I suppose I'd go with cheesecake or tiramisu. Lighter. If I'm going for lunch, yeah, lighter. Where is the sandwich dude? Bar, 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 bar. The extra goes on top of the sandwich. Chips, mayo, tomato, lettuce, chocolate, ketchup. A toasted ham and cheese that would go on top. I would have ketchup for the flavor. So, yeah. Size sandwiches, which food appeals most to you? Sounds most appealing. I should have done this after eating. Um, well, it has to be pizza. I've got one waiting in there right now for me. Friday night and you're at a party. You're probably calm, talk to friends, have a good time. Irresistible, everyone's flocked to. Full of alcohol, loud and flamboyant. Why can't I be full of alcohol and calm? Oh, full of alcohol, just 'cause that's who I am as an ape. As a big old ape. Ook even. Bread and butter pickles if you're ugh. Ugh, pickles. Pickles. Ugh. Submit answer. Club sandwich. Big personalities. Hard for everyone to ignore you. That's not entirely untrue. You dream big, you think big, and you eat big. Some people consider you high maintenance. They don't know, but you just know what you want, and you. I'm okay with a club sandwich. I'm okay with a club sandwich. Yeah, look. The only thing that's missing out here is cheese. Yes. All right. All right. I'll take the club sandwich. I will take one for the team. Let's see if there's any other good ones going on here. How would you punish me? What? Let's see what's popular. I want to know what kinky shit's going on there. Member of the Dream, don't know what that is. Pottermore sorting quiz, not gonna happen. Which Harry Potter character is your soulmate? Not gonna happen. What American accent do you have? Ooh, don't know what that is. No. No. More Harry Potter. Hollow Live member. What the fuck is that on? What's up with this weeb shit? Personality do you attract? Ooh. Alright, fuck it. What's your favorite store to shop for clothes? These are all American. But I have to admit, I tend to find I think I'm wearing a pair of Walmart jeans right now. So, what kind of music do you like? Ooh, I don't. Yeah, I'm kind of whatever's on. If you had a gun pointed to my head, I suppose it'd be hard rock and metal. How minded are you in your bedroom? These are the questions I'm asking, or they're asking me rather. Everyone should do whatever they want and let the world know it. True. Adventurous is awesome. Just keep it to yourself. That's a that could be like I don't like no, I don't like that one. Oh, I love sex. I just wish it would download faster. And tried it all. Don't really care anymore as long as I get some. Ooh, that's jaded. Everyone should be scared from advanced and nothing too crazy. Sheep, be afraid, very afraid. Oh, fuck. Um, I think I think I'm this, but with just a smidge of this because, you know, cake farting, feet stuff. There's limits. Race play. There's some stuff I'm like, yeah, no. How socially open-minded are you? What people do is up to them. I don't judge. As long as you earn your keep, I'm happy. That's an odd way of phrasing it. You should behave vibe. No. You have to marry first cousin. Well, it's not just that it's immoral. It's that if you marry first cousins, the baby's got to come out with some severe problems. So we're gonna drop that one. You should obey family values. Except by Republicans, go fuck yourself. As long as you earn your keep, I'm happy. I I guess no moochers. I'm okay with that one. What people do to them is up to them. I don't judge. I do judge though, but like these are all very vague. I guess I'd go for the first one. The first one. Hold on. Need to read the chat. Why the hell does it have Top Shot? Hey, I know this song. Wait a minute. Yeah, I know this song. I could have sworn I've heard this before. All right. Maybe I've heard it because people have used it because it's copyright free. Yeah. How often do you go out? Maybe a day a week. That's true on good weeks. Ever go to an art show? Yes. Ever be in a fist fight? No, what's on PlayStation? Almost never. It should just have like once or twice. I'm gonna put sometimes. What's your drama level? I have some things going on to keep to myself. That's fine. Drug and alcohol. Happy boozer. Well, I gotta tip my fedora to this one. It's all hogwash. Science explains everything to me. Ever fix a car yourself? Uh, such an engine. I hire people from that. No, not really. Only people stuff. Yeah. What's your drink? Probably beer, because I'm basic. I'm a basic bitch. I attract yuppies. Okay, these things are actually pretty good, because I can live with a yuppie. They attract well-dressed, job-oriented type people. They usually have their finances together, are middle of the road on most topics, generally have mainstream of things. Oh, fuck, I attract libs. No, I don't want libs. The libs don't want me. At least geeks is the next one down. It even mocks me here. If you seek adventure, maybe time for an overhaul, go fuck yourself. Fucking yuppies. I'm offended by that. Not hipsters, not geeks. Look, artsy people, I'd be okay with that. Unstable people? Yeah, that's very true. Geeks. Geeks and artsy. Can we not have these nice things? Why the hell do I need yuppies? Am I like them slumming it? Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking of it, that would make sense. Alright, one more here and we can fuck off for a bit. I don't want to, I don't want to do another quiz. I don't want to do the quiz on either Smash or Pass, or more importantly, the Name Every Country quiz until I'm absolutely hammered. And I've got wine and I've got vodka, so that's gonna happen. Fucking yup. I'm a pastrami on a baguette. Hey! Get yourself some spicy mayo, and I call that a success. Or honey mustard. Spicy honey mustard. How will I die? More Harry Potter. What mental disorder do you have? Does he like me? Oh, I'm too scared to ask. Heartstopper? How posh are you? What's your morality alignment? Ooh. Alright, we'll do this. Country is holding an election for a new leader. Which candidate would you vote for? More conservative one? No. More liberal one? Progressive? Listen to what each candidate says. I want to give each party a chance. I can run against the larger parties. My party is known what's best. The rest can agree. Elections, please. I don't need government tell us what to do. Not conservative. Liberal one if there's no other choice. My party. But that could go off to some strange territory. Same with parties a chance. Liberal. Let's keep it safe. Oh God, no wonder the yuppies like me. Oh, Biden's a great president. I can't deny it. You hear that, Jack? When you make a promise, I always sure to fulfill it. You do your best you can, though some things may happen. Yes. When a formal occasion, audio's acting weird. On a formal occasion, you normally show fashionably, question mark, late, your attire and demeanor are a bit disorganized. Yes. Everybody's behaving safe and properly. Company with guests you want and have a group of friends. Wait till you fulfill your purpose. Spike unknown guest. Well, that's called a felony right there. This zombie apocalypse to reach your region. Which accent do you like to feel inclined to? Trick your enemies to walking unarmed into a swarmed area. No, because that makes matters harder. Take a chance in the wilderness. Tempting, but a lot of people would do that, just drawing out the zombies. Clear a large secure area and bring in many survivors as possible. Tempting if everyone knows what they're doing. Gather a group of survivors and use any means to take back your town and city. Again, ambush travelers on road for supplies. Ooh, ooh, no. Ooh, that kind of seems something I'd do given enough time, but only until I hear word that there's an actual like city. So I'm gonna go this Walking Dead. Start of Walking Dead. I heard a baby bird chirping in a nearby tree. See the parents have abandoned it. What do you do? Have poultry for lunch. It wouldn't be much of a lunch. Couldn't even get it on a club sandwich. Leave it be. It's tragic. Do you know what? Care for it and make it worse? Hunt down and execute its parents for such an act? The fuck? Take you home and care for it as much as possible. I've done that with a kitten. It survived. Full local wildlife management. See to professional handles the bird. Drop the nest to the ground. Bird is dead anyway. Might as well feed a hungry wolf or something. Where the fuck do you live? Alaska? Um, Call local wildlife management. See professionals handle the bird. Yes. Which of these characters is your favorite? Oh, let's get rid of the ones I don't care about. Gollum's a great tale on addiction. Hold on a second. Robin Hood is fine. He's an anarchist. He probably, if he did live, he was probably an amalgamation of like 4 or 5 other people. But maybe one of them had a good idea, and the rest were like, "Hey, I just want to survive." Harry Potter, no, even ignoring the J.K. shit, Harry Potter is just not a well-written character. He's got moments. I like how his character occasionally snaps because he's kind of, got the whole weight of the world on his shoulders. The Joker, oh, the Joker's been done so badly before, though. Darth Vader, yeah, it's gotta be Darth Vader. Superman's done great. Superman's done shit. Superman's still a little dull. You cannot live without freedom, peace. You're stressful, fun, acts of kindness, acts of violence. You know what? I could not live without a little bit of fun. This is part one of seven story-like scenario. We'll take a walk down your street. You see two people arguing in an alley. Curious, you approach and watch through a stay hidden. Seconds, one shoot the other, runs out. Run into you, large bag of money, and points a gun at you, and asks what you saw. Tell the police. Saw nothing, and tell the police where they live. When they leave. Sound the person and make the citizens arrest. Ask during the operation if the pay's good. Say you saw nothing and go about your business. Kill them. I'd probably lie through my teeth. Somehow or another, your story shooting gets out and you are asked to testify in court. What do you do? Boldly tell the truth. Yeah. Kill everyone in court. No, I think the goat was a bit better than this. Um. Boldly enter and tell the truth, everything you saw. Justice will be served. Kidnappers take the cloth bag off your head and a bright light shines in your eyes. Whichever you did obviously not go very well. Main boss obviously keep quiet or sleep with the fishes. No use keeping it up. You agree. Stand by what you did, regardless of consequence. Call reinforcements. You are wearing a wire. Police are right outside. Offer to join the operation. Sell out, then sell out to the police. Fuck yeah. So, it all turned out well in the end. You walked away with plenty of money, whether a bribe, reward police, or what you found the bodies. What do you spend it on? Charities, debts, grandparents, new sports car, vacation, tempting. Savings, investments, whatever on the black market, my own crime ring, beast up personal security. Probably, oh, depends how much. I'm gonna say vacation. Vacation and restaurants and a good phone so I can stream. Uh, I'll just make sure that wherever that gang came from, I'm not going near their home territory. Of these animals, which do you like best? Doggo! Doggo, 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 doggo. Part one of another story. God, how many stories are there? Alright, disappointing. Okay, so we're, somewhere or another, you've been teleported to the American Old West. Which job do you try for? Sheriff? Not a chance. Bounty hunter? Definitely not a chance. I love the appeal of it, the aesthetic of it, and I definitely look the part given enough time on the saddle. It's just, very dangerous job and unrewarding. Farmer. Rewarding, but difficult. Outlaw. Same. I'm gonna say a shopkeeper. Because a miner, yeah, mining is tricky. Let's all die of scoliosis. Woo! Train company has begun constructing rail outside your town. How do you react? Make sure everyone is conducting business fairly. Sell goods at workers at a reasonable price. Damn right. Fight breaks out in the saloon. You were playing the piano as the fight went on. Hell yeah. And it's piano. When it's a saloon fight, it's not a piano. It's upgraded to a piano fight. When surviving a good spot for a house to recently purchased homestead, someone gold mine. You'd go for yourself. It's your land now. Yeah. Protest breaks out in Times Square against the mayor for suspected racketeering. Escalate into riot. What step do you take in? What's your stake? Work with the law enforcement. Well, yeah, because they'll steal. If not, they'll steal my fucking gold. Last questions are related to previously stories. Which chemical element is your favorite? Oh, you can't go wrong with a good bit of fucking iron. Hell yes, I'm okay with this. This scrubs clean that yuppie answer from earlier. You are the world of you view the world in an unbiased manner. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Acting mostly on your own self-interest or the best objective course means you can enjoy creating balance between all forces, meaning you can do actions that involve good as well as evil. Respecting authority like lawful and skeptic of chaotic, or you may simply draw your own line in the sand, then separate what this develops as an archetypical off on the fence person. Don't be like on the fence. I'm taking each question as it fucking comes up. Okay? Okay? Lawful, neutral, lawful. Wow, I didn't even get lawful evil? Okay. Neutral evil is the hardest. The one furthest from me. Alright, so I'm true neutral, which I call bullshit on that. I 100% call. I know for a fact I'd be far too goody good to it. Maybe not totally goody good, but definitely a lot goodier good than true neutral. But who knows? That gold be mine either way. You hold your freedom as the most treasured possession and may be willing to do whatever necessary to maintain it. True. For outside forces, you may play both sides and help you gain that which you desire, which can be dangerous not handled wisely. Simultaneously, you may not necessarily act so strongly to defend others' freedom. Oh. It's a very selfish attitude, but I have a selfish streak to me, so I do. Yeah, yeah, I do see that. Oh my! All right, I have to rotate now. Oh, that one. Alcohol, take the pain away. Oh, it tastes so bad. Oh, this is the life I've chosen. I could have stayed in the army. I could have started my own mercenary company in Gambia. But no, that'd be committing war crimes. Uh, oh, shit. Uh, woo. Is that good for you too? All right. I'm gonna take a break real quick from the. We have hours and hours to kill. I mean, so far we've killed 40 minutes, you know? So, chat, how you doing? Let's talk. I haven't just talked to you guys enough. There's always a gimmick or something. You know what? The gimmick is over. How you guys keeping? Keeping good? You keeping A-okay? Someone turn this into a GIF. Fucking true neutral. Peachy freaking keen. Oh, that's good. Hope your teeth are doing better. Or not as hurting as much. Past few days, I've been, well, not when streaming with Missy, but I've been getting this cough and trying to work out a good time for 3 drinks minimum with Raisin and Girly. We have maybe a new guest coming in on the maybe on the in a week or two. We'll see. I have to get confirmation one way or another. Oh, Elf Game's coming in next Friday. That is a guarantee. Well, nothing's guaranteed, but you know. Um, um, beyond that, I've been just playing a whole lot of Skyrim. Getting back from Dublin, I've had a hankering to play Skyrim. Play Skyrim in a very particular way. I want to just be a run-of-the-mill mercenary going from town to town, doing very simple jobs, but slowly building up my wealth and power and prestige until eventually I take on big jobs. But I mean, you get a shit ton of money every time you clear out a bandit camp. But some of those bandit camps have little quests attached to them. It keeps it fresh, especially with all the mods and DLC, some of which I've still not fully played completely through. I haven't played the stuff on Solstheim to its completion yet. I'd say my Skyrim experience is 80-ish% done. I like doing that while having say infographics up on screen, or maybe if Bosch or DP have a stream that I find interesting, have them play off. Need to get back into Jake's stuff. God damn it. This throat. This tickle in my throat, man. Feels like Big Jim is using me to shine his boot, if you know what I mean. Um, Beyond that, there's not really been much news. Lady's still recovering from Dublin, and she's about to head out to Dublin again. So I feel so sorry for her. She just doesn't have weeks to herself like I do. I've got so much free time. I'd gladly take out a chunk of mine and just give it to her freely so she air it a ceiling, you know? Might be seeing her next week, which would be great. Um I started watching Moon Knight again. I think I'm on episode 3, maybe episode 4. I find it to be it's fun enough. Definitely not the best Marvel show I've seen by far, but it's not bad either. And I like the look of Moon Knight, the Egyptian stuff, and his sort of like suit, his swag suit. Both of them are pretty good. I like them. Also like the was it Keifu, the god of justice who's controlling him. I like his voice is incredibly oppressive to me. He sounds like a narrator from sounds like a narrator from a what's the name of the damn show? Kind of like I think King's Quest had a narrator with his voice at one point. You find a thing and you touch it. You really shouldn't touch it. Or is that Monkey Boat? Or Monkey Island? No, Monkey Boats. Very different. Two very different things. One was successful. The other was Monkey Boat. Speaking of, I saw they're remastering Monkey Island. That is awesome. I do love I do love playthroughs of the original Monkey Island. So I'd love to see it redone. I guarantee you Krendar will play that. Maybe even Girly. I don't know. But I guarantee you Krendar will go and play that. We'll get back to the quizzes in a little bit. If you guys have a suggestion for the quiz idea, post it in the chat and I'll think about it. The Digimon's gonna come when I'm a little bit drunk, and the what do you call it? The country is gonna come when I'm drunk as well. Might do beers next. We have our sandwich. We need a good beer to pair it with. What kind of alcoholic drink are you? That sort of thing. I'm gonna do everything in my power to aim for a beer, knowing my luck I'm gonna get a white wine spritzer or something. Clearly, I look the part. Are they? Yeah, I saw Pushing Up Roses and LGR both show the trailer. I can actually show the trailer. I forgot. I'm allowed to do this. It's not exactly the end of the world if I show a trailer. It's not like they're bloody. I was gonna say that it's not like they're. It's not like they're bloody Disney. Well, technically they are. Um, Return to Monkey Island 2022. Yeah, I like the. It kind of reminds me of the remaster of the Abe games, but obviously done in a completely different style. Just the way they move is kind of a big giveaway. Um, how do I get back? Where's Solo? Solo Han Solo. Ha 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 Solo. Iwacha nuta di bawata. Ha 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 ha. Solo. There we are. Why is she a skeleton but has boobs? Does that mean that when she was alive, her fucking ribs were just this? heavy setted like piece of bone that went to look like boobs? Because that raises questions. Or has she shaped her ribs like that? That would make a little more sense. Duh.
Ron Gilbert told me he'd never make another Monkey Island unless.
Neat. Yeah, we're getting to Monkey Island. Coming this year, too. I didn't know that. Take them off for now. We'll put them on when the light comes back on. As the natural light goes away, I can actually look at the sun. It's literally facing me right now. It's impressive. Um, but yeah, return to Monkey Island. Oh, it's not a remake. It is literally a sequel. Neat. That's even better. I wonder if they're gonna keep in the the insult duels. That'd be pretty neat. Uh, seemed that I am a club sandwich. Club sandwich. Let's see a good club sandwich recipe. One that I'd be proud to be a part of. Ooh, this is a good start. How to make a club sandwich. Club sandwich recipe. Crouton Cracker Jacks. I like the name of that.
Hello and welcome.
Bop. Make sure he's not copyrighted. He is. Well, the music kind of is, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Welcome to Crouton Cracker Jacks. Today I'm going to show you how to make the classic club sandwich.
Damn right.
This double-decker sandwich is out of this world. These are the ingredients that you need.
Toast, mayo, lettuce, tomato, bacon, smoked ham, smoked turkey, cheddar cheese. Okay, I'm okay with everything but the tomato. That shit better be pureed. That's all I'm saying.
So let's get started. The first thing you're going to want to do is cook up some bacon. I've got some pieces of thick cut bacon here. And you're going to
Ah, yes, gristle American bacon, the inferior bacon.
need 3 slices of bacon for each club sandwich. And once your bacon is cooked the way that you like it, go ahead and remove it from your pan.
Do a
Set it
little
off
bit
on some
longer
paper
than
towels,
that.
drain
Just a
completely.
smidge.
And that's really all the cooking that you're going to need to do for this sandwich. Next,
Toma.
I'm going to take a tomato and I'm just going to cut the core out of this and get rid of it. I'm going to slice this into kind of thinnish slices,
Toma.
maybe just about 1/4 of an inch or so. You don't want them too thick because this is going to be quite a thick sandwich anyway.
I don't want them thick at all.
I took
Fucking
3
throw that thing into a goddamn food processor.
pieces of bread and I went ahead and toasted those off camera because you don't need to watch me toast bread.
Are you
And I'm going to take
sure?
my bottom slice.
I think there's like a 10-hour toasting channel or like video out there. Watch toast for 10 hours straight, and it's just 10 hours of just toasting.
Slice of bread here, or toast, and I'm going to cover it with some mayonnaise there. Now I
Nice.
do my club sandwiches a little bit different. Where I live, we order them and get them a specific way, and that's the way I like to make them.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off with a layer of ham. This is just regular smoked ham lunch meat.
Ham.
I'm going to top that with some smoked turkey breast lunch meat,
Ooh, yummy.
and then a slice of mild cheddar cheese.
Okay. I know it's all gonna be I know it's gonna be melted and shit. But he better add more than just one slice of cheese. Otherwise, it's going to be mildly at best, you know?
I'm going to take my second slice of bread,
Good.
put a nice layer of mayonnaise on that, and put it mayonnaise side down. And again, take some more mayonnaise and smear that across that toast. And now basically what you're going to do is make yourself a BLT right on top of that ham, turkey, and cheddar
Ham.
sandwich. So layer up your bacon there. And then on top of that bacon, put yourself a nice piece of lettuce. And then I'm going to put 2 slices of tomato right on top of that.
Yeah, see, this is where he's losing me. The texture. Everything, the theory is all good. Those tomatoes, nah, they'd put me right out of it.
And
That's just a
again,
me thing,
smear some mayonnaise on the bottom side of that top piece of toast.
right?
And set it right up there on top. Kind of press your sandwich down a little bit. And then I'm going to take some of these frilly toothpicks. Because this sandwich is such a high stacked sandwich, you're going to want something to keep these pieces together when you cut it. So
Right?
I'm going to use the classic, what they use at all the restaurants around here. Use the frilly toothpicks and put one
You don't see, I thought you said Philly toothpicks. It's a unique toothpick right out of Philadelphia, which there could be for all I fucking know. They don't really do club sandwiches here, but they do BLTs. So, or you could just get a toasted ham and cheese and then just ask for a few extra things. I bet you even if you went into a place that doesn't do a club sandwich, like say the pub, I go up there, right? Tomato if it's thin cut. Fair enough. Um, if I went up to say the lodge and they asked me what did I want to eat, I'd be like, can I have a plate of chips and can I have a toasted can I have a toasted club sandwich? And they'll be like, oh yeah, sure, club sandwich, yeah. Because I remember, because they know what it is.
on each side.
They put it.
And then using a very sharp knife, I'm going to cut my sandwich right in half.
Don't know why I cut it the other way.
Turn it and then cut it into quarters.
Done that other person first.
Now to serve
0
this
out of
up, I'm going
10.
to do it just like they do it in the restaurants. I've made up some French fries here. These are just, frozen store-bought French fries that I made in the oven. And I
Yep.
seasoned those. I'm just going to put those onto my plate.
See what he did
And
there? Nice touch. He seasoned them. I mean, he probably just put a bit of salt and pepper on them, but still, some people just have them raw.
around the fries, I'm
Like
going to
complain
arrange
about
the
the flavor.
4/4 of my club sandwich. And there you go.
Yeah, there
How
you
to
go.
make a club sandwich the Crouton Cracker Jacks way.
Yeah, about it. Get yourself a pint of beer next to it, and that's lunch. You won't need to have a big dinner. Or we have a pint while you're waiting, pint with the meal, and if you got some time to kill, another pint, and then off you go. That's that's more than once. Hell, I've killed time waiting for a stream to start. Doing something like this.
I hope you guys enjoy, and thanks.
Yeah. Solid all round, no nonsense, satisfying sandwich. But what the hell is a sandwich without a fucking beer or any other alcoholic beverage? Oh, sure, you could have your sodas. You could have your glasses of water if you so inclined. I say no, damn it. You are better than that. Your liver needs to keep itself active. It's getting flabby. You need a lean liver, constantly working. To that end, what kind of al what kind of alcohol is Jägermeister? That's an interesting thing. What kind of alcoholic drink am I? Okay, there we go. BuzzFeed can fuck right off. I've lost respect for you, BuzzFeed. Oh, compared to my massive amount of respect I had prior. What kind of drink are you? This doesn't look too fun. Let's see what else there is. How stuff works. All right, fine. Let's say, what kind of liquor are you? Does that include a beer? No, that's even barer. It's even bare bones. All right, we'll try the first one. Brainful. All right. What kind of drink are you? I am currently a white wine from Chile at 12.5%. Or is it 13.5? It's 13.5%. Then I am a ginger ale with a bottle of Hussars. Standing quietly in the corner. Party, you're most likely to be standing quietly in the corner, waiting for someone to talk to you. When I was younger, yes. Now I realize that a lot of people feel the exact same way. So that's actually a good place to start. God, I never know what to say at one of these things. That's an opener right there. Upside down on top of the keg most of the night. Most of the night? Then why are you invited back to the parties? Dude, do you even need to have friends? Can you even remember having friends? In engaging a friendly stranger in discourse and philosophy. Maybe. If the night goes down, if a night, and I know they're just going to be nodding their head, and every once in a while it pays off. I get a number. Other times they're like, "Wow, that's really, mate. Have you been hearing what this guy's been talking about?" I've been that guy, and sometimes they haven't been mocking me. Shocking, I know. Wishing you could be at home doing something productive. I've actually once or twice been at a party where I didn't want to. Hugging the toilet before the night's through. I've never had that in a party. I have helped people in parties doing that. I this is closer to who I is. This is closer to who I is. Cannot deny this. What I'm aiming for a beer. What drink do you think I'm gonna get? I'd be grog. Grog is not a nice thing. It's just rum with fucking seawater tossed in on top, or like a bit of your biscuit, like your hardtack. You throw it on top of it. Grog is it's not it's not a flavorful beverage. I wouldn't want to be grog all the same. I'm champagne classy. Oh well, no question about that, Costa. No question. Your ideal date although you know what I'm gonna say? I think whiskey is a superior classy drink. If you get a really good whiskey and just have it with no ice, maybe a chilled glass. That's a good compromise. Obviously, drink your drink the way you want to drink it. But I know people who you'd order an absolutely amazing like scotch or brandy or whatever, and then someone throws ice in it, and they're like, ah. Your ideal date involves a sports bar and a burping contest. Why not a sports bar and then talking about who would win in an out fucking contest between Anakin Skywalker and actually I'm thinking of an event right now. It was Anakin Skywalker during the Clone Wars and Bruce Lee. It was Anakin Skywalker and Bruce Lee. There's just like a line of women all lined up, or men, or whatever. The point is, you are to satisfy each and every one of them. Who would break first? Sports bar and a burping contest. Uh, so why can't it be a sports bar and whenever I said that? Karaoke and tabletop dancing. Coyote ugly ladies. Okay, listen. The divorce was hitting my sister hard. I'll pay for the damages. She used to work here. We know there was a reason we kicked her out. Romantic comedy followed by a homemade picnic in the park. Fuck that noise. Best Italian restaurant money can buy. The best Italian restaurant money can buy could be really cheap, so maybe. I'll go on dates. You have better things to do. Fuck that noise. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sometimes you don't have the luxury of going on dates, for sure. Um, I'd say a combination of these three. I'm gonna go with the sports bar because at least it's less pretentious than the other two. Karaoke and tabletop because that means you gotta deal with karaoke. And tabletop dancing, yay! Bunch of girls letting random strangers record up their skirts. Hey, it's what they want. Awesome. Here's the thing though. In 20 minutes, they're gonna be in the toilet going. Bleh. So then afterwards, they'll be like, "Let's all go to IHOP." Yeah. No, I wanna go to the place where the guys have no clothes on. You think I should call him back? I'm gonna call him back. No, don't. Let's get to a huge fight. Sports bar and a burping contest. Thank you. Yes, this is how women drink. I should know. The perfect pet is a floppy ear rabbit. Ah, a chinchilla. Ah, a pit bull or rottweiler. Ah, tarantula or snake. One half of that. Ah, a German shepherd. Ah, the best pets. Easiest to deal with would probably be a chinchilla after you set them up. Because snakes can be expensive, and so can tarantulas, and they need a terrarium to look after them. German shepherds cost a fortune, so unless you just find one. Same goes for a pit bull or rottweiler. I'd go with a. I'd go. And no, I've lived around rabbits. Claire had a bunch when I first moved out of Dublin, and I'd often have to nurse them. Oh, those fuckers. Those fuckers. No, no, no. Chinchilla. Yeah. No, I don't know anything really about chinchillas except that they're so cute. I want to pet them, but they're terrified of everything. German Shepherd, because they're good boys or girls. Your car has manual transmission and high ground clearance. Very smart. It is nothing showy. I don't care as long as it wears comfortably. Also very smart. Pretty luxurious, but hey, I deserve it. Why are we talking about drinks when we're talking about cars? It's trendy, expensive, and all look good. Cars are wasteful. I prefer my moped or bike. Okay, that's a dick move right there. Because you could say cars and bikes, mopeds and bikes are wasteful. I take the bus or train. So fuck you. I'm gonna go with has manual. Oh, turn the music back on, of course. No more sandwiches. We will talk about alcoholic drinks afterwards. Um, cars are wasteful. I prefer moped or bike. I'd be kind of like this. It's nothing showy. I don't care as long as it gets me there comfortably. It doesn't break down. Um, given a job working at fast food, would you most likely quit right away? Are you kidding? Most of the time in the break room watching TV. Yeah, it'll last 2 weeks at best. Do your job and tax when you have one. Fuck you. Become manager and find ways to fuel productivity using less sauce. Fuck you. We're going to top five a restaurant and eventually go on to own 10 or more. Only if I can help the wider world. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go with that. I don't think I'm gonna get beer out of this. Only magic genie, your first wish would be become the wealthiest person in the world. I don't know. $1 more than Jeff Bezos? Where would I spend it? How would I? Would it literally just all appear in this room? I'd be crushed alive. I've always imagined that. Think about it. You wish for money, right? Does it go into your bank account? Do you immediately get a knock at the door and this sweepstakes that actually is the most obscure but most paying sweepstakes in the world that you were a part of? Uh, do you like win the lottery? Do you just get a knock at the door and when you look down, it's like go to this place and you drive out and it's just a massive amount of money in this warehouse somewhere? Like, and then obviously, no, I'd never want to be the richest person on the world in the world for a few reasons. I'd like to be well comfortable, but I don't think I'd want to be wealthy. That level of wealth anyway. It's nice to think that now we don't have to worry about cash, but still. Being a celebrity Paparazzi Fire and Moon. That sounds terrible. Find true love, be able to settle down. I don't need that shit. Live your ultimate sexual fantasy. I don't need that shit because I'm gonna reach it. Go on an adventure around the world with your closest friends. Yes. Book you most relate. Encyclopedia. Ooh, tempting. Latest issue of Cosmo. No. Finally written fan novel reflecting water. James Joyce would do. Fuck that noise. God, you can hear the na 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 na. You can hear the songs these want to be, you know? Do-it-yourself guide. Any book you read would have to look up words in dictionary. Encyclopedia. I do quote random facts. Only some money you actually need, right? And some can be pretty vague. Some could be like my chair, for example, 200. That's some money. My greatest fear is that in 10 years, no one will remember how cool I was. That's a very sad thing to worry about. Technology will take control of everyone's lives. Yeah, it's too late for that. Every team will have a good startup lineup. That's an audit. That's fair. That's almost wholesome. I found love of my life and be alone. Aww. Even though I've seen all they have to offer. Go with this. For now. Weekends. You're most likely home playing latest online game. Online game? Fuck that. Nature as far as civilization can be. Shopping. Sitting on the couch, watching TV, having a good time with some friends. Sleeping in until it's time for dinner. That's honestly closest to what I do a lot of times. Weekend or otherwise. Otherwise, the online game. How would you describe your friends? They kick back and relax. Very true. They're wild, crazy, and sleep. If sun comes up, they can do that too. And see most of quite well. Something online every day. That's also true. Sophisticated, intellectual, and classy. Some are, yes. They respect me and I respect them. Yeah. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, alright. Ah, ah. You are tough and you know it. Oh, come. Oh no, it's so try hard. It takes a long time for people to get to know you, but wouldn't have any way. You don't care what people think, but sometimes turn people off you. Yeah, I like some of that, but I don't know. I need to get myself some tissue papers or something. Need a hanky. Maybe like 2 tubes going out just to suck out all the mucus. Hell, that's the next thing girls will sell. That is the next thing girls will sell. They've sold their urine, they've sold their bathwater, they've sold their sweat, they've sold their fart. The next thing they're gonna sell. I saw also it now guys are making up to like nearly $2,000 a week selling their dirty socks. I guarantee you nose is gonna be the next one. The snozzle. The snozzle. Hay fever season will be money. It will literally be liquid gold. No. So I am a whiskey on the rock. I'll take it because there's a lot to offer with a whiskey on the rock, but and what I said, some people lose their mind. Is it, see, the very first thing, is it okay to drink whiskey on the rocks? Ice numbs the palate and dulls the flavor. Yes. But sometimes you want a cold glass of whiskey. Then you just put the fucking. All right, there's two ways around this, okay? And I've had both. One, you put the glasses in the fucking fridge. Okay? The other one is that you get those stones, those whiskey stones, and you put them into the whiskey. That way, after you put them out of the fridge, you get your whiskey as cold as you want without A, diluting it, and B, um, removing any flavor or like that, which I suppose would also count the dilution. What's that? What's that, El Suno? You knew it? Well, aren't you, old fancy pants? Ah, I want a damp beer. Still, the quizzes do not lie. This is the true. Now, who wants to buy some Amazon Essentials Men Classic cargo shorts for $17? It's only a 10. Wait, how much is the 4,000 for whoa. Whoa. 4,000 for the hot tub? I would not buy my hot tub from fucking Amazon or my stairs for that matter. I'm going to buy a chair from them, but I'm not going to buy some stairs. Woo, that actually cleared up my sinuses a little bit. Yay. Whiskey on the rocks. Let's have a look. From Bon Appetit. A channel I think we looked at before. No, my bad. I was talking out my ass. That's it. About my YouTube videos. Why is it called whiskey on the rocks? Who the hell cares? I'm so lazy I don't want to type it. Oh shit. Oh, the hay fever's coming in strong now. How to make a perfect Shackleton on the rocks. Now I've had Shackleton whiskey. Uh, oh God. Amazon hot tub. Hell, I've seen people buy their weekly shop from Amazon. Amazon wants it to become everything. Right? Eventually, there'll be like 5 great stores, and I mean not great because they're good, but great because they're literally massive. The 5 empires. How it's gonna work? They are. Hey, Beaver man. I'll even be able to buy. I'll even be able to buy Claret until next week. For Jesus. I know people would lose their mind over this. There's so many other ways you could kill the glass. You want to dilute it? Then make it into a cocktail. Get a mixer. Get yourself a whiskey, and a bit of sprit. There you go. That's me apparently. Right now, I feel more like a slush puppy, honestly. Uh, it doesn't also help that when I drink alcohol, I picked this up from my ma. I start sneezing. The yeast or whatever the hell's in the in alcohol in every beer, especially every alcohol, especially stronger ones instead of beer. It ends up making my nose go noof. On the plus side, the more you drink of this stuff, the nicer it tastes. Uh, as I was playing Skyrim, I think it's only right I go and see if what Elder Scrolls race am I? I can tell you up front, I'm either going to be a Nord or an Imperial. I'm not fancy enough to be a Breton. And I'm not uncouth enough to be an Orc. What Elder Scrolls race am I? All right, let's do this. And then we'll watch a, yes. What do you, as many as you like? God damn it. Two-handed weapons. Yes, sometimes. One-handed weapon and shield. Yes, for practicality staff. Restoration staff? No. Destruction staff? No. Nothing. I use my fists. No. Blacksmithing? Yes. Cooking? Hell yeah. Enchanting or necromancy? No. Woodworking? I'd liked. I couldn't imagine sitting down and learning it. Okay. So my character is two-handed weapons, one-handed weapon, blacksmithing, and cooking. Okay. Maybe I'm going to end up being a Nord. How tall are you? 6 and up. See, I'm very tall. 6 and up. I am exactly 6. So, what would you like to join? Ooh. Why does it sound like there's a spider crawling in my ear? You guys aren't even hearing it on the desktop. So it must be just some generic stackle. Good old fashioned stackle from my ears. God, now if I was going crazy, this would be a good sign. Fighters Guild. They aren't nearly as bad. Although if I did anything, I'd just be a merchant. I'd be a merchant guard. Cunning, sneaky, and quiet. No. Loud, blunt, and come off as rude. Hopefully not. But I am loud and blunt. I know I can be that. Mysterious, creepy, scare people off when I was a kid. Sure. Quiet, friendly, polite. Not anymore. Charismatic, talkative. I have moments. I have moments, but not. And the same. Ooh. Oh, now these are real questions. Um, I wish you could pick a mix. A little bit of everything. Seem innocent, but you're very manipulative. Oh, that also can occasionally apply to me. 'Cause I'm a piece of shit. Um, I'm gonna go loud, blunt, come off. Oh, it's gonna be a Nord. I guarantee you it's gonna come out. Hobbies. You already asked me. Cooking, reading. I like fishing. Writing. I used to when I was a kid. Practice parties. Sword fighting. Means of magic. Very useful. I know a little about it, but I'm not against it. Yes. Where would you want to live? Ooh, now obviously I can tell you what each one. Magic forests and tall cities. Well, that's probably going to be the Somerset Isles. Mountains, rolling plains with lots of open spaces. Skyrim. Coast or maybe. Oh, plains and volcanoes. That's Northern Vardenfell. My hometown. That could be it. Quiet swamp, Argonia. Cosmopolity, lots of markets. Probably that actually. Yeah. Adra or Daedra? Talos! Fuck you. Um, oh, I should turn the music back on. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. I believe that Talos is Adrian. I'd respect them all because they're all real. Like, that's the thing. You can't be atheistic in the Elder Scroll. They're all real. So, I guess they'd have both. Imperial? Yeah, yeah, it was either going to be Imperial or it was going to be yeah. Imperial's a race of men of Cyrodiil. They provide a center of Tamriel, province century of Tamriel. Red Imperial race are some of the most well-educated, wealthy, and well-spoken people in Tamriel. True. They have civilized as cosmopolitan province of Cyrodiil. They have proved to be shrewd diplomats, traders, and tacticians. The defining feature of Imperial culture is cosmopolitanism. Though some individuals may be the most arrogant bigots in Tamriel, true. Um, Culturally, the Imperials are very conciliatory and congenial, making them skilled diplomats and traders. Also true. They wouldn't have had a good empire if they were like, haha, we're in charge now. I'm looking at you, fucking Altmeri. Imperials are known for disciplined and training with the army. They respect the rules of law. Though physically less imposing than races, the Imperials approve that they're shrewd diplomats and traders, and these traits, along with their remarkable skill and training as light infantry. I don't know why I say light infantry. Most of the Imperial army you see in Skyrim and Oblivion and Morrowind are all in heavy armor, have enabled them to subdue all other nations and races and erect monuments of peace and prosperity that compromises the glorious empire. Imperial, we are going to watch a video on the Imperials now, because any excuse I have to show off Elder Scrolls lore. Shoddy cast.
Tamriel.
Weren't we stealing your stuff on the weekend stream when I was sleeping and it was the storyteller? I think it was. Imperial bastards. Hey, hey, I don't like it, but I received orders. And if my orders say I have to take these people to Helgen, then so be it.
Dawn's beauty in the language of
Some
the
of us
Altmer,
know
or
goddamn duty.
Daz-Ugan in the dragon's tongue, is the continent upon which all
Move
the Elder
along,
Scrolls games
citizen.
take place. Home to many diverse races, and even more conflicts, Tamriel has been host to many adventures. You've experienced Tamriel in your own way, but want to learn more about its story. Well, to get to the heart of the story, you have to go back to the
To the
beginning.
beginning. Shoddy cat. Our boys, the Imperials. Ah, Oblivion soundtrack. Love it. Adore it. Cry over it. I actually have cried over it once. I was in the south of France watching the sunset after I dealt with my dad's remains. We had him on the mantelpiece for years, his urn, and it just he wanted to be buried in the south of France, best time he ever had in his life. So after it was all done, we finally got up enough courage to put together the money, and we went down, and we got absolutely a mixed bag of a time. Some beautiful days. The weather, the weather was glorious. Like, oh my Christ! I've shown it off before. Boussay in the south of France. It's near Toulon, which is right next to Nice. And if some of you who are part of the DP community might remember, Nice is where they had a very brief meetup, but it was the next town over from it. Well, a little bit up from that is Boussay, near La Castelle. And Boussay is where I was almost born. And I had this on a playlist, and my ma was off trying desperately to find someone who'd recognize some of the names of the people that she used to know back in the day. They were all dead or moved away, and their English wasn't that great. So she came back pretty crestfallen. I was left alone, and I was full of wine, incredibly cheap, incredibly good wine, and pretty nice food. A lot of olive oil, as you can imagine, Mediterranean. And as I was watching the sunset of the Mediterranean,
They call it the bleeding heart of
without
Tamriel.
the
So many
lore,
have spilled their blood for the Ruby Throne. It's a wonder why the Niben River doesn't run red.
and I had a
As
little
Tamriel's
sniffle.
centralmost province, Cyrodiil has
I like to go
become the
back there.
ultimate seat of power in Tamriel. With the White Gold Tower acting as
Mediterranean
the
is
citadel of
absolutely beautiful,
civilization, Cyrodiil is
expensive,
arguably
but
the
beautiful.
most influential of the 9 provinces. It cannot be disputed. The events that take place in Cyrodiil are liable to echo in every corner of the continent. Like the red diamond at the center of the Amulet of Kings, Cyrodiil lies at the center of Tamriel. This crown jewel of the provinces is dominated by lush green forests and
Jeremy
crystal blue
Stoll did the
rivers,
soundtrack.
at times
If I
rivaling
remember right, he was inspired by the soundtrack um, when he got into a car crash and his car flipped. This is off, I think, in LA, and it was on the the massive highway there, the one that in that musical they did a few years ago. They're all dancing at the start of the morning in traffic. Um, he got into a crash there, and as he did a flip, he thought, "Well, I'm gonna die. I guess this is it. I guess this is like I'm not scared. This is the end of it. Um, I had a good life," and like he went back over it, and he said that was the inspiration for the music that you heard in Oblivion, which I know after like these days, Jeremy's been accused of a lot of things. I don't know if they're true or not. If they are true, he's an absolute scumbag. If not, well, he wouldn't be the first to have accusations flung at his feet. I don't know. It doesn't change the fact that I absolutely love the soundtrack, as said by the fact that it got a little tear in my eye when I was in France.
the natural beauty of Valenwood. This land has been written about since mortals had hands for writing. The fertile river valley of the Nibene Basin has made certain citizens of the Heartlands the wealthiest people in the empire. The finest wines and ripest fruits are plucked from the fields of Cyrodiil, making it the breadbasket of Tamriel. Aside from its fertile reputation, Cyrodiil does have varying climates. Since Cyrodiil borders nearly every other province, there is a climate suitable for everyone. Near the borders of Black Marsh are the swamplands of Blackwood, a place an Argonian can call home. In the north, bordering Skyrim, cold snow-covered mountains offers a place
Beyond Skyrim, Bruma is fantastic. Highly recommend if you have Skyrim to download it. In fact, if you ever see Beyond, it's usually a good chance you should download it. Beyond Reach isn't too bad, as we know, because I played a little bit of it. And Beyond, they've done also a good chunk of High Rock now, and a little bit more of Black Marsh. So watch out for that.
for the
Modding community in
resilient
Skyrim is
Nords.
amazing. Nothing
Aside
but
from
respect for
Cyrodiil's
them.
diversity,
I need to get one
primarily
of them
human
on a
emperors
show
have
at one
wielded their
point.
power from the strategic center of the continent, and because of this,
I'd love a
many
coffee and
simply
chat
call
with them.
Cyrodiil the Imperial Province. The Imperials. They've conquered many civilizations on the battlefield, but they are most known for their skills in diplomatic relations. Theirs is a race of silver tongues, and it has brought them more glory than any sword ever could. Whether it be getting a pompous elf to offer peace terms, or bartering a Khajiit out of his last bowl of moon sugar, the Imperials have an act for talking their way out of just about anything. This
Hello
naturally
there. Hi. It's interesting also they're showing an Imperial next to a fucking Nord, but okay. What's news from the other provinces? I don't want to talk about it. Too soon.
of speechcraft is a most valuable gift to have, and it is
Goes and
no
stares
small
at a
reason
wall
why
for
the
5 seconds.
Imperials
Hello
have
there. Hello.
successfully managed cooperation between the other mortal races. Any alliance where
Seems
men and
syndicates of
elves
wizards.
must call each other
Someone said
comrade
hi.
requires a
Boycotting Imperial
certain
goods.
charisma, a
I wonder what
charisma that
that's
the
going to result in.
Imperials seem to wield with ease. For an Imperial, the tongue and quill are the deadliest weapons.
Ah yes, Imperials, as seen here by Nords in Solitude.
But on the battlefield, this race of men are more than capable fighters. Imperials are known for their discipline and training of their citizen armies. Their forces boast a discipline and strategic mindset rarely seen outside their great empire. Their
I think
boasts are
every
well-founded.
Imperial is a sub in bed. They like to be controlled.
Cyrodiil has produced some
That's
of
not
the
a good
greatest
sign.
military tacticians.
If there's nothing but a bunch of, if that's all that's left of the red, yeah, it looks like the Stormcloaks are about to win.
Tamriel has ever produced. The Imperials are physically less imposing than the other races. They are not as strong as their Nord cousins, nor as magically adept as the Bretons. Even
Ooh,
so,
when we're done,
Imperials
I
are
want to show
renowned for
something
their
that someone
remarkable
made
skill and training as
for
light infantry. This flexibility
Elder
has
Scrolls.
helped the Imperials
Someone
stay
made a
nimble.
3D render of the skull, like that skull there, which is the default skull used in Skyrim. and they've actually made it to the same way they do it with Neanderthal skulls. And you can also see the sun here setting next to me. That's gonna go after a while. Enjoy the nature's beauty. Um, Dawn's beauty in the land of the Altmer, actually. But yeah, someone actually did a 3D render of the skull, so I'll try to remember when we're done. No promises, but
Not as strong as their Nord cousins, nor as magically adept as the Bretons. Even so, Imperials are renowned for their remarkable skill and training as light infantry. This flexibility has helped the Imperials stay nimble on the battlefield, thus able to switch tactics more easily. A Nord might question the strength of an Imperial sword arm, but then again, that Nord is likely found serving in the Imperial Legion. The Imperial Legion proclaims itself to be the most disciplined and effective military force in history. Its mission? To preserve the peace and rule of law in the Empire. In peacetime, the Legion serves primarily as a garrison force, manning forts, patrolling roads, and providing guardsmen for towns and cities. During conflicts, the Legion serves as an invading and occupying force, overwhelming opposition with pure numbers and strategic planning. You can say that one of the major factors of the Legion's widespread success and fame springs from their military
get to
tactics.
put my
The
shades
Legion
back on
isn't
while the
known for
sun's still
rushing
out.
into battles they cannot win. Every aspect of warfare is accounted for in legionary operations, and
There
the
we
Legion is careful to analyze every avenue of action. People would say another factor of their success can be attributed to their unmatched versatility. The Empire is made up
I have to admit, it is kind of almost quaint seeing the game in its vanilla form without having any mods installed.
of elves, men, and beasts. The Legion recruits individuals of all races and creeds into its ranks, and benefits immeasurably from the diversity and skills they all bring to the table. This diversity is woven into the very fabric of Imperial society. The Imperial way of life is defined by cosmopolitanism. Every race on Tamriel, no matter how alien their culture, belongs to a single community. Both men and Mer have a mortal sense between
It's almost like the master's idea of the wasteland. One word, goal, one people, people,
good and
unity.
evil, and through that shared morality, the
You
Imperials
join us,
cradle
or do you die
civilization
here?
itself.
Join, die.
Now, as a race, the Imperials aren't immune to bigotry and intolerance, but in general, the average Imperial does know how to put their best foot forward when dealing with the other races. This spirit of cooperation certainly lends to the fact that the Imperials have excelled at trade. Their society is built on the efficiency of the Empire's extensive trade network. Whether it be moving food by carriage or textiles by boat, Cyrodiil, and more specifically the Imperial City, is the center of trade and commerce.
The only time you ever get to see the Imperial City fleshed out as fat as it should be is, of all places, the Crusader Kings 2. There's making a Crusader Kings 3 mod for the um, Elder Kings, it's called. And oh my god, it's so good. Like, if you're in charge of the Imperial City, you'll find out that the tower itself has all these different layers that you got to see in game that didn't really do anything anywhere. But in the lore, every tower was like this, basically this factory. Every like segment of the tower was this factory that would produce tremendous amount of goods, which explains where all this shit you see in game comes from. It also added to scale, like the Imperial Island that it's on, the Imperial Isle, is as big as the city itself for the most part. So there's actually like tens of thousands of people living there, maybe even 100,000 um compared to like what in this game 80. There's more people living in Balmora in Morrowind than there is in the Imperial City.
The imperial need for trade has given birth to monopolies like the East Empire Trading Company, a mercantile group chartered by the emperor himself. Thanks to their economic
And I
influence,
get
the
the idea that it's meant to be like a representation instead of one or two ships, which actually that ship there isn't even There's one ship, and it's a fucking pirate ship. There should be like 20 at least, maybe 10, because it's not meant to be a great port. It's meant to be just like a no nonsense docking place. Um, Anvil's the big port, but even then, like I get the scale was meant to represent. If I remember right, I think one of the designers said every person in Oblivion is meant to represent either 500 or 5,000 people. Uh, okay.
The Imperials surely have left their
You could just
mark.
say
The
that you
gold
didn't have the
septum is the
ability to
main
do
currency in
both
Tamriel, named after the Imperial
game,
dynasty of
PC, and gaming
Tagersceptum,
console.
though you might know him as Talos. The story of the
Talos,
Imperial race is one
Talos,
of
Storm
oppression,
Crown.
rebellion, and eventually domination. Before the rise of men on Tamriel, the Imperial race is said to have emerged out of the original tribesmen who resided in Cyrodiil,
The need,
as well as the original Nords who
Lord.
arrived in Tamriel from the continent of Admora. In a time before the First Era, this young, then primitive race were enslaved by the more civilized and refined elves. This particular group of Aldmer called themselves the Aelids. Before the word Imperial touched mortal lips, the Aelids had established the first
I
empire
gotta get the
Tamriel had
moons
ever
just
seen.
right.
In ancient Cyrodiil, the Imperials toiled in service to their elven masters, but that would soon change because of one woman
Mommy!
and her prayer. Alicia was born in one of Cyrodiil's many human tribes,
No, that is so not what she looks like in fan art.
and grew up like all humans of
For
Cyrodiil
example,
did
she ain't so pale. She's a little bit not pale.
in the First Era, as a slave under the Aelids. The Aeliad civilization worshipped the moralist Daedra, bargaining with them to
Just
help
has
keep
sex
the
with a
younger race of
bull. I just
man
wanna,
subservient.
like a
Alicia
literal
prayed
bull.
desperately for her people's deliverance, and the bones of Nirn itself would answer her. Akatosh, the dragon god of time, heard Alicia's prayers for help
Also known
and
as
gave her
Sean
his
Bean.
blessing, a blessing that would one day lead to the birth of the imperial race. Saint Alicia was blessed with dragon's blood,
Yes, yes, we've
and
all
with
played
it an
Redguard.
Aedric artifact called the Amulet of Kings. Handing the amulet down to Alicia, Akatosh made a promise to all of mankind that so long as the Empire shall maintain
I
its
like the
worship of
Instagram filters
Akatosh
they
and
use to
his
alter
kin,
it.
and so long as Alicia's heirs should bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin shall maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, so that mortal man need never again fear the devastating summoned hosts of the Daedra Lords. With
Great job, considering it didn't just happen once but twice, not counting fucking Battlespire.
this covenant, Alicia spearheaded a great rebellion against the Daedra-loving Aelids.
Ooh, what about all the times where the Daedra still influence the mortal world? Isn't that fun? I think that's great. Great job there, Adra. You know, Sithis asks you to do one thing: kill people. He then rewards you by killing you. He doesn't lie.
After forging alliance with the Nords of Skyrim, who themselves conquered the Snow Elves, man fought side by side to free Cyrodiil from its elven yoke. After a long campaign against their masters, Elysian and Nordic forces surrounded the beacon of Aeliad civilization, the White Gold Tower. It soon fell, and the Aeliads, once proud and
Handle
mighty,
White
were
Strike
driven from Cyrodiil.
committing
Know
murder,
this:
genocide.
that day
Yeah.
marked the second greatest moment in man's history on Tamriel. The history of the Nords is the history of man's arrival on Tamriel, and Cyrodiil is the throne from which they will decide their destiny. The Elysian
Great picture
Empire
of
is
her.
considered to be the
Yeah.
first empire of the Imperials, not to be mistaken with the first empire of the Nords. One of the first challenges facing this new empire was the establishment of a religion acceptable both for the people of Cyrodiil and for their Nordic allies, who were opposed to any elven deities. Saint Alacia
Of course, both agreed that if ever any one of them reaches godhood, all would support them.
established the Eight Divines, which incorporated elements of both Aldmeri and Nordic religion. Alicia's compromise was so successful that this religion continues to be the dominant religion on Tamriel even to this day.
Well, it helps that one of the followers of it caused a dragon break, which literally separated all elven connections to the gods by altering the very fabric of time. Dragon breaks are weird, man.
With this newfound religion that sought to unite cultures, Saint Alicia's successors would expand their empire all the way into High Rock, thus eclipsing the empire their alien masters once ruled. Although their empire reached far and wide, the Elysian Empire would one day crumble from within, resulting in a great civil war that left Cyrodiil divided for centuries to follow. As is the popular trend of history, Cyrodiil would not be united
People
again
pissed in Lake
until
Rumer.
tragedy threatened its people. It is the closing years of the First Era, and the Elysian Empire is now but a distant memory. Tamriel is divided, and Cyrodiil even more so. Someone somewhere must have smelled opportunity because something was
Yeah, Molan Bag, you have played ESO, right?
amiss in the neighboring province of Morrowind. On Tamriel's eastern coast, raiders were making landfall from Akavir, and they seemed to have their eyes set on one goal. With the utmost haste,
Well, I know if
Akaviri
I lived in
forces
a big
pushed
pile
towards
of
Cyrodiil
diarrhea,
through the
I'd want to
Jarl
leave too.
Mountains. The invaders swept through Tamriel with ease until one man stood in their way. The Son of the West, Raymond Cyrodiil. By capitalizing on a mutual need for survival, Raymond Cyrodiil managed to muster an army to oppose the Akaviri invaders. In order to accomplish this, Raymond had to unite the peoples of Cyrodiil for the first time since the Elysian Empire. With this newfound army at his disposal, Raymond not only stopped the foreign invaders, but he convinced them to help him build his own empire, which went on to conquer most of Tamriel. The Second Empire of Man had dawned, ushering in the Second Era with it. Empires are destined to rise and fall. The Imperials knew this better than anyone. When the Second Imperial Empire fell centuries later, the 9 provinces of Tamriel sadly fell along with it into disarray.
Well, if you ask Vivek, he's like, ha, scrub.
This time period is called the Interregnum,
Then he'll probably
and it was
pronounce
the
exactly what you.
darkest moment in Tamriel's history. Living standards were in decline, roads and cities fell into ruin, and even the famed Amulet of Kings was lost, thus suspending the covenant Akatosh had made with mankind, and enabling the Daedric Prince Molag Bal to invade Tamriel.
Whee! I got me some chains of Coal Harbor coming down to you.
The imperial province devolved into a collection of warlords squabbling over a no man's land. Centuries later, and ironically enough, it would take a Nord to reunite the imperial province. And he did more than just unite it. He brought the Imperials a civilization, the likes of which Tamriel had never seen. Tiber Septim took the chaos and disorder of the provinces and united them under the imperial banner. 9 provinces, each with their own unique races and history, are drawn together into one identity. Tamriel stands as one collective people, and the 9 provinces knew a peace and prosperity.
Except for the orcs, the Reachmen, the Argonians, the Thalmor, um, the Daedric cults, all the people who don't like the government in the Imperial City. Yeah, besides that, Evan's good.
That was unprecedented. The Imperials now stand at the apex of civilization. Their third empire achieved more than any civilization before it, and its influence on Nirn will echo for millennia. Like all empires before it, this one too would inevitably fall, but in the meantime, imperial culture will creep its way into every corner of society. The Imperials have left their mark, and Nirn will not soon forget them. But let us not forget, the ideas of empires was not a construct of man.
All right, that's setting up for the next episode. Yeah, so that's the Imperials, who apparently I am, and my response to that is, yeah, kinda. I mean, I like how they're kind of chill with everyone else. I think that's pretty cool. They kind of learn from everyone around them, and they're like, "Hey, are you actually good at what you do?" Yes. Then do you want to work for us? You don't want to kill me for being different? No. I might occasionally be like, "Why are you doing that?" Then you'll tell me, I'm like, "Oh, that's neat," and then get on with my day. Oh, would you like some overpowered wine? And they do. So yeah, that's the Imperials. I was actually surprised I didn't get a Nord the way I was typing. Oh, speaking of Nords, Skyrim. Well, it should be Elder Scrolls. Well, actually, that's right. Skyrim. Skyrim Skull remade news. Would it be Elder Scrolls Skull Reconstruction? Yes, yes. There, IGN. Want to show this. Scientists use facial reconstruction technology on Skyrim skeleton, and the designers approve. Yeah, this is what it looks like. This is what an ancient Morin would have looked like. They do look like cavemen. I definitely approve. I can see why they got beards. Christ. On the original, yeah. Jonah Law designed the skeleton cinema and reconstructed, praises his effort. Wanted the characters being Neanderthal like, which, yeah, I got that vibe. When I looked at that, I was like, that's a very long jaw. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, IGN. We we kind of knew that Elder Scrolls 6 was going to be a while yet. It's 27th, is it? Last Wednesday of the month. Uh, God bless them. God bless them, everyone. Um, we have green tea. Ooh, Taffy just posted up on the Discord, which you should join by following the links down below. Sorry, I didn't meant to sound like a shrimp guy, but fuck it. We have free green tea in work, but it's in tiny cups. Staff can have as much as it wants, so drink by the pint. We need to get Taffy on again. He wanted to come on this weekend, but we're busy. Oh, and I see you also got True Neutral there, Augusta, for Game of Thrones, and we got as a result Hodor. And you also got a champagne. You got pastrami, gherkin, and horseradish baguette. No, damn, damn, that's a well-made sandwich. Christ, that couldn't be a cheap sandwich either. That's too rich for my blood. Don't get me wrong, I'd enjoy it if it was given as a gift. Anyway, Augusta, let's see what you're posting up here. Our Discord, thank you very much. It's in the doobly doo, but if you don't want to click the doobly doo, we have the thing there. We also have our stream goal down up there at the top, down there for the click, and you can follow me on Twitter for hot takes and spicy memes, mostly retweets, a lot of retweets. Um, I'll often praise women in all its nuance. Its nuance. Um, Just having a look real quick at some. Oh, okay, interesting. I got a like from someone, a follow from someone on Twitter. I didn't know who that was. Um, Neat. Okay, so gotta get off Twitter or else I'll be stuck there. I've been stuck on ever since I started getting on Twitter. I haven't been able to get off Twitter. It's I knew this would happen. I did the exact same thing when I was on Facebook. Leading up to it, I was like, nah, I don't want to be a part of. I don't want to be a part of this because I'm gonna get hooked on it. And I was right. And I was fucking right. Anyway, BRB, time to pee. Here we go in 2 hours. There, but not American. Cough, cough. I'm almost Twitter free these days. Good man. You want to do it, especially with the whole Elon thing coming in. Who knows? Maybe that's the start of something cool. So unlikely, but who knows? In reality, I think, dare I say it, Vosh had the best idea towards it. He's going to try out some stupid ideas that'll never see the light of day. We might see some more right wingers being brought back on. I don't know if Trump's going to be brought back on, but you never know. And I guess. Oh, wait, we also had one other thing. What alignment are you? True neutral video. Alignments explained. True neutral. Well, we might as well. We've watched a video for every other one. Um, yeah, he might bring back like Trump, but I don't know if Trump will come back or not. I don't care. What I do care about is will it come to a point where it gets crappier than it already is? Will there be a paywall? Will we be will anyone who wants to talk about unions suddenly, because there's been a lot of union talk as of late, will they find themselves suddenly blocked out? Also, he actually bought his share off on Twitter with the money from Tesla. He held it up as collateral. And Tesla's stocks, as a result, dropped 10 points. They were not happy with him.
The true neutral or neutral alignment seems simple
Okay, I was not expecting that voice.
in theory, but it is arguably the most complicated of all the alignments in the traditional alignment system.
It is.
This also makes it one of the most
It's only default when you create a character in like a video game that has the D&D settings, like say Divinity, because it's the easiest one to move in any direction you want, but it's the hardest to stay in.
Intriguing and the most challenging alignments to roleplay and write for.
Yep.
Neutrality as a concept is difficult to define in absolute terms, especially when approaching it from a human perspective. An explanation of neutrality can
Other
perhaps be
races could pull off
summarised by looking at how
neutral.
we apply the term in our everyday lives. What do we think about when we hear the word neutral? A neutral colour
That.
is one that is inoffensive.
Look at them. Neutral. Well, your enemy, you know where you stand, but the neutrals, I don't know. I don't trust them.
A colour
Sir, it's a beige alert. If I survive this, tell my wife hello.
that complements whatever accents or shades that it is paired with. Grey,
Accent?
beige, off-white, watered down, dilute, nondescript. For
Yeah,
some,
grey.
neutral colours promote harmony, balance,
This is
and a
neutral, I'd
predictable
say.
predictability to a room or building.
I've been
But
in
to
many a
others,
hotel
these
that was
colours are
neutral as
cold,
fuck.
bland, or conformist. Neutral territory is a term that implicates a physical area where two opposing factions can meet with the intention of a diplomatic discussion. These two sides can attempt to establish a common goal in a territory that does not lend any
DMZ.
physical or psychological advantage to either side, thus reducing tensions and a sense of perceived threat. To take a neutral viewpoint in an issue is to show no particular bias one way or the other. This can be done in two ways. A person can weigh up two opposing arguments and place equal value and merit in both, or they can be completely indifferent or dismissive, removing themselves from the debate altogether.
I mean, I can do this. Everyone can do this. I'm actually surprised with my viewpoints that I did get true
Can
neutral.
be actively neutral or passively neutral. Active neutrality denotes a purposeful aim to live one's life in a neutral manner. That is, to live according to the values of impartiality, diplomacy, transparency, objectivity and balance, and to temper one's emotional responses. This is no easy feat for a human being, especially when applied to a person's life as a whole. Eastern philosophy seems to place more emphasis upon the concepts of neutrality than Western schools of thought.
That's what we're
Zen
showing Final Fantasy fucking 10.
Buddhism,
God, the women in that were hot. X2 were even hotter. Oh, the cosplayers. Any woman who's had two Missy Ann could play her easily. Hell, she's had 3 kids. The boobs. It's all about the boobs. Those things need to jiggle, even with the corset, even listen up. Like when you move, they're borderline unwieldy.
Taoism, and the Hindu concept of karma all promote neutrality. A good visual representation of this is the symbol of the yin-yang. Good cannot exist without evil. Shadow cannot exist without light. There is no positive without negative to
I wonder
compare it to.
what the crosses meant
Absolute
in
good
their
and
world if
absolute
they
bad
didn't have
cannot
Christianity.
exist. The obliteration or domination of one over the other will result in
Yeah,
the destruction and dissolution of the natural order. A
this
real-world
game
example
fucking
of this was the Four
sucks.
Pests campaign of 1958, a national pest control process introduced by former Chinese leader Mao Zedong. The campaign aimed
Form.
to
Well, I
eradicate the
suppose that's
pests
true.
responsible for the transmission of disease and famine.
Yeah,
Mosquitoes responsible for malaria, the rodents that spread the plague, airborne insects, and sparrows which ate grain, fruits, and seeds. A
that's
huge
right.
government drive encouraged citizens to eradicate these perceived pests. Those that handed in the largest number of dead rats, flies, mosquitoes, and sparrows were given rewards. Sparrows, in particular, were driven to near extinction as a
That's right.
result. People would bang pots wherever sparrows tried to rest, causing them to fall dead from exhaustion from the sky. As well as shooting the adult sparrows, their nests and eggs were destroyed and their chicks were killed. 2 years later, with no sparrows to eat them, locusts and other
Yep.
worm-eating bug populations exploded, and they swarmed the entire country. The Four Pests campaign subsequently contributed to the Great Chinese Famine, in which 20 to 45 million people died of
Yep.
starvation. It is perhaps unsurprising.
And there are people online who fucking praise Mao. Stupid. You might as well give me control of the earth. Imagine if every government stopped and held and handed me the reins of control. You know what? If I was wise, the first thing I'd do is hand it right back. Maybe after stopping every war.
That when you bear this example in mind, the typical alignment for the druid in Dungeons and Dragons is true neutral. They see the importance of order and balance, especially
Yeah.
pertaining to the natural world. Druids tend to be actively neutral, striving to maintain
Also,
this
just a
precious
general
cardinal
old-fashioned
balance
mercenary.
and to guide their brethren
Sword
to
and
live in
shield.
harmony with it.
Swordsman.
Passive neutrality, by contrast, has less flattering connotations. Sometimes the wisest course of action is to stay out of an argument for the purpose of self-preservation, or to promote mediation and diplomacy within a group, but
That's a good comparison that they're using Treebeard here. Treebeard, up to until he realized he made a terrible, the rest of them as well as himself made a terrible mistake. Were completely passive. Like they didn't even understand that the forest was being hurt. They didn't care. They moved so slowly, so apathetically that by the time they found that Fangorn Forest was being just ripped apart, they kind of realized then and there that they had kind of let that happen by just being indecisive. Which, yeah, that's a good lesson to learn. Like eventually, if there's three parties and two parties are wondering A or B, eventually the third party will just take C. And that C might be fucking horrific. So, you know, maybe don't. It can also be very positive, but I can't think of many times when that's the case, because usually a positive thing helps everyone. There are cases, of course. Jordy, yeah, I was waiting for a Taffy to show up. I wasn't expecting that either, but she's making some good points.
there are consequences for adopting passive neutrality to
Every time we get an answer in one of the quizzes, we look at it. I was a club sandwich for my food, so we watched on how to make a good club sandwich. It was a pass. It was a pretty passable club sandwich. Can't deny that. There was nothing special about it. I would have, as I said, took the tomato and pureed it. I don't like that sort of texture difference. Um, the drink was a scotch, or not a scotch, a whiskey on the rocks. I was not prepared for that. I think it's a little too classy for me, but I can't deny it either. El Suno had a different approach, but I mean, I guess they were vindicated and I wasn't. Um, as for my race, I was Imperial for the Elder Scrolls race. That was that or a Nord. So yeah, that makes sense. And my alignment is true neutral. And now we're looking about true neutral. So that's where we're at right now.
one's general way of
Like,
life.
share, and
A
subscribe.
closely
Give me
related
money.
word to neutral is
Send me nudes
neuter,
and lewd.
which means to demasculate, disempower, to sterilize,
And
dampen,
more
or
money.
dispirit. Passively
My club
neutral
sandwich.
individuals can be accused of putting their heads in the sand, to
Mm,
lack
money.
convictions and motivation. They can be
Club
perpetual on the
money sandwich.
fences that lack individuality,
Dude.
creativity, or freedom of thought. They may be indifferent to the point of mundaneness, infuriating in their lack of motivation and
They also might not understand. I mean, if you went down to say a fucking dirt farmer in the 18th century and started talking about pronouns, like they're gonna stare at you, being like, "This have to do with the harvest now." Like, they wouldn't quite know what exactly is going on.
or lacking in a sense of self. I stated at the beginning of this video that neutrality is difficult to summarize in absolute terms when approaching it from a human perspective.
Oh shit! There's one more I have to do. I looked at my soulmate and it was a yuppie. Fucking hell! I'm angry. I'm still angry at that.
This is
That means we have
because
to look at
humans
a
cannot
yuppie after that, and
function
then we can
truly
move
neutral
on to
at
another one.
all. We can be
What the
neutral in
fuck?
certain spheres of our
What
lives,
the fuck
and
is
adopt
this
neutral
show?
viewpoints on particular issues, but it is impossible for a human being,
Is this
at least one
Beast
that
Wars
has
or
a sense of
something?
agency and consciousness, to be completely neutral about
What
everything.
the
We are, to use
fuck?
an old cliche, only human. No matter how rational or discerning or even
Was this
tempered
the
we are,
season of Love,
humans
Death,
have
and Robots I
emotions,
didn't
egos,
notice?
and drives. and these inject biases, whether consciously or subconsciously, into our every thought and action. True neutrality is better demonstrated by robots, automatons, and alien beings that are unfamiliar or unpracticed in emotions.
Yeah.
Theoretically, it can also be demonstrated by the enlightened masters, perfect beings that have achieved paradise. Arguably, these are the gods and demigods of theist or fantastical
That's all, folks.
thought that have
What is this animation here?
achieved true neutrality from their inception or through the process of enlightenment. Depending on the setting and the lore of the media piece or campaign, other humanoids such as elves
I say Geordie could be Middlesbrough. Well, it's more understandable than further north, I think.
may be more restrained and distant in emotional affairs, possibly as a result of their longevity and subsequent wisdom. This may make them better suited to this alignment. Other long-lived or immortal creatures may grow indifferent to the political or ethical squabbles of mankind, exhibiting a type of passive neutrality.
Also
Realistically,
known
people
as the
tend to
Pulse
lean
Ego
towards
approach.
neutral good or neutral evil, with very few achieving true neutral. Instead, from a role-playing perspective, a character that identifies as true neutral may be actively striving to live as such, as in the case of druids, or may be true neutral in certain important aspects of their lives.
Okay.
Examples may include a parent that makes the active effort not to show favoritism to any of their children, someone refusing to take sides when two of their friends fall out with each other, a kingdom that takes a neutral stance in the midst of a war, or a hermit that has fully removed themselves from the affairs of society. Monks and priests may also pursue a true
What's this,
neutral alignment,
Percy
depending
Jackson?
on their belief system. Here are some terms that are associated with true neutral.
Biased, undecided, objective, bland, diplomatic, reluctant, tactful, uncare. Oh, I see a positive. Well, not always. Laid back, transcended, non-committal, mediocre, mediator. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we know what this is. It's just like I was honestly surprised that that's the one I got. Just like I'm gonna find out now. What? What's a yuppie? Wonder how many like. What's a yuppie? Upward mobile, money in the 80s, the city of London. Um. Hmm. Hmm. We can look at it there on the ground, but I'd actually prefer it after the yuppie society was finished. Because yuppies didn't really die off until like the mid 90s, I always found. You could even argue they continued until 2001. Some even could argue that like some neo yuppies exist today. I just call them rich kids, but yeah, all right, fuck it.
Uh, Something to do with as a puppy, yeah.
A puppy? So Yup is an animal?
I would reckon so, yeah.
Ah,
Upward mobile,
what for
Protestant or
you?
something like.
Hold on, I got going for you. Got a worker from Belfast. I said must be shocked riding a bus to uni and not firebombing it, and he must have given you a long stare, like, dude, what the fuck? Like, come on, man. Those days are kind of over, and let's fucking hope they are, right?
Well, I don't know. People who work hard and get up very early. That's the Japanese market, whatever that may be.
The Japanese market. Could you imagine them? After the Americans dropped two bombs, they lost their empire. The idea of them coming back at all is outrageous. You mean like when the Americans stripped you of their colonies, of your colonies, and your empire's all gone now? Well, that's different. Why? We still have Hong Kong for about another 10 years. Sorry. What's your name? Chim Chim? My name's Derek. Your name's Chim Chim now. Here's an extra 20. That's going to deal with any legalese. An extra large gin. A big one. A big gin. Pink. As pink as the maps used to be.
Not a life that I led myself, really. I always thought it was a freshwater crustacean.
Oh my God. He's probably still alive and now has like 3 books about the one time he met Princess Diana. And now he has like the hottest take on them.
Swan River in Australia, and I had yuppies to eat there. They were frightfully nice.
Ah!
Inside the city greenhouses, however, monuments to Mammon and the
Oh, I
Moon
love this! Oh God, it's so early in the yuppie culture, they don't even know what the word means. It's like in the early 2000s when emo was a thing.
and home of the yuppie, life this week must seem as fragile as a glass superstructure.
What's a vamp
But did the
kid?
stock market crash mean that future profit was just a mirage? At the city's most famous watering hole, they think not. Here, rent out
Sweetings.
yuppies.
Where is Sweetings again? I know I've passed by it. Taffy, help me out here. Sweetings. It's it's still around, right? Because when I was there in when was the first time I went there as an adult on my own? I'm gonna say late 2000s. I think it was still around.
May come and
The city's famous and most famous watering hole. You know, if you ask me what this Ireland's famous watering hole is, there's so many. I would literally just say the George, and they'd be like, "Oh, you're gay?" No, it's just it's the one that sticks out in my head the most. Follow closely asked for by Fibber McGee's. Ah, but I'm not gay and I don't like rock music. Oh, Copperface Jacks, then I guess. Yeah, that's the one. Ah, great. Did you enjoy hearing that girl getting raped and no one did anything, including the 5 cops that were there? Hey, you with the camera guy. Why are you walking away from me? I asked you a question. Yeah, that's a fucking sty of a place. Everyone, everyone who knows anything about Dublin Nights at one point always asks you about like Copperface. And you know what? I've heard mixed stuff, some really horrific stuff. And I remember one time I heard someone say that to propose to their wife there. It's a bar, it's a club. But above all else, that's where the guards went to fucking drink. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. I want to know where the nurses drank. Because those bitches will fuck your brains out. Obviously, the cops will too, but still, it's
go, but smoked salmon and bubbly goes on forever.
of course, there's army ones too. I don't know where the Irish army went. Hey, there's me ma. No joke. I'm actually going to go back just to be sure that isn't my ma. Like 80, 87? Yeah, there was a chance she could have actually. It's a year before I was born.
Goes on forever.
And when I say my ma used to hang out in high circles, she used to hang out in high circles in London.
They like a nice plate of smoked salmon.
Well, she had the look. She had the look. Let's see, Taffy. What do you bring to the table? I wasn't allowed in the Copperface. Why weren't you allowed in Copperface? Don't tell me you were too Copperface to get into Copperface. Because you don't pre-game there unless you're a fucking 19-year-old girl in a miniskirt and no bra. And yes, that is not cool, but that was the policy, and that probably still is the policy.
A sole. Nice.
Or was it the accent? Because I do know one bar in Ireland where my uncle Paul, who was a Marine, as you may recall, was told he was given a shot and he was told to leave. The accent will get him killed.
Bit of turbot. Oysters are good sellers. Prawns are a good seller.
What do they drink?
Sancerre, Chablis. In a good mood, they drink champagne.
Would you be
There's a bar in Dublin I want to show when this is finished.
yuppie?
Good God, I'm too old, too rich.
Hell, American! Fuck yeah!
Rich. Yeah. How much have you?
That guy, I guarantee you, helped Reagan get into office. Hey, I'm not going to talk about my politics here. I'm on holiday, seeing my mistress and my other family. Really? You do realize that you're on TV, right? Yeah, but it's like English TV. There's no chance in hell. You do realize that BBC now has a branch out in what? Canada? Ha! I live in Maine. That's oh, I gotta go.
You seen spent on champagne at a single lunch?
With the lunch, £400.
Would you like your daughter to marry a yuppie?
Jesus Christ, £400 now for a fucking lunch. Back then, £400, that'd be like 800.
No. terrible in bed.
That's fair. That's a fair response. Too shit faced. Well, sorry, man, but you fucking yeah, you earned that one. Um, I found it's less true in the UK, but over here, when the barman tells you, when the doorman tells you, that's law. That's the law from fucking God. You fucking listen to it and you get on your night. Hell, it doesn't mean that you're gonna have the rest of your night nothing. If it's early enough, you just walk around, get something to eat, and you can maybe strut into another place a little later. You won't strut into the same place most likely, but you never know. One or two local bars. I got angry looks. Yeah, well, it really depends on what you're saying, right? Because I remember what you were saying up in Boston. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, if you want to go for a fight club, I'm sure there's a place online you can go and screw yourself up. But that's like that's like going up to Pyongyang and start waving around the South Korean flag. You know,
Why would a yuppie be bad
they'll give you looks, and then something will happen.
in bed?
Well, because I went to practice. If you're working 12 hours a
A yuppie.
Oh no, I love her answer to that. That is so honest. Like they're not spending their time seducing and getting seduced by beautiful women. No, 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 they're just spending all day on the phone.
Would you like your daughter to marry a yuppie?
No. I think they're terrible in bed.
Why would a yuppie be bad in bed?
Well, because I went to practice. If you're working 12 hours a
A yuppie. They conjure up a picture of young people that normally frequent wine bars and
Oh my God. The fucking the fucking Bobby on the horse. Thatcher has rallied these motherfuckers around because the next few minutes is going to be a fucking strike. And they're going to put it down. And then we're going to hear some really kick-ass music that's going to use stock footage with this guy here. It was the 80s. It was England.
normally they can't hold the drink that they imbibe.
True. I actually have found. I have found that the yuppies that I've known, well, not yuppies, but the modern day equivalent, they and all the stories I knew from yuppies, like they really were lightweights because they would drink incredibly expensive cognacs and bourbons. They'd always aim for the top shelf and just like bang, 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 out of curiosity. So by your fourth or fifth drink, especially because they were always worried about how they looked, so they never eat too much. They'd always got to eat sushi prior, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They didn't go out and they'd eat. They go out and get sloshed. They wouldn't have one or two pints, which of course fills you up, gets you goes drinking slower. Obviously, that's not always true, but instead they drink bubbly cocktail. They bubbly like champagne flutes, and it would make their heads spin, and they'd drink more and more and more and more. It would just end up being absolutely like making an art themselves. I've seen that in London from Arabic guys who, now thinking about it, wealthy Arabic guys who try to act like Westerners getting drunk are kind of like how the yuppies acted in the 80s. Taffy, as you're the only person here who could actually confirm or deny this to any level of extent, but Augusta, yuppies are creatures of New York. If you have any stories, throw in. And if anyone has any other story to throw in, be my fucking guest. This is a brilliant little time capsule here. I love this.
You've never had to clear out a wine bar on horseback or anything?
Of yuppies, no.
Of yuppies, no. Now them Jamaican Rasta lads, yeah, yeah. But my captain said not to talk about that on camera.
At Hayes Wharf, city prophets have created a yuppie temple. But style guru Peter York believes yuppie means rather.
My ma worked there. I remember the name. I think it was working with my godmother in a clothes shop.
More than just fast money.
The people who actually test drove
God,
the
this
idea
is a
of
time
yuppies
capsule. This is
were often
terrifying.
more over 30 than under 30, and because they
Oh
were
God!
doing very well in the city, people think it's all about them, but if the city disappeared overnight,
And look at this. This the regular old folk in the back, like pointing and laughing. Oh, do you have a look at him? Fucking Monty Python only fuels and horses back here, and this one fucking upstairs, downstairs going on talking like Jesus. Meanwhile, Donald Trump with a different hairstyle. What the fuck? I love this.
there'd still be yuppies in this country. It's not a
Oh,
capital city.
Everyone
the
has no
phone.
idea of what a yuppie is, so do they really?
As seen here by a young Mark Kine.
Exist. In the interests of journalistic inquiry, we laced a trap with enormous amounts of champagne. But would this shy, much-envied species show itself?
Okay, I like the David Attenborough vibe, and yes, they probably were quoting that because David Attenborough was a part of English TV since the literal beginning and still is. My granddad, before he died, before I knew him, was a huge fan of David. He was one of the first things ever on TV as a rule, let alone American, let alone English TV. So,
The trap sprung, the yuppie appeared in pinstripe plumage.
Rodney, where do you live? I live in Dulwich. What do you drive? A BMW.
all right, he's either in charge of a massive UAE backed trading firm or he's dead. That's my theory on this guy.
Are you single? Yes, I am. Although I live in sin and thoroughly enjoy it. And would you?
My man, wealth at least is not so insulting towards sexuality. I guarantee you, he was ironically enough at the birth of a lot of really cool progressive movements. People like him, where they were like, I don't fucking care, just fuck whoever you want. We're all a bunch of debauched playboys. Touche, Cork, German accent. Went to a local bars, got angry looks. My little running joke about being declined was Dead Empire was just that. Boss was full of friendly, I swear. Okay. Arabs during Ramadan flood London. Got a friend last check who got a friend last check was a hotel manager up there. Spot rich. Yeah. Yeah, I'm obviously this isn't the rank and filers. Maybe Kuwait, considering Kuwait's unique population divide. But you know, Saudis, that isn't like just the regular person driving to work every day. Um, but yeah, London does seem to pull them in more than New York. I think after 9/11, Islamic people don't feel quite as comfortable there, but in London they do all right because London's a pretty awesome melting pot. You know, I've always loved that about London. It isn't the original melting pot. It's like the fifth melting pot at this point. New York was the sixth. There will be a seventh one day when both countries kind of like fall to the wayside. But I've always loved melting pots because melting pots are well, you get the best of everything. In particular, food. Like, oh my God. I've eaten a lot in New York. I've eaten really good in London, and not for that much either. That's the difference. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm going up to New York in January. Hopefully, to see one of you guys. Ideally, a lot of you, and I would absolutely love to have London knocked off its perch. But like, I've gone to these incredibly trendy and like up and coming restaurants and trying these bizarre foods. I remember one, it was a chicken dish with mint and a red sauce. And that's all I remember. And it was so good because the red sauce was really sharp, but at the end of it, the mint kind of went down. The chicken was good to soak it all in, but it had that really sort of s- roasted chicken breast sort of thing going on. It had rocket, which I then realized I didn't like rocket. It was the first time I ever had rocket. Other than that, it was lovely, and it was so like chill. That was years. That was right on the Thames as well. It was definitely not cheap, but I was there with my godmother. That was during the Paris. That was during the Paris thing. Sounds like a few people interested so far. Yeah, so far we have interested. I'm not gonna hold them then. No one can end up meeting me. That's okay. But we have you, of course, of course. Raisin, Two Guns, Mickey, uh, Missy. I also think I should ask Magicus to see if he's on board. In theory, Dirt, but I don't know how far out he is. Like I thought he was out in like the fucking mountains or something, the way he goes on talking. Like how close is he to like the New York rail line for me to actually meet him or the just the coast so I can swing down? Because I don't want to go any further than 2 hours. Because that's 4 hours. So by that logic, if I went out 3 hours, it'd be 6 hours. And if it were to get back, and if it was 6 hours, then it would be 8 hours. Obviously, I'd be able to go further and further. We go down to Baltimore, I'd be able to go down to Washington. We go to Boston, I'd be able to go up even further to fucking the border with Canada if I wanted. More ways than one. But I don't want it to be like taking up 2 days. I'm going to be in New York. I want to spend my time in New York. That doesn't mean Manhattan, but it does mean New York. Um, I just want to walk. I miss walking through Central Park. Central Park is so lovely. And this time around, I won't be walking with a fucking lanky Manchester kid, who I hope he's doing well. I actually gotta reach out to him. It's been too long. I checked out to him. I think it was October. He was doing well. That was the last time I talked to him. Um, and he was great. He got everything he wanted out of that trip. He did everything he set his mind to. I was going from east to west. He was going from New York all the way down to, I think, Texas. And he succeeded. While also stopping off in Canada, too. A long weekend booked for 1st of July. My SM might still be valid. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, it's about time. Because who knows when the next lockdown is going to come into effect, right? If you've got the money, now is the time. Right now, I don't have the money, but I have already something booked off. Need to pee. And I should fucking take this glass with me. Finish off the rest of it. Move on to the vodka. Even if you guys like, even if I'm talking to someone right now who has a car, they're in the States. They've never left because I know this is a big thing in America, especially if you're an urban person. You've never left your city. Pretty soon you might not get the chance again. You just lived 2 or 3 years through that. For God's sake, do you not have some? Do you not have some weekends that you saved up? Can you not even get a 48-hour break to drive to like the local camping site and spend the night under the stars? You deserve that. Although, in all fairness, that you'll still be allowed to do even in the harshest lockdown. But I'm saying, take the opportunity, and for God's sake, every fucking one of yous, if you've been pondering it and you didn't do it yet, now's the time to get back out into the dating scene. I'm not just saying that because I found someone. I'm saying it because pretty soon we might not get the opportunity again. And dating hits different online when you're bound by lockdown. Ah, nothing beats the feeling of a bladder that has been thoroughly, thoroughly depressured. I feel like if my job in a Victorian sort of factory, I'd have just been looking at a pressure gauge all day, and every once in a while going swing, shoo, swing, shoo. That'll be me. Let's have a look. Still might be valid. January, still some time away. Absolutely. 16th to the 20th. I'm gonna be going out to Dublin for a few more times. Well, at least one more time, I'm guessing for the end of the year. And beyond that, I'm saving up for the chair, for the graphics card, so we can stream some decent games, not just like the bare bone games. Though again, I'm really impressed that Deus Ex works as flawlessly as it does, but Assassin's Creed fucking the first Assassin's Creed doesn't unless I lower everything down to like base level. Um, Obviously I want to be able to play Skyrim with you guys again because of course it's my baby, and if I'm gonna spend as much time on it as I do, I want to enjoy that with you guys. Um, I want to restart the Fallout. Well, I didn't finish Fallout 4. I've got Control and I've got Prey. I've been wanting to play both of those. I want to get Dawn of not Dawn of War, Battlefield Gothic Armada 2. Fucking Total War 3. That's gonna require a beast, a true beast. So I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to pull that one off. There's a lot of, and not to mention all the new games coming out. The next Witcher game. Will I be able to finish uh Cyberpunk with you guys? Um, I want to play a game of Stellaris from start to finish with you. Now that's gonna be a long haul stream right there. Christ. Modded or no modded? Jesus Christ. I'll announce Discord again this evening. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, no. The important thing is that like there, I have plans, but my hardware is holding me back. But before my hardware becomes my true hardware, which of course is my back. And you know what else? I feel very self-conscious being on my bed, staring at you guys. I know some streamers stream no problem on their bed. Me, it's not comfy, and it also feels kind of icky because I have to sleep on this thing. Hell, I'm not gonna lie, I have to make fucking love on this thing, and if you have two people here, it's twice as fucking weird. And it just, I don't know, like I love going into a bed that's like fresh, hasn't been touched for a few hours, and you just fall on top of it, and it gives you that nice cold, crisp feeling that you crawl into, especially when the sheets are nice and clean. At least I can do that. Probably gonna do that tomorrow. Um, and it's just a lovely feeling. But Jesus Christ, like this is it, and this is a superior. Like, look how long I've been able to sit on my back without feeling anything. It's great. My sciatica is like 90% done, but we can never repeat the sciatic nerve again. So that chair I have, which is literally right behind the NCR flag there, right behind my headboard. Like, no, I can't do this again. So the chair is up there as a goal. I'll get it in May, no matter what. Even if the bills come in, I'll fucking find a way. I don't know how, but I'll find a way. And yeah, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. But once we get it, great. We can then move on to I can then move on to getting the hard drive, which I've been threatening for a while now. Anyway, enough gibber and indeed jabber. We're looking at 80s yuppies, and then we have more questions to answer. Eh, no. There we go. There. It's clicked on something, but it.
You regard yourself as reasonably wealthy?
Reasonably. So you're a yuppie?
Oh.
I wouldn't consider myself one, but friends tell me that I am, particularly at the golf club, so I've decided to come out of the
Oh
closet
my
and say
God.
probably I'm a yuppie.
When there are people in the golf club calling you a fucking yuppie, yeah, you're a yuppie, buddy. Lean in on it and start trading cards until you find that one American guy who stares at the card because it's better embossed than his is.
Sarah, now you wouldn't be proud to be a yuppie. If I called you one, what would your reaction
I'd
be?
be grossly offended if you called me a yuppie.
Why?
All right.
Simply because of the stigma
When
attached to
she
being a yuppie.
partied, she partied. girls, two guys from other ethnicities, animals. I'm talking about cocaine piles of her weight, which for a person was pretty low because she was obsessed. She she ended up she ended up in fucking in I don't know fucking Houston doing doing insurance fraud when they burst in the door, and her cartel boyfriend, who was also cutting up a bunch of coke, brings up his machine gun because he thinks it's a raid, but not like a cop raid, and he is getting mowed down, and so does she. Now you guys can point to the Wikipedia pages of all these people to show that they're very stable, very respectable people. My argument back to that is my headcanon is cooler, and that wine is nice.
Yes, I would not like to be described as being a yuppie. Why not? There's a derogatory sense of flaunting wealth,
Hey, the
which
first
I
classical
wouldn't like
liberal.
to have ascribed to me.
I can't say honestly that I always wanted to become a yuppie, but having said that, I always wanted a BMW. And
That's a joke. That one that's a that's a joke that wouldn't land with a lot of Americans. But oh my god, the stereotype of the wealthy motherfucker driving around with a BMW. Yeah. Clarkson, Top Gear made a few jokes about this, which is interesting because fucking Clarkson might have very well come from a fucking rough and tumble northern family and all that shit. But he fucking drank white wine spritzers with these motherfuckers when he first started in the BBC.
to be a yuppie. Yes, all right, I admit it. I'm proud to be a yuppie.
Ha! Own it.
Because
A
of
New
this,
Yorker
people
would just
think,
stare at you and
oh,
go, "Hey man, you want a bump? You want a bump? Are you literally offering me illegal drugs?" Yeah, and I'm wealthy enough to get away with it. You know why? Because our guy's in the White House. Yours isn't. You know what? 7076, baby. A young Alex Jones in the background. Yeah!
yuppies are people who are in it for the big kill, the 200,000 a year before burnout. But often yuppies are actually much more thoughtful, clever people than that, who are balancing quality of life against money. Yuppies live in
Yeah.
a ring
Yes,
of
yuppies. Well known for balance.
mainly inner suburbs where they can buy good quality Edwardian houses and make something of them. So yuppies could live in Kilburn or West Hampstead on the one hand, or in Battersea on the other.
Is J.R. Ewing a yuppie?
My granddad worked in Battersea Power Plant. I love how he implied that any building around Battersea Power Plant would be like really rough and tumble, when the average house in like, if you can find a livable home in Battersea, would be like what, 500,000 now.
No, he's too rich.
You can be too rich to be a yuppie.
Oh, I think so.
What's the stage above yuppie then if you're too rich to be a yuppie?
Well, I suppose there is life after yuppinism.
Just being a simple multimillionaire is enough.
Just simple multimillionaire Texan is quite sufficient.
The guy with the giant cowboy hat and he pours oil on everything because he's incredibly wealthy. You have seen Dynasty, right? Yeah. While you're here, you and Donald Trump got to meet up over the weekend, according to the tabloids. And I'm sorry, I can't talk about this without my lawyer. Are you sure? Because we have several questions to ask.
Question for me, thank you.
Peter, I have to say, you come
I like
across
the
to me as
American
young.
guy. I like him a lot.
Well, Lindsay, I have to say, I've left all that behind me.
Too vulgar for you?
No, I've done it.
Is this yuppie then? The suit?
Yes, absolutely.
Shirt,
This is
tie.
Oh, for
completely
fuck's
down
sake,
the line.
yes, yes. All we need now is a bunch of punks to show up. Sid Vicious and the guy from one of the guys from the Mighty Boosh coming in, the fucking throw shade. Wait, no, no, one of them was the mod. Yeah, no. Yeah, that wouldn't count. Actually, then, yeah, he come in to defend him.
Cliche yuppie style, yes.
Neil,
Yuppie looks fairly
who
conservative.
was the goth
Indeed.
guy from the IT
Indeed.
crowd?
At the
Uh,
Dorchester, the upwardly
Neil
mobile
something.
mix with those like
IFL
Lord
King was here,
Snowfin
they'd know.
can't
If
go
you
upward
know
anymore
in
without
chat,
falling off. Once he was the ultimate
look
self-made
at
young man.
that money.
Today, photographer to the stars, he launches his latest collection, the ideal coffee table book for the yuppie home. And if you pictured yuppies as under 30, think again.
What did you think of your portrait, Mr. Moy?
I thought it was most flattering, as indeed all good portraits should be. I looked lively.
All right, I love that. I absolutely adore that. I know exactly what they're going for. I don't know what's going on with the whole gremlin's hand right there coming out of the damn thing, but other than that, I adore it.
That's the important thing nowadays.
Are you an older yuppie?
Well, I've been a yappy all my life. Yeah, I don't know what it means except to try and make money easily. But yes,
Have you found that?
So, do you know anything about the plight of the Northern English or the Welsh? Welsh, who cares? They have sheep. They can take care of themselves. And the Northern English? You mean the Scots? No, no, no. The Northern English. What's south of Scotland? England. Yes, which would be the northern part of England. Well, what about them? Would this be would this be Northern Manchester? Yes. You could argue Manchester is the start of it. What about that Blackpool or Newcastle? So army installations, yeah? To hold back the hordes of the Picts. I suppose they're called the Scots these days. We have to respect that.
I like the word.
I suppose all in all, if I was young enough and mobile enough, I'd awfully like to be a yuppie. It seems to be the only hope for the future, doesn't it?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Later on that day, he's getting knighted by the Queen for the 15th time. Jesus fucking Christ.
We're in the same league.
I had
At
a
least
chance
we're
to
connected anyway,
fucking hang out
mobile
with
anywhere
Philip.
really is
My
my
Uncle
own
Paul had a veteran meeting, whereas Philip and the guy who, Philip and Andrew, this is before the whole drama shit. And I turned them down because I felt too self-conscious because I didn't have a suit. It turns out they would have provided me a suit, no matter my size. I would have that I could have kept. My uncle never told me that. He could have told me. I could have walked out there with a suit that was basically the plot of Kingsman.
stagnated these many years past. And if it
I'd
means
love to.
that I
I'd
have
still love to go on the town with some of these guys, like because they get drugged super quick, and once they do, they go off into strange places. Here's something you don't know. Hit that boulder there. The boulder, the giant ass boulder next to the step. What the hell? Like this giant door opens. Come on before anyone spots us. Come on. What's going on? You'll see. Here, here's where we influence the election of the European Union. Which one do you want to win? It's not the Nazis. Macron won. You see, Le Pen didn't win. That'll be £10,000 a minute. What? Holy shitting with you? I know you're poor. Seriously, you can never leave here alive. And then the rest of my life, I'm basically one of the servants that has their eyes blinded, holding drinks while other people are standing around the big table.
little bed sitting room in Battersea or some equally salubrious part, say Wandsworth, that
Sparkling
seems to be
what? Those
an important
sparkling
part of being a yuppie.
wines.
I would very much like to be one.
Don't you think they're much duller than somebody like you, though? I mean, they spend most of their lives making money.
My dear fellow, I'm inordinately dull and penniless to boot. I'd rather be.
Fucking penniless. I only have 4 homes. What am I to do? Sell one of them? But then how could I take part in the summer gala? You could rent a hotel. Ah, hotels are for affairs, darling, and in-laws you do not want.
Equally dull and rather better off.
But you wouldn't mind
I
being
should have
described as a
spent the
yuppie yourself.
entire
Oh no, I
stream
am
watching
described
this
as a
shit.
yuppie. I'm the oldest living yuppie.
You know what? As I get drunker, I want to. Yes, no. I want to watch more of this. I want to watch more of this. Chat, chat. Those two of you who are left. Are you okay with this? I want to see more of my fucking upbringing. And my God, this is my upbringing. It's a factor, one of that I occasionally touched at, and I was like, I wonder why they talk that way when I was walking away, not realizing that my ma probably got like 5 grand for delivering a package, you know.
Can't be very upwardly mobile if you work for Thames Television, can you?
You think I'm down?
You cannot be upwardly mobile if you work for Thames Television. Well, not between you and me. I have a good authority that those ITV gentlemen are going to be buying you out pretty soon. Have you ever seen the House of Cards show? I have not. You might want to, or read the book at least. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. When I say House of Cards, I mean the original House of Cards. They both hit the same way, but they both hit with different means.
Outwardly mobile now.
I would have thought so.
Season
Otherwise, you
three
work
of.
BBC.
Oh, you should work for the BBC. You should, I shouldn't work for Rupert Murdoch. Oh, an Australian, a colonial. How much money could he have? No, I am. Yeah, it's light time. Lights go on because the light's going off in the real world. There we go. No, that was haunting, fucking haunting, and it was so off the cuff too. They're so wealthy, they can just say this shit. You see, this is what a lot of people want to get back to, but the internet makes this impossible. Rather, all their worst elements are just released out onto the world stage constantly. And I like it because it's stupid. But I also hate it because, well, it's fucking stupid. When you did this, you'd look at it and go, oh my God, that was uh, that was pretty goddamn crazy. But then you'd look at it, you just like you look at it and go like, wait, what the fuck? But at the time, like you never really noticed this sort of thing. It was just, oh, that's just how yuppies act. It'd be like if this day and age January 6th happened, and I know some people are like this. They're like, oh, that's just them having some fun. Okay, Grandpa, do you know what a euthanasia is? No. After 10 minutes of explaining, I made a mistake, didn't I? You kinda did, Grandpa. You kinda did. And then Grandpa's not a problem anymore. Sorry, Grandpa. You being friends with David Duke was not a good sign. Don't kill your grandpa because he's friends with David Duke. Let nature take the course out of that. He's gonna die either way. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna take a break from the quizzes real quick, and instead we're going to add the body is round. We're gonna add something else. I was almost thinking of adding scene kids. Sorry, Grandpa. You voted Republican one too many times. That's honestly what they think we're going to do to them if we ever get like complete utter control over their lives. In reality, that's because that's what they would do to us if they had like dictatorial powers over us. But they're too incompetent to ever do that. Like, look what happened to Trump over the 4 years. He never received anything he wanted because he never planned it. Obama did more than he did, and Jesus fucking Christ, Obama barely did anything. Clinton did more than he did. The Bushes did way more than he did. I hate to say it, but Reagan was the last president who really could flex, like arm flex. Um, ooh, what's a god? Alright, this is all modern shit. Brief history of the Goths, Gothic architecture. I'm talking about like vintage. Ah, yes, perfect. Punk, Goths and Mods on Irish TV, 1983. Oh, baby, we're going to go and have ourselves a party.
There are various types of gas.
Hi, Gabo. I've mentioned him before. His name is Gabe Byrne. He was an incredibly influential guy on Irish TV. I'm going to pour myself a proper vodka drink. We're drinking Hussar's vodka, which is pretty low grade vodka, but not as low grade as we drank before. The age of Nikita and Windsor gin. Nikita vodka and Windsor gin is long gone. I think the whiskey for it was called like O'Doul's or something like that. But Tesco, the point is Tesco's had three bare bone drinks, and they were really goddamn cheap. And then when Brexit and COVID happened, the supply line cut out because they were all made in Coventry, if I remember right, or Colchester, probably Coventry. Um. Anyway, the drinks themselves were absolutely fucking trash, pure trash. Um. But they were cheap, so sometimes if I was super strapped for cash, I'd pick them up. Um, Cheaper than beer because of VAT. Now, as for this motherfucker right here, this is Gay Byrne. Gay Byrne, he kind of created the modern day, and I'm not joking when I say this, the modern day like talk show. The Late Late Show was something he created, inspired by other shows, radio and otherwise. I'm not saying he was the first, but he's like Letterman, Leno, King, maybe not Larry King. I think Larry King was just like a radio guy who just decided to strap a camera to himself one day. But all of them, they can to some degree or another was inspired by him, and he pushed boundaries back in the day. He was the TV like I remember when the Late Late Show was on. That was it. Everyone watched the Late Late Show, at least until like Sky Digital came along. Once Sky Digital came along, people started fading out, and eventually he passed it over to the guy who did the Winning Streak show. Who then passed it on to I think the guy who's in charge now. Um, but he was also devoutly Christian, and he got an interview with Stephen Fry, who the interview with Stephen Fry in Gay's own home was just which extra funny because Gay Stephen, ha ha ha. But like Stephen fucking destroyed him. That like Gable had no answer back to him, which compared to online stuff, it's really mellow. Stephen just asked some simple questions to Gable. We're like, oh no, we don't talk about that. And Stephen's like, oh yes, is that how all those children got raped? Because that sounds like that's all. Because all of you look the other way when that happened. Because you don't talk back against church. Oh yeah, no, we don't do that. So after all that, where like he was grilled on atheism and all that shit, um, somebody trying to get Stephen sued by the Irish government, pulled out this incredibly obscure law about how you can't blaspheme on national TV. You can actually just smirch your rival on national TV very well, like very thoroughly, radio in particular. Oh my God, the gym wars, the used bike wars on radio back in the day used to be things of beauty. Like they would just outright accuse anyone of anything. That's changed now, but I mean it was still funny. It never convinced another person to leave, but it was just something uniquely Irish. Um, anyway, so someone watched this and then went, "Hey, not this in particular, this this gay bird," and they asked, "Hey, maybe like he broke the blasphemy law." So they took it to the Senate, the Dole, and the Dole looked at it and went, "Wow, we didn't know this was a real law. This is fucking stupid." All in favor of having it repealed, and it was almost unanimous, like four out of them said no, said I. So it just got repealed right then and there. There's no more blasphemy law because of Stephen Fry making a very old and very shocked Gay Byrne go, But the thing is, Gay Byrne stood live on stage decades prior and showed an incredibly Catholic country how to put a condom on by use of a wooden phallus and a condom live on stage. He just put it on, and there it is. No more babies, no more STIs. That's it, because that was a major talking point back in the day. How the Catholic Church in Ireland lost its power is so fascinating because it didn't happen with a bang, it happened with a whimper. Just woke up one day and we were like, you know what? Shut the fuck up. I'm allowed to say what I want. Law after law after law after law passed. Gay people, like my friend Claire, who I've mentioned before, she's been on stream. She grew up going to the George, which was an open gay bar. It got raided even once in a while, but it never was shut down. It was raided, it reopened. It was raided, it was reopened. Finally, it wasn't raided again, but it was still in the country where it was open. The idea behind it was kind of like don't ask, don't tell. We're like, okay, we all know this is the gay bar, but we're not going to do anything. Eventually, people were like, well, that's stupid. Let's just pass the law. So they passed it. And it went flying by. The same with the abortion bill. The same, which was a little bit skewered, as in, I was surprised so many people fought against it, but it was still majority, massive majority. It was like 25 or 30% against it. And the one I voted in, same-sex marriage, that 80%, even 85%, the consensus around it was just have a like let them be as unhappy as we are, you know, which uh I haven't seen massive rises in divorces on either cases, which is actually something interesting because I thought there'd be a massive rise in divorces once the lockdown ended, but I haven't heard of that. Maybe it has. Anyway, none of that matters because here's Gay Byrne at the peak of his goddamn power on Irish TV, and he's about to talk to a bunch of punks, goths, and mods. Oh, and if I'm right, even Jacksepticeye didn't get to talk to the gay here, but he did get to talk to the current guy. He was on that.
Gangs operating in Ireland at the moment in all our major cities. They are punks, mods, rockers, Teds, greasers, futuristics.
Ted, fucking Ted, futuristics. Oh my god.
New romantics.
Yeah, me ma was a new romantic. Yep. She said she did the hair up for about 2.5 months. And yeah, like this was only a few years before I was born.
It's kids, skinheads, Rudy skinheads, boot
All right.
boy.
Think about all right. Here's the thing: skinheads weren't Nazis yet. That came out of the ska. Like Ben Pie from Drunken Peasants knows this. It came from the ska movement. You went down to the Foggy Dew in Dublin and you listened to the Bionic Rats. It's not the same band, but it is still called the Bionic Rats. If they play on the corner, I don't know about these days. In fact, I think the Foggy Dew might be closed up for good after COVID. It was always quiet, except for the few times I went in there completely out of the blue and it was just absolutely bedlam. I love that place. So that's where I, in theory, still not quite sure, in theory, met Christian Bale. But back in the 80s, the Foggy Dew was a predominant place to go and have a drink and get laid, and of course listen to ska music, skinhead music, where they wore suspenders and white shirts, and even sometimes like checkered pants, like checkered trousers. From that, the skinhead movement bounced off. If you ever watched This Is England, the two are interwoven because this is the time of the BMP and the NF. And if you're wondering what's happening with Ireland, Irish people don't like to admit this, but we are heavily, heavily tied and connected to the way the UK works. Less so the other way around, though they are still influenced by us.
Hells Angels, bikers, and ska boys.
All right. Hell's Angels is a fucking gang. Foggy. That's they're talking about in particular about the Fib McGee's. Fib McGee's back in the 80s, which I've filmed out Fib McGee's. I love Fibbers. I love that place so much. It is my favorite place. I didn't go last time, and I feel very angry, but I didn't have that much money. Kept on planning, never ended up doing. Next time I'm in Dublin, I'm going to Fibbers. Um, it was originally a biker bar, like a proper American biker bar with Hells Angels. It was the focal point of the Hells Angels chapter of Dublin. After one too many knifings and I think even a shooting, they the guards basically raided the place. They were all told to leave, and they did. They fled up to Northern Ireland, where they live to this day. As if you've ever seen Sons of Anarchy, there's an entire season set in Northern Ireland.
And we have some representatives of various gangs on the program tonight, starting with closest to me, a gentleman called
Okay, love a door, but how are you going to get in the main door? That's my aunt. That's that's a scene kid from a few decades there. That hasn't changed. That's stood the time sands of time. The hair, the hair, the hair.
Donica MacDonough, who is 20 years of age. He's unemployed. He's been a punk for 6 years. He is from Crumlin, and he is one of 11 children. Beside him, we have Siobhan Corrigan, who's 19. She's been a punk for 4 years, and she's a sales assistant. She's from Drimna, the eldest of 4 children. Next, we have John Fiddler, who is 20, and he's a first-year student of fashion and textiles at the National College of Art and Design. He's from Killiney, the eldest of 2 children. It says here he's been dressing strangely for 5 years. Gerard Quinn, finally, is 20. He is a mod. He's been a mod for 3 years.
This is the shit that the guy from the Mighty Boosh was trying to always represent. Like the last of the mods. I'm the last of the mods. Neil Fielding or something like that, I think the guy's name is. Like, like, this was the style, the era. The mods and the punks used to fight all the time. Like, people like Sid Vicious would always tell stories of how they'd go to a place and the mods were there. But the thing is, of course, the mods would scatter because they were terrified of their sight. Like terrified of like this, the punks would like headbutt you and bring out knives. They'd be like, "You want to go, do you?" And then someone spits on their incredibly expensive shirt, and they're like,
He's unemployed. He's from Fatima Mansions, and there are 16 children.
Fatima Mansions. Oh my God, that is like the poorest of the poor back in the day. So I heard Crumlin earlier. That's also pretty fun. These are all incredibly dodgy places. They're all from the north side, though. I gotta say that they're all from the fucking north side.
Let us talk to them a while about the sort of things that many people would think strange and what they do. For example, Donica. The philosophy of being punk, what's it about, Donica?
It's a rebellion against the old system that we were born into and we're supposed to live by. But we don't agree with today's system, so we rebel against it in our appearance, the way we dress, and the way we think, mainly.
Are you into violence, Donica, at all?
Well, it's centered around us because a lot of straight people have a violent attitude towards us.
Yeah.
And everyone seems to think it's us that are the violent people, but we're not.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I heard a lot of like really crazy stories back in the day of like really older people, and they'd get jumped. They just get jumped by a bunch of lads. And then of course, if they fought back, they would be. And gay people had the exact same problem. Hell, some of these people. That's how you said straight. All these might be straight. All these might be gay. All these might be bi. They might have not even had terms that we don't even have yet. Doesn't matter. Point is that like they were trying to express themselves for the first time, possible like properly, and they were vindicated and well within their lifetimes. Hopefully, none of these were like killed for their actions, but well within their lifetimes. But they didn't know this at the time. They knew things were changing and changing fast. Within I think it was 1991, being gay was no longer a felony in Ireland. Although it was never, even though it hadn't been enforced for I think since the mid 80s, I think it was.
Quite the opposite.
And how do
Like the
the other
police just
members of your
didn't
family,
have the
there are
time.
11
They didn't
children in the
care.
family altogether, how do they react and how did they react when you started dressing the way you are?
Well, it reacted strangely at the start, but after a matter of years, they just kind of get used to you, so
Yep.
just don't think about you, you know?
Yeah, they'd be the sort of ones who's a Maz before the intro. God, I made this strong. Um, they would be like, oh, that's Declan. He dresses a little weird, but he's lovely. He's lovely. You know.
And you're unemployed, I know. What do you do all day with yourself?
Not much. Not much.
Well, I mean, do you go into town every day and walk
No.
around?
Basically just stay at home, sit around.
Yes, and do you go out at night?
No, it's nowhere.
Hold on. I got a big old block of Texas popping up here. My mom lived in San Francisco during the time when Whistlers cops when gay people. Oh yeah, that's the shit that's Milk brought up. I remember. Yeah, in the movie. I want Teddy Boys to come back, which say mods but influenced by industrial working class areas. They are, but they're not going to be not introduced. They're not going to be influenced by working class. Working class is going to be introduced by rap and house and working class shit. They're gonna look like chavs in the UK. This this is going to be middle class.
Where to go. I know
It's
where
fucking
headed, you know.
stuff.
How do
But
you
here's the difference between his generation and our generation. If he goes to school looking like that, a few kids might chuckle, but not many. Back in his days, he got a kicking.
know where they
Maybe
let you
even from his dad.
in?
No pubs or clubs, discotheques, nothing. They even don't let you into some restaurants.
What about fucking hold on. Gypsy Rose, the fucking the Sweeney, Fibbers. No, there were places even in the late 70s. You don't get me wrong, you wouldn't have had much in the way of choices, but if you were in Dublin and you could scrounge together 20 or so quid, that's back when a door charge wasn't a tenner, it was like 250.
They just won't let you in.
Just basically won't. They think you're trouble. And
Well, is there anywhere in Dublin that you are allowed in?
there's one pub. It's basically it. It's on.
Tell us.
One pub.
Yeah.
And you all presumably foregather there then, do you?
Well, a few of us, we keep it numbers down so there's no trouble.
Yes. Well, why do it then, Donica, if life is made so difficult for you? That you're not
Challenge.
A challenge? Challenge against whom?
That's fair.
Against everyone around us apart from ourselves. Like anyone that tries to dictate us. We rebel against our dictation.
But they are dictating to you if they don't let you into their premises with like other people to have a drink or a disco or whatever.
It's true, yeah. But
Well, go on. Say the obvious. I know you're young, but put two and two together. It's called principle. You know it. You're standing up for something that you believe in. You might not even have a word for it, but you're standing up for it. You're expressing yourself through it. So say your piece, even if your piece is just you. And if other people can't feel comfortable around it, well, you know what? Because you're not hurting anyone by doing this, then it's their failing, not your problem.
Are you into drugs?
no,
Not at all. Are punks generally into drugs?
not really, no.
All right, bullshit there. Sorry, little one, but sorry. Sorry. Even in the 80s, that's 17 layers of bullshit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Aren't into drugs. All right, yeah. Leather and leather. Teddy Boys are working class men's post World War II makeup. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, so does Macklemore. You know, the idea of just going into a charity shop and walking out. Hell, my girlfriend and we hit 5 charity shops. I got these shades out of a charity shop. But I don't know where I put them. It doesn't matter. You saw them earlier. You know what I'm talking about. The shades I was using earlier, I got in the charity shop. She got a whole summer dress, but I worked in a charity shop a few years ago, and like, yeah, you'd find some vintage shit, 100%. It's kind of like the falsehood of Vegas. You know, just one card hand will set you up for life.
Possibly I'll try it once or twice. Not
Yes. Do you have trouble with the police?
Sometimes, yeah.
Like what sort of trouble?
Well, we've nowhere to go, so we generally end up standing around places like Stephen's Green,
Gotta say,
and they find us a threat, or the public find us a threat, where we just stand, think we're going to harass them.
I wouldn't be surprised if my friend Clara knows like one or two of these people.
So the police generally come along and move you along, and then sometimes it gets complicated.
Yeah.
Goes from there.
But you reckon that you don't ask for trouble?
No, we don't.
Now, you've been a punk for 6 years. How long more do you think you can go on being a punk?
Till death.
Till death?
Yeah, but you're gonna sell out at some point. I mean, can you believe it's not butter?
And what do you live on in terms of money?
The dough.
You live on the dole.
The famous
and
dough.
how much money would you spend on clothes, for example, every year?
About £10, if even that.
Yeah, and do your family? I mean, what about your mother?
You see, Gabo didn't believe that, but no, like Christ, you go to the Salvation Army, you go to Saint is it Saint Joseph's, Saint Michael's, the big charity there. Like you be, especially back in the day. I remember those giant bays of just. I remember one time, my nan. This must be in 1995. My nan took me down to this massive wholesale place, and it was just seas of women, all women, a few kids, and it was just them all looking through these massive bins, these huge ass bins of just clothes, and all of it was like under a tenner. Everything. If you walked out of there with a fucking Chanel suit for a tenner, it just added to the mystique of the place, right?
Up in Crumlin. Now, what do you feel about her?
Not much really. Just that she's my mother, and
yeah,
like you have your love for your mother, and that's it.
Yeah,
what way you look like doesn't change that. Like.
Yes, and do you have love for your mother?
Oh yeah.
Yes, and are you good to her?
Well, to my best ability.
How Catholic. What a Catholic answer. How dare you, sir? How dare you? She's a human being, foibles and all, and I'll call her out on that. And every son's obligation is to first turn on their parents and judge them as such.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, do you give her money every week or anything
Ah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You do,
Yeah.
out of the dole. So how much would you say you're living on per week? Yourself now, how much money would you
About
make?
£8,
8 quid.
if even that some weeks.
Yes, a week. All right, now Siobhan Corrigan, good day to you. And what about your parents' attitudes? How do they react?
Well, like in the beginning, like was shock. Oh no, you know. And then like they thought it was like a phase I'd grow out of. So I say give it another 3 months or 4 months, you know.
Yeah.
But like I've seen it's gone on so long. Like
Her hair reminds me of a muffin.
they realised that I don't get into
Her
trouble.
eyeshadow is slightly, yeah, it's slightly off. This is a great picture. It's slightly off, so it makes me think that like she has a lazy eye.
Anything
Maybe
like
she
that.
does, but I don't think she does. I think it's literally just her eyeshadow.
And I'm not, hopefully not offending anybody by the way I dress. I'm doing what I enjoy. And they've become used to me in a way, like, you know.
Yes, you're the eldest of four.
I am, yeah.
And what's the reaction of your brothers and sisters to you?
Like it all depends.
The
Like in what kind.
cultural, hold on, the cultural backdrop of kids who nature clothing mashups, sweating. Yes, really more reading into more funny. You mentioned rap, teddy bear boys. Yeah, absolutely. Like every culture gives rise to another culture. I mean, jazz gave rise to rock, rock gave rise to metal. I don't know if metal gave rise to R&B. I don't think so. But like for the most part, R&B or rap or anything like that. But or disco. Well, actually, yes, rock would have given rise to disco. And disco then would have given rise to like rap. So yeah, yeah, no, no, there is a line. There is it's tenuous at times. I almost feel like that scene in School of Rock where where Jack Black is has the giant blackboard, and he's trying to explain the history of like the metal scene.
Of
Well, in his case,
situation you're
rock.
in. Because like if naturally you're being nice to them and saying here's your money or here's some sweets or something, they're going to be oh great, yeah, yeah, great, you know. But like if you're
She dresses the same way that King Cobe thinks he dresses. Like she's obviously a young kid in that era who's dressed like a gothish, a sort of punkish, whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Point is, when you look at Cobes and then you look at her, you can see that like she's put effort. He just kind of like stumbled into it. Because by that logic, I could do the exact same thing.
arguing or anything with them is total opposite, like stay you and all this, you know. So
And why do you dress the way you do? Why do you?
well, I like the dress for a start, and then you're being different, like you're not just falling in with the usual crowd, like you know. And then I feel quite comfortable in the way I dress, you know.
Yes. And what about were you if you were a punk for 4 years and you're 19, you must have started in school.
Yeah.
What school were you in?
Loretta College.
And you started this lark
In school, yeah.
Yes. And what was their reaction?
Which is odd because she wouldn't have been able to. Loretto is, for the record, the premier with giant quotations, the default place where girls go to get education. Yeah, growing up, it was the Bros, the brothers. That's the place that all the stories about the priests doing naughty, naughty things happen. Loretto was the nuns. But as the years, by the time I was doing this, like this was completely dying off. Um, but the Loretto, Loretto never had quite the same sort of evil, monstrous sort of reputation as the Bros did. Um, it also never had the shabbiness of it. Girls always got better educations in Loretto than they did in the Brothers. In fact, my girlfriend, lady, she, if I remember right, she didn't go to Loretto, but she went to a Catholic school, and that is so different to me because I went to a place that was a Catholic in theory school, but oh my God, it was so scrubbed clean, about 90%. 90% of the religious angles to it. I mean, we were called Saint Finians, but Jesus Christ, like the religious angle was very limited. We had Muslims already there, and we had people from overseas. I was actually classed as one of them, which I thought was fucking hilarious until my junior cert, and then they were like, "You should have never been classed as that," and I was like, "Well, whatever." Also, Spiff and B, UK reggae, which somehow became grime. But yeah, I never understood how reggae became grime because reggae is very sort of upbeat and happy. But I can imagine because I've also heard some really dour reggae shit. Um, you mentioned Chav, which I noticed from students around middle class ones seem to dress up and rip off Oasis. Yeah, the thing is, Oasis is what I remember growing up. Like that was 2 generations from this shit. Like, we weren't in the first Coldplay Oasis Blur sort of argument sort of war going on. Teen Spirit hadn't hit the shelves. Like this was the 80s. This was the rise of something different, something strange. And I find it very fascinating because for starters, I guarantee you, like these people I've met, I just need a third party to go, hey, do you remember the thing you did at that place 10 years ago? I'm like, yeah. Remember one of the speakers? Well, the one that wanted us all to live on the moon? I went to an actual speaker that wanted to go to live on the moon. Not the world, by the way, the Irish. Long story, not important. Um, but they were like, yeah, that one. Well, do you remember the opener? It's the guy with the flat top. Yep. Like
Like today I got a streak in my hair with some blue in it. I was called down to the head office, and the sister hospital said I got.
nowadays, if a girl got a streak in her with blue, and she was called to the head office, it wouldn't be because she got a streak of blue. It'd be like, hey, was that consensual? Like you actually did it yourself? You didn't wake up with someone doing it? Uh, yeah, no, that was all me. Okay, could you show me how to do it? Because I've been thinking of getting one in myself. Like that is really like how that shit goes. I've actually talked to teachers who are still working to this day with kids and teenagers, and sometimes they take them aside. And they're like, "What did I do wrong? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am." They're like, no, it's all right, right. That bangle. Where did, I've done that. I actually showed a teacher once how to get some really cool video games. He was obsessed with the game Cossacks, and I was like, "Oh, Cossacks! Yeah, actually, do you want the disc?" He took the disc for 2 weeks, and when he came back, I actually told him how to even rip it from the CD. Ideally, no, but this was before. This was like a year or two before I knew what LimeWire and FrostWire and the like were.
Got an operation on the side of my
Anyway,
head.
yeah,
And I'm
so
like, we weren't allowed to
they
wear
still
nail
have the
varnish.
beer.
They're still
Like,
not. But like, I was wearing this bright green nail varnish from the weekend, and I was trying to hide it. Like that, and I kind of went, oh. I suppose that's too much a uniform, you know, because I was a green uniform, you know. So.
And were you suspended?
Well, no, I wasn't. I didn't get into much trouble over that.
Yeah, and they got used to you too, did they?
They did, yeah. They got. Learned to
Eventually.
live with.
Yes, yes. So you never had any major disagreement with them. John Fiddler, first-year student of fashion and textiles, National College of Art and Design from Killiney. 2 children in your family. Um, what do you consider yourself to be, John?
Well, I wouldn't call myself anything. I wouldn't put myself in any category at all. I'm just quite a normal person, really.
But I mean, under the various categories that we have of punks, mods, rockers, Teds, greasers, futuristics, new romantics, what would you be more inclined towards?
Well, I wouldn't be inclined to any of them, but just the last 5 years, whatever's gone along the last 5 years, that's what's influenced me. Like music-wise,
want
or
to know about
style-wise.
Flacco?
Yes.
How does he keep it going?
Now, you're obviously wearing eye makeup, eyeshadow, and so on.
Yeah, a little bit.
What chemicals? I should have
What
put
is
the
that
light
on
on.
your
Fuck.
nose?
It's a stud.
A stud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Why particularly do you wear makeup?
Well, under these bright lights, you know, you'd show up all the spots and pimples if you didn't wear it.
Yeah, that's That's a good answer right there. Like Day would remember the times when he needed to wear makeup to be up under the lights. Up to I think the 60s, the average TV camera couldn't pick up a person. It's kind of like the way it would be doing with me right now. Like you can see my outline, you can see my facial expressions, but it's not, you know, it's actually one reason why it's one reason why the TV back in the day was very um like if you looked at it, it was very sort of monotone until color happened. It was because it was everything to do to support the really low res shit. Around about the 60s and 70s, we got cameras coming in that actually could look punk in Dublin. Yeah, fuck yeah. 90s aesthetic is coming back around. Of course it is. 90s everything, early 2000s coming back around. They're remaking every single thing. Sometimes it actually works out. Not always, but sometimes it works out. Um, I've heard good things about the remake of the Proud Family, for example. Um,
But do you wear the makeup during the day? Well, it depends. I mean, when you get up in the morning, it depends whether you want to put it on. A bit of foundation will do you the world of good. Well, I mean, if you've ever gone into Dublin during the day
I
and you
like
come out
this
and your
shit.
face is just filthy, it's all black bits over it and everything, you know. But you can just wipe it all off.
Yeah, especially the 80s, coal would have still been prominent. So you would have. Here's actually something that a lot of people forget, or maybe you never even experienced, in which case, good. But if you live in an area that predominantly produces coal for heat or fires in general, you're going to get a lot of soot, and that shit builds up. I know for a fact that in up to about the 60s, a lot of pubs in working class areas in Dublin and even in other parts of Ireland, and I guarantee in the UK, would actually have face rags when you came in to the front door, just to wipe it, or even like little bowls of water to wipe it off, especially if it was a mining town. We don't even think about it. Well, obviously, a mining town, that's a little feature that, it would just be a nice touch. But think about it. Everyone would experience that at all times. The wind would blow it away, but not always before it wouldn't go into your skin and create a little film or anything like that. It's just I'm not saying we're living in a utopia of clean air right now, but
If you've got makeup on and your skin's as fresh as a daisy.
Yeah. What about your parents' reaction to you in Killiney, John? What was?
I don't know what in Killarney's got to do with it, but yes.
okay, John, you kind of got a little bit defensive there. If you're holding a card, a set of cards, I'd be a little bit curious. But
They, well, they thought it was a phase I was going through, and so did I. But something happened, so it's not a phase.
all right,
But
here's the
I'm grand.
thing: 90% of the female audience, which makes up 100% of the 100% of the people behind the camera right now, are in love with this fella because the same reason that they love any gay person that's really campy. Um, Mrs. Brown, for example, which I know a lot of Americans are increasingly knowing who Mrs. Brown is. I don't find the stuff funny, but if you look at the mannerisms, the oh, 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 that's kind of how a 70-year-old Dublin woman, working class Dublin woman, who has been on the pension for like 30 years now in her life, um, and is like she's means well, but she doesn't like know the nuances. She um she'd act incredibly camp, and Mrs. Brown does that, and does it because they often think this is how a gay guy does it. And I've seen this, and I've talked to them, especially when they've got a little tibble on them, a pint or two down them, more than less than I've had actually. they're gonna get like this. They're gonna get like the ooh, oh, like they get very, very, very sort of campy. Um, which is why the majority of women in Dublin, gay or otherwise, love to go to the George because it's so much fun. They just love to play it up. They love to act it out. They love to they love to see it. They love to talk to guys who will be able to get the problem with men. Here's the problem with men. I totally get that reference. That's what they think. In reality, obviously, the George is not a place for that, though it will take you in on most days. Not all. Girlfriend took me out one time. Not lady, but my very first girlfriend actually took me out to the George one night. It was the last bar open. But I wasn't the only like guy with their girlfriend there. Um, but when we were waiting in line, it was our turn. They were like, "Sorry, gay couples only now because it's getting so crowded." There is um a um a pecking order, so to speak, which makes sense because like where else? Like there's probably one or two places we could have gone. There was like nowhere else they could have gone there, but they wouldn't have been in a bar that would have guaranteed them getting laid. That's what it boils down to. That's what it almost always boils down to half the time.
So, how about you?
Money or sex?
So, well, I mean, do you live at home?
I do, yeah.
Yes, and what do your,
And
I
one
mean, do
thing
your
usually
parents
leads
ever
into
discuss
another.
this? Do you
No,
think
but
they're upset about it, or do
otherwise I'd
No,
still
they
be
know
a
what I'm
fucking
like.
virgin
I
because
mean, my
I'm
hair
poor as
is.
fuck.
Well, I mean, that's just my hair, They know what kind of a person I am.
Yes.
That's what matters.
And do you think they worry about neighbors and?
Gives me a Final Fantasy vibe, like a PS1 Final Fantasy game. Like maybe if you silhouetted him. Final Fantasy 27. And it would just show like he was turned into a crystal.
Oh yeah, they do, of course. But I mean, that's the neighbour's fault for sort of making them worry in the first place.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have to work?
Oh, see what Gay did there? He didn't know how to answer that. He just kept on moving. Gay is not built for combat. He is not a debater. He was famous for setting up a lot of things and pushing bars and thinking, hey, this is okay and this isn't okay. But here's the thing: when his problems were thrown onto like the onto the objections, RTE in particular is very much anti-confrontational. We've seen some strong political stuff, which people think that's okay. When it comes down to cultural norms, no, no. And a good chunk of that is Catholic guilt. Now it's shifted and changed over the decades, but every once in a while, you'll see someone on Irish TV poking the bear, and then the presenter will just look at the camera going, and then RT will kick it down. TV3 was intentionally made to combat that. Didn't work out in the long run. Doesn't matter.
Hair like that, John, or
Well,
because there's always because at this day and age you don't need a national network. BBC, CNN, they're all fucking yesterday's news. It's online now.
it depends what kind of a hurry I'm in. Like, I've had time to do it for tonight. Of course, I've done it specially for you. I wouldn't wear. I wouldn't wear this to breakfast. It would take too long to make. Like,
you wouldn't wear it to
it,
breakfast, yes?
No,
yes.
no, I wouldn't.
Well, thank you for making the effort for the late show.
I thought I'd give you something that would be exciting.
Yes, indeed. Well, I find it so.
In America, this is a setup for the fucking the Jerry Springer show. Jerry.
Now, Gerard Quinn, you're 20, a mod for 3 years.
And here we go, the fucking douche of the
like
group.
The Do all mods ride Vespas?
Yes, because they all want to be James fucking Dean. in that one picture of him in Italy. You fucking posers. Your dad works in a coal mine.
Well, if you have the money, you ride a Vespa gig.
Yeah. How much is a Vespa running at now in cash?
Well,
Yeah.
they're all different prices. Well,
All right, come on, mate.
say like 1,400.
All right, 1983. I'd have a, you know what? Yes, kind of shipping. If he was in Italy, a Vespa would be at the time, ironically, because nowadays Italy is incredibly overpriced. Back in the day, he'd have gotten a second-hand one dirt cheap, but then how would he have gotten it back? Could he have driven it? Sure. He'd have cost as much of the fuel and the food and the accommodations and all that shit.
£1,400. And then how much are you stung for insurance on that?
£400.
Okay. The exchange. What's the equivalency here? 400 years? Oh, Jesus! Yeah, no, the insurance on top of that would be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. What is the thing about Vespas? And I mean, specifically Vespas. There are other scooters on the market, but you all ride Vespas. Why that?
Because you can't get a Lambretta in this country.
Oh. See, that's lateral thinking. I never thought of that. I thought there was somebody still bringing in the old Lambrettas. That's it.
Well,
Now,
there will be.
you are remarkably clean.
I like that answer. That's a callback to the fucking 50s back in the day, where everyone had fucking dirt bike, the original dirt bike. That was a solid response. I like how he clearly knows what's going on, but he's a fucking mod. But listen how he talks. He thinks he's a fucking hard lad.
Clean cut in your hair and style and so on, compared with the others. Explain that to me.
At the moment, I'm just growing my hair because people say I do have nice hair, so it's decent. Well, if you ever wanna show, like, send a selfie onto the photos, you know. Woman likes gay guy because they are not bent up of protecting their masculinity. Kenny back. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Like there is an incredible, like I've never liked that about lad culture. In fact, that's the core of lad culture. Lad culture is meant to be lads are big and strong. Okay, what about having feelings? I am angry. I am horny. I am happy. What about being sad? Men are not sad. Men just get more angry. Like, yeah, no, that's not how the shit works. The goth girl would bang him. Well, of course. His dad doesn't work in the coal mine, office clerk in the mine. he's, the, he's the guy in the break room serving tea.
That's all about being a mod. It's well dressed. It's a style. Like in the 60s, like.
Yeah, see, he's fucking going James Dean and Marlon Brando shit. He might as well be the kid from the remake of the sequel to the Twin Peaks. Have you seen the new version of Twin Peaks? That was a fucking trash fire and a half. The dorky cop and the receptionist had a kid, and he's basically Martin Brando in Rebel Without Cause. Like he's got the cap and the well, he's like it's this is this, but with a fucking Dublin accent. Mate, you look like you could actually throw a punch. You are dressed wrong. Honestly, you need to wear suspenders and shave your head bald. So when the ska movement goes full fucking hardcore neo-Nazi, well not the ska movement, but the skinhead movement, you could be like, yeah, I was there before. It went all bad before the BNP fucked everything up. Over here in Ireland, it would be the oh Jesus, like five different Irish hard right parties these days, according to the local council shit we looked at a few months back, which has scared me the fuck out. 2,000 people voted for it. Jesus
Mod
Christ.
came out around 64, 63. And ever since then, like, it's always been the same. Nothing's really.
He thinks he's so wise. Jesus. I mean, all of them. Like, all of them think they know what's best. You don't, kids. But here's the thing. You look good. All of you look good. Even flat top. Even you fucking poser piece of shit.
Really changed about it. It's only that.
And
But
you were
today now,
breaking the mold.
1980s, the
Can't
clothes are
deny
getting
that.
more stylish.
I just
But
love
we
to see
basically,
them looking back
you know,
over his
dress
hair
on the
now
60s. We go by music by the
and see
60s.
about how they grew up a little bit. Just a
Things
little
like that.
though. I'd want to keep
Scooters.
the rebel fuck
Go for
spirit.
runs.
Yes.
Like in the 60s,
Just a
mods
smidge.
go away on the weekend. Like over in England there in the 60s to go to Brighton.
Although nothing I heard here was anything terrible. It was all fucking it was all fucking like I wear this because I feel good and occasionally makes people go, "Oh my." Meanwhile when my girlfriend walked down the street in Dublin, people would cross the street over and go, "I loved your hair." That's fucking change.
In Scarb and all like this.
Yeah.
But over here, we can't do that. So we either go to Tremor, down the country, like Galway, Limerick, Carlow, Cork.
Yeah, that was the birth of Galway being a fun town, which it still is to this day. Best place in Ireland to have the fucking crack. Hardcore, no nonsense, balls to the walls, good time. Dublin, Dublin has always something going on. Movies, art, any sort of festival, a fair, a fucking market, a parade, a protest. It don't fucking matter. But Galway is a place that every time I've gone down to, I've left with a big old grin on my face. I was like, that was a good weekend. And yeah, that includes the obvious. Lots of really cool alcohol, lots of really cool music, and you get laid. Sure, okay, great. But it gets beyond that. You meet really cool. I had a great conversation with a woman who talked about the Irish movie industry in the early 2000s. When I was in there for the early 2000s, she was like, "This is the current state of the movie industry." This is how I know that anyone who's worth their salt in Ireland leaves Ireland as soon as they can to work in London before working over in Hollywood or New York. It's a brain drain. We lose all our talent. That's why shows like Fair City, our version of EastEnders and Corey, doesn't have the best actors and actresses because all the best actors and actresses leg it, leaving us with people who they don't feel natural. All our good actors are gone. All our good actresses are gone. Like they're it sucks. But here's the thing: I don't fucking blame them. You know how much it is to own a fucking house in Dublin?
Tour around on the scooters.
In a bunch.
Yes.
We got baby EDL British first. EDL I love because they have Sargon as one of their Sargon of Akkad as one of their champions, and Sargon's like, well, I don't agree with everything they say, but I can't be held responsible to every fan, could I? Classical liberal, huh? You fucking piece of shit. I would actually love to see a scene where like Sargon's at a party and someone walk. And you know what? You know what? I've been on screen with people who've like know Sargon, like had drinks with Sargon, who's laughed with Sargon, like IRL with Carl, and yeah, he believes in the worst elements. He just doesn't have the balls because he knows that if he did come out with it before the revolution was confirmed, he'd be kind of fucked. I'm kind of annoyed he didn't support Trump's coup back in January 6th as much as he did, like as much as he wanted to, clearly, because that would have just been like slap on a big old sign on him saying neo-Nazi, good friends with Nick Fuentes, and fucking Tim Pool.
About how many of you in
And yes, Tim Pool, I include him on that. I know Tim Pool can bring people in. He wants to be a knockoff Joe Rogan. I do not see Joe Rogan as a neo-Nazi. I see him as being surrounded by them, and he's going, wow, I didn't think of it that way. Interesting. He's not quite there yet. He is prime real estate.
in a
About
bunch?
It was like
70, 80
Ruben
scooters.
was, like 10 or 20
You
years
meet
ago.
up from different counties.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr. De Bono, what is...
I think if you take it...
Okay, I didn't realize they had a doctor there with him. I want to say that forehead is glorious. That hairstyle is not. He looks like an Oblivion character.
Levels. I mean, everyone wears something they want to wear. I mean, you wear the kind of tie you want to wear, I wear the suit I want to wear. I don't see that
Hey, it's another yuppie.
this is that different. I think it's someone who wants to express themselves in what they wear. The
Saga, it's a sad man who still jokes off to the Empire. The Empire bad, but was the Empire completely bad? Nothing's completely bad, but Britain could have just sent instructions on how to do tea time, and then half the Empire would love them, or how to play cricket. If they sent like how to play cricket to like just little packets to like the Rajas, they'd have been happy.
interest.
Just look at Japan. That's how that happened with Japan, and Japan loves baseball. God damn, do they love baseball? I know America technically conquered them, but like it wasn't it wasn't like an imperial governorship. Though you could argue MacArthur was. That raises questions. I'll tell you, like MacArthur was a terrible choice.
Interesting thing, I think, is that in wanting to show that you're different, to externalize your feeling of being alienated, wanting to
I immediately like this guy because I can tell that what he saw, there was nothing wrong with these kids, but everyone is freaking out because of cultural norms. And now he's like, oh, yes, well, clearly you want someone with an incredibly posh accent and sophisticated title to tell you the following: kids, be all right. You were worrying. No, they're fine. That was you in the 60s. That was your parents, or would have been in the 40s, but not for the war. Before that, what about the 20s? Hmm? What about the flapper girls? And all the guys smoking cigarettes? What about the girls smoking cigarettes? And riding bicycles? Oh, and I go back further and further and further and further. Like, when does the book end? When it was like the end piece of 200 years of the same cultural norm? Because there are people who want the same cultural norm for centuries, but there's no such thing. Like, the stereotypical idea that a lot of like tradcons want of like the Dutch girl or the Danish girl, sorry, running through a field of wheat in a sort of like hills, a sort of the hills of an eyes with sound of music, that sort of dress, while she's waiting for her man to come back from like the lumber mill. I've known tons of women who are okay with that, and they want that too. They also want to look at black cock, and they want to learn how to learn their fourth language, and they want to take the pill, and they want to make more money than you. And that's a good thing. But what about masculine Western? You're as masculine as you want to feel. Are you really masculine when you're incredibly ill and you're sitting in bed going, babe, could you get me something? Is that you being the ultimate masculine warrior right there? No, it's not. Henceforth, by your own logic, you need to be killed off in the gene pool. Or should I say Molyneux? Molyneux would say that. Eggs. 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 But like the idea of like culture shifts and changes for sure, but the core of it remains the same. Even beyond the family, it's the individual. And what's the individual want? To be happy. Just let them be happy. Obviously, if that happiness hurts other people, hey, I want to own slaves. The rest of us say no. You know, like we tap them on the shoulder and go, no slave for you. But their skin is different, yes. But Allah says yes, but Yahweh says yes, but the Republican Party says doubly yes in your case. Um, Child Bride, Alabama. And I love if I was a bit bigger right now, people would be like dissecting my video incredibly. But like, I don't care. 'Cause, like, people will opinion. Like, imagine what our opinions will be like in 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 500 years. Will there even be an iota of our opinion yet? One, happiness. What that happiness will be, I don't know. Will it be solely focused on a single person, completely diluted among every single person equally? Or will it be like our society, which is probably going to be 500 years from now, a mishmash? Like that's just humanity, man. Like we're just going to be like changing the cultural norms the day without. The cultural norms. Hell, I hate to quote the motherfucker, but Thomas Jefferson said it best. A generation is 18 years, not even 20 years. It's I think one reason why in America 18 has such an inherent like big deal to them. That's why he imagined that the Constitution and even the Bill of Rights would be shifted and changed every 18 years, or at least a vote would happen towards it. Could you imagine that? That'd be brilliant or terrible, depending on the cultural mood at the time. But new generations, particularly young generations coming in going, hey, I want A, B, C, and D. You're already giving me A, B, and C. I want D. And their response back is, no, D is for E, F, and G. You can get into an argument, sure, but I like the idea of at least opening up that dialogue, especially in America where they see their founding fathers as, let's be honest here, fucking gods. Some of them do anyway. The founding fathers wouldn't like this. The founding, no, forget the founding fathers. Like your 15, I was a 15 President Jefferson. Um, was it Jefferson Davis? He was like obsessed with like wiping out Native Americans. I don't fucking care what he thinks. James Buchanan looked the other way when the Civil War started. I don't care what he thinks. We got the BMP, EDL, Britain First, Patriotic, Alternative. Yes. You have since the late 90s, you motherfuckers have had a lot of parties, and they're not the fun types either. Then he killed UKIP. I forgot about UKIP. I forgot about you. Which is ironic because UKIP is actually the more successful. UKIP had one task, and that was to get Brexit to succeed. And like it or hate it, they won. They didn't win unanimously. Like it wasn't like a landslide. Most English people were like, uh, the EU has a lot of problems. Right, that counts. Stamp. You have a way out, right? Yeah, it's over there somewhere. And that somewhere we're still waiting for fucking Britain to figure out. We in Ireland in particular, because we'll be the first to feel its wrath. Oh my god, the ads that we got on Irish TV and Irish internet about what will Brexit mean for you? Because yeah, we kind of are on the doorstep of the UK, and we're the only ones to have a land border with you motherfuckers. And it's where I live. There was actually I wouldn't say dancing in the street, but there was chuckles and knowing looks because smuggling is about to become huge, if not already has. I don't know, but yeah, that was back in the Troubles. That was the norm. Smuggling, yeah. So uh, like Brexit's not going to help anything. Second, Sam management of the empire. I wouldn't call him a neo-Nazi. He's a neo-imperialist. I will say he doesn't like things that his friends like. But if you're friends with a Nazi and don't cut ties, what's that say about you? Like these are the scum of the earth. They are not your friends. They should never be your friends. And Nazis also, the true Nazis, like they don't. I don't just mean Nazis, but I mean like the cultural equivalent of a Nazi. In the case of Ireland, it'd be the blue shirts. Um, they would actively want to like they want to show off who they are, and having someone like muley mouthed over in the corner going, well, they might say they might want to gas every Muslim, but do they really mean that? Yes, they fucking do. Like, we don't need to be in that position where they're even in a position enough to do that. The same way I don't want pedophiles, sometimes overlapping with the two, to be like, hey, we set up a NAMBLA center here in right next to this kindergarten. I don't want to be in this position where 2 weeks later that NAMBLA center is shut down for a bunch of pedophiles shut. The shit. The same way if like an ISIS center was set up in New York and they're planning 9/11 2.0, I'd be like, well, duh. Sargon is, well, I've always seen him as a bit of a coward. Like he can't commit. He couldn't commit when he was more liberal and open, and now he's going after a bunch of fucking feminists. And I'm like, why? Like, aren't you trying to protect English society from the ravages of brown people having sex with your wife while trying to save Head? Well, you're trying to save Head. She's busy not having sex with Vosh, but still hanging out with him, and not you. And then she is having sex with Vosh, which I could see them having I could see them having a fun time, but not a good relationship. He's talked about this more than once. He's a meta. Here's a meta. Like, how did we get here? I'm now talking about Vosh when I was talking about fucking God, like this guy's interpretation earlier. Um, but I don't fucking care. It's my show. I can do what I want. I'll either get no views or one view or 50 trillion views. I don't care. And then I'm not get blocked. It's not a big deal. Now, if they banged, I think that would be fine. It's not my business. But if they got into a relationship, it wouldn't be my business either. Though I couldn't see that lasting. The same way I, for example, couldn't last with. Let me think of someone. Let's say Taffy, because you're in the chat. I don't think we'd have a good relationship. Um, I think there'd be too many flare ups. We sort of, do you think this? And I'm like, yes, I do, and or vice versa, and then we just get back do it back and forth. Yeah, no, I don't think that would work. No, I do think, however, that like back to Sargon, he is he's his own worst enemy. So it's not the worst thing in the world when he joins forces with someone who's like worse than him or worse than other people, or like people who are worse than him, because he's gonna bring them down. Um, and he's also gonna smirch his own name even more. Like he hangs out with say V, and V talks about actively pulling burqas off Muslim women's heads at gunpoint. And Sargon and fucking Arch are like, hey, that's not cool. Or he shows up to a stream with, say, Medicare, and Medicare points out 50 trillion things he said or did wrong. Or he goes on Drunken Peasants and doesn't openly admit that climate change is a real thing, because he doesn't believe that's a real thing either. No, like Sargon is like the meme of Sargon going from room to room, knocking at the door, is as death and like this blood on every prior prior door. Yeah, I think that's good. So I don't care if Sargon latches himself onto an end, but it does say a lot. It definitely does say a lot. But with that accent is the accent he has is got a lot of people on in the early days. I guarantee you, it was all about the fucking voice. He sounded posh and serious. He made people listen. He made people think about it. Well, look at all those fucking people on this that we were watching, including this guy here, who will be wrapping up momentarily. And I think I'm actually at the drink level now that I could do the smash and pass. We can get back to our theme of the night. Let me knock this back. But this guy is basically saying there's nothing to worry about. These young men and women are just expressing themselves, which is 100% true. But think about it. It's far more likely that, especially in the 80s, even Irish audiences would have listened to that accent and been like, "Oh well, he knows what he talks about. He sounds very, very sophisticated, very professional, very from a good family." You know.
I think the interesting point is whether, if we take
I wouldn't. Who's obsessed with keeping together UK?
three things, there's the conformist, often because he's too lazy to be anything else. I mean, as we've seen, being different requires quite a lot of effort. Then there's the eccentric, who really is an eccentric, who really is just doesn't care about anything. But I think here it's really belonging to another group.
Oh, don't just dismiss everything I just said. I put you on a high horse. Don't throw me under the bus, please. Please don't make me look like the fool I am.
It's opting out of the major group, but really, in a sense, belonging to another group. And that's the interesting point, whether rebellion is a personal thing or whether rebellion is
Oh, okay.
belonging to a group, which is a rebel group. In
Yes.
other words, whether one needs the friends around you in order to support that.
Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll take that. I was worried he was like, oh well, these are a bunch of posers. You know, I've met real rebels who broke the mold. These ones just want to get back at mommy and daddy, don't you? Yes, quite indeed. Which, for the record, I just want to say this: that happens. 100%. I did it. You did it. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Back in the day, you rebelled against mommy and daddy. It's a part of growing up. In which is ironic because in that respect, it's very almost like no matter what parent you have, you're still going to rebel. But yeah, let's move on to what everyone, the thousands of people who have been clamoring in my chat to see. Digimon Smash or Pass. Now, I'm gonna watch one of the videos to find which video he actually uses.
Oh, we could do Smash or Pass. Pokemon Smash or Pass. Pokemon? No, f that. Digimon Smash or Pass. Digimon? We gotta be different. Digimon. What it do, baby? Today we got a Digimon.
Yeah, I don't care, lads. Show me the website. Okay, that's not what I like. Like I clearly am going for the same thing. Credit Digimon Smash or Pass, but I don't know anything about Digimon. All right, so Digimon, I watched a few episodes when it came out. Compared to Pokemon, I know far less. I know more about Digimon from the spoof episode made by Team 4 Star than I do about the actual Digimon. I have zero Digimon interest. I never did because I always thought it was a knockoff of Pokemon. While I admit that um, the Digimon stuff as a rule was cooler, but like like even the Smash or Pass part is clearly pointless. Digimon Pedia. Digimon Wiki. Great. List of species. So, as far as I'm aware with Digimon, they are all sentient and they can all talk. Compared to the how many Digimon are there? Compared to the Pokemon Smasher Pass, which if I remember right was a how many was like 500 and something. How many Digimon? No! No, no. I am not doing 1400 species of Digimon. I am not doing 1400. Do you remember how long the Pokemon thing is? You know what? I'm going to do a list of species of Digimon, right? I'm going to go through every one of them. A list of Digimon, and I will go whether or not they're Smash or Pass. I will not do the whole fucking amount. Every Digimon. List of Digimon. These are just the A's. B's. C's. 14 fucking hundred of these fuckers. H I J K L M N S T V W X Z, and then a bunch of questions. Spoof Digimon. Okay. Well, they don't count, nor do the star forms. It goes from A to Z. So from Z until I get bored, here are the here are the Digimon. Zuramon, already tell it's gonna be a pass. Pass. Wait, what is it? Oh, that makes life easier. Okay. Not interested. Looks like a pile of phlegm that I threw up earlier. That is a combination of a Horker from Skyrim and a mutated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle from Michael Bay. That is a what what the fuck? Now remember, this is all going to be aesthetics because they actually can consent. If I remember right, every Digimon can actually talk. Um, I d- oh, an armored an armored ferret that's gained sentience? No. No. Awesome, but no. That's a sperm. The object is that I release my sperm. No. Ooh. Oh. Okay. 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 We have ourselves our first. They're all sentient and they look like that. Alright. Alright, that's one. Oh, and if you don't remember, every time I do see a Digimon or in previous case a Pokemon that I would fuck, I'm gonna take a drink. But that is literally just an angel woman. That's all it is. So okay. I mean, unless that's a bulge and I'm up for a big old surprise, that's fine by me. Oh, we should turn some music on. That's me. Oh shit, that's me. That's also me. That's me. Bitcoin path. Mecha. Awesome. I'd like to see a model of him, but path. Evangelion path. A sort of. Oh, what are they called? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers path. What's going on in this picture? Okay, he's clearly not doing what we're all thinking he's going to do. Probably because he's actually. Oh god, he's the ultimate doggy style. That doggy style was so good. Pass. I'm clearly not involved there. Fucking baller, but that would be a kick-ass decal. But oh my god, I love the skull. Yeah, that's cool. But pass. Oh. Okay, so yeah, they do actually keep it. Okay. Dust Ball, cute, but pass. Very cute, but pass. A yo-yo? Pass. What the? Whoa. Pass, but I like this motherfucker that run around when I was stoned. Like, Jesus Christ. Pass. I remember that one from the show. But 3 claws, a head, a more. That's creepy. That's Silent Hill. Borderline Silent Hill. I love it. But it's pass. Okay, if I was a woman, I suppose smash, but I'm not, or into dude, so I guess pass. Hard pass, kill it with fire. Okay, he's a yam that also looks like Sans from Undertale. That's awesome. That looks like something that the modern day interpretation of Harley Quinn would have on her ass. Look like too much of a try hard. Looks like a kiddie toy. Looks like a lesser kiddie toy. Looks like a knockoff Pokemon. The first of many times I will say that. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Fireball or the hat? Hat. It looks like an artillery piece. Alright, we got ourselves a little bit of flesh. That looks like a person. With the Buster Sword out of Berserk and the arm piece out of what? I kill the kill? Alright, fine. Fuck it, yeah, I'm on board with this. But with Noah's, I'm already seeing a trend here. They look like women. That's not fair. That's what that evolves into? I mean, I can see it in theory. Okay, if I was into... No. Howdy, partner! Welcome to the Vicky and Vance Casino. No idea what I'm looking at there. Oh my god, that's swag. I love the pinstripe suit. I hate everything else about it. The bug. That's just a slow bug with one hell of a fucking bull. Jesus Christ. Look at that thing. The more I look about it, the more it gives. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. Obviously, one of these segments at least isn't pleasure giving. The rest. Holy fuck. See, alright, this is an evolution I could believe. This is swollen. This is Urktop up Amsterdam. Arrested down. No. Sparrowmon. Thank you. That's a Saruman and Sparrowmon. Saruman looks like a fucking weed from Paris. Pass. Man to man. Pass. Okay, let's look at 40k character. Pass. That looks like something that, again, the Power Rangers would fight. Pass. Something that you see in Final Fantasy. Pass. Hey, that looks like a Pokemon. Pass. I like the pants. Pass. That's just concept art. Doesn't count. Alright, now that fucking Pharaoh from Pokemon is swag as fuck. Also pass. You just put clothes on it. Diamond. Cute as fuck, and I wanna flush you up with that. The same. That's rare for me saying for a bug. It looks like a tree, I guess. Cactar is far superior. Okay, that looks like something that could exist in our world. No. Or that's just a fucking child dressed as a black mage from Final Fantasy IX. Pass. Can't tell about the age, so pass. I can't tell about the fucking speed. That's Lovecraftian. Cool, but pass. That's dragon. That is that's Nightmare. That's Resident Evil Nightmare. That is cool looking. That's actually an electric type I can get behind, but still pass. That is very swag. Pass. half, but I'd like to see a model of it. Half, but that should be on a cup of Renegade coffee in Portland somewhere. Okay, that. No, I don't like that. Okay, I really don't like that. That looks like something that I'll swim, but Aqua Team Hunger Force would have to deal with. Well, hello, madam. Let's have a look at you. Oh, those are her thighs. She's a wedding cake that's come to life. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with this. Knows a trend that we are forming compared to last time. That's what she involves in. I like it. It's very Final Fantasy, but again, no. Very Final Fantasy. Early Final Fantasy, about 2 or 3, but past. It's Naughty Bear! I love that. I'd probably date the girl who has this as a flip. Pass. 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 These are mechas. These are just mecha. I don't want to fuck a piece of metal. Very cute. Not interested. Very, 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 very awesome to the point where I could see it being like a playable race in an MMO. Not interested. The same. Hell, I could see this in Fallout. In particular, Fallout New Vegas. In particular, the Big Empty. Oh! No, pass. Overcompensating the pass. Overcompensating the pass. Awesome, but pass. Cute. I guarantee you, I've eaten sour pickle crisps that have this guy's logo. Alright, that's something I love. That should be something Geralt of Rivia has to play. Awesome. That's something that the orcs from 40k or even fantasy has to play. That's just a mecha. That's just generic dinosaur thing. Yes. So the more I look at her, the more it'll be a stop, yeah. Now we get to our first maybe of the night. That's the man. Fuck. Is there a female equivalent? Because I like all this. Maybe not the arm. I don't like the arm. This is mom. This is mom found a new boyfriend and I'm dealing with it online sort of vibe. Yeah. Same but terrible feet. Character from Final Fantasy 9. A lot of Final Fantasy in there. Digimon. What a weird actor. Same as before. Okay, I recognize that one from the show. That's weird. That's weird. That's a biblically accurate angel. That's a whoa. Interesting. Man. Same. That's sci-fi meets the lipid, but then also add a little bit of Modok going on. I like the style, but same. That's metal as fuck. Add some fire from prior and that's good. Whoa. That's cool. Now that's tricky balls. That's Salvador Dali. on mushrooms. I like that. I like that one a lot. That's cool looking. Okay, that's just a fucking mecha. That's just a fucking character from World of Warcraft. That's just that concept art of the character. That's a DeviantArt character from about 10 years ago. Can't give a term for this one. And he looks like a disposable character from a Sega Mega Drive game that Zelda would fight. Now that motherfucker looks like someone that Turok would fight. Like that. Same. That's a Pokemon. That's a Pokemon. That's Turok meets Pokemon. That's a furry. That's a tryhard. That's the rock with an eye. That's cute. That's terrifying. That's adorable. That's adorable. That's... That's very anime. Whatever that is, that's highly anime. That's metal. Don't know why, but I think if a metal band that was all women have this on their drum set as they were playing like some dive bar, that'd be awesome. That's cool. That's awesome. I like that. Obviously, all these, unless I say it outright that I'm gonna smash it, I won't address it. Trailemon, raccoon dog, pass. Very much pass. That's a Sonic character. That also possibly could be a Sonic character. All these trains. What the fuck? This is not what, when I think of sex, this is not what I think of in terms of trains. Pass, pass. Very much pass. Pac-Man. Pac-Man got taken into the back by a bunch of goats that removed his jaw. We can't even close it anymore. Lego. Fucking Lego. That's something like a Kinder Egg. Cool to pass. Adorable to pass. Creepy. Cute to pass. Which is which? Is that how they scream? Okay, cool. Pass. That's just Cactar, but racist. That's just Cactar. That's just Cactar. Fuck you. Pass. It's Pokemon or characters from an early Pokemon game. Cute, and if I was a furry, I suppose I want to fuck it because yeah, you all know who you are. But Mel will pass. Even a Digimon, okay, pass. Whoa, pass because although all things line up, clearly underage. Awesome, a pass. Overtrying, it's trying too hard, kind of awesome, very awesome. Ooh. She looks like she'd have a sort of sweet girl vibe. Friend arm, her, pass. Pass because underage, pass because animal, definitely pass. Cute though, pass, bug. That's just a black maid. Really? Okay. Definitely pass. But remember about his story. Monkey. You also say something gorillas. You pass. Pass. Cute, but pass. 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 Cool, but pass. Cool, but pass. Cute, but pass. Hard pass. No idea what the hell that was. Over trying pass. Creepy with pass. That's just the fucking the clam Pokemon. Pass. Who was that? Pass. Fish. Bird. That's just a Gundam. Pass. That's a Sega Mega Drive character. Pass. Pass. Pass, but cute. Pass, but cute, but dumb. Kind of awesome looking. I like that. That's a Slimer from Ghostbusters. Robo pass. Pass. Pass, but very nice. Pass, but extremely nice. Pass, but edgy as fuck. Pass, was what I said prior. That's Dinosaur. That's just a Final Fantasy villain. That's just another Pokemon. That's, and again, that's Sega Mega Drive character. Sega Mega Drive character. Awesome decal. Not interested. Fucking King! King! Look at that small pass. Hard pass. Pass. Interesting. That is that even sentient? Pass. Cute pass. Hard to describe pass. Very cute pass. That's very awesome. Pass. Pass. Okay, that's just a goblin. Pass. 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 That's the yeah, that's the best snow version of default, right? Pass. Pass. No idea what that is. Pass. 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 Okay, Fist and North Star got a pass. That's awesome. Pretty sentient. Pass. That's a Chaos Demon. Chaos Demon. Pass. That's a Bionicle right there. Pass. That's Bionicle. Bionicle. That's just chaos. Hard pass. Oh, here we go. Something fuckable. Yay. Let's have a look at it. Oh yeah. Bayonetta but Catwoman combined with a gun. Yeah. Well, no, Bayonetta. No. No. Yes. Scared there for a minute. Don't scare me like that. Hope you're liking this, Chad. If you are, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Are you noticing a trend with my women? I'm surprised you don't think me as Poe on head. That's a Twitter joke right there. Oh, no. Although, with those boobs, you clearly are of age, but no. Ooh. Yes. Mommy. Let's see, we got a mommy, QC, QC. Definitely not. QC. No, too young. Too abstract. Like, you can barely tell that's a woman underneath all that outfit. It's cute, but no, I'm not interested. Definitely too young. Pass. Definitely pass. I say. Pass. 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 If you're enjoying this, by the way, guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You got the links in the description down there below. And don't forget, if you want to help out in a more financial way, we have a stream going. Come on, eyes to go dry there. Pass. 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 All of these are very animal. Very uninteresting to me. Pass. 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 That's just Voltron. Pass. 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 That's cute. Pass. Pass. Cute. Pass. 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 Like the face screen. Oh look, it looks like a cake. Nice. Pass. Pass. That again is a character from Sega Mega Drive. Hell, that's the fucking Eggman device. Whoa! That's something that exists in a Garbage Pail Kids universe. Pass. 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 Well, pass on both. Previous one looked really cool. This looks really creepy, but also cool. That's kind of awesome. Pass. Pass. That's just a goblin guy from earlier. Pass. That's the robot. Pass. 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 That's the bot one from earlier. Pass. Okay, pass because she looks 9. Pass. 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 Looks like an angel. Pass. Pass. It looks like the. It looks like Skull Kid, Mask Kid from what's the name of the damn game? Majora's Mask. Pass. Pass. Creepy. Pass. Why is it creepy? But I think it's creepy. Pass. That's Mechanicus going on there. Pass. I like the colours. Pass. Don't like the colours. Pass. 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 It looks like regardless of whether or not they're anthropomorphized, because they're all sentient, I can get really picky. So now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are fuckable to me. Pass. Whoa. Titties. That's changed. I'm still gonna say pass. I don't like the over 5. Pass. Digimon. Pass. 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 Bug. Pass. That's the pot come. Pass. That's just an Arbok. That's someone spray painted white. Pass. That's Robobug. That's just Lollybait. That's just super Lollybait. That's awesome. That would be a cool back tattoo in theory. Ooh. Ooh. Maiden. Brian Maiden. With the mask on. Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna give me a surprise when I'm done with her. Samus, but done in the form of a paladin. Not interested. No. Dude. That's just a Kabbalah. That's just a Kabbalah. I've seen Evangelion. I know what that is. Pass. That's awesome, but I've seen it for pass. That's very cool looking. Pass. That's color. Pass. Color. Colors. That's that. Very planet. No, Z-esque actually. Oh. Are those arms or those? Oh, that's big. Oh, she's holding on to it. Right, she's got a poison ivy meets a Final Fantasy character. Okay. Rose. Oh hell yeah! Bunny Dancer meets Angel meets Flower meets yeah. I'm definitely on board for that. Because Digimon, I did not realize had this many female or just humanoid people. It's like this. Like, oh my god, when I was doing the Pokemon stuff, I was not, I couldn't have asked for this. Rosamond, yeah. I could bet. Not interested. Interested. Bug. Interested. 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 That's just a person. That's just a person. Interested. 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 Cute. Well, again, that's the creepy war thing. I love that design. Very 90s. Ravenmon verse. Oh, 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 very, ooh, ooh. What's going on? I like her swag and her style. She has a May from Overwatch, but May's clothes are easily peeled. How long would it take to get her out of that? And what? Do you think she's got those legs to match? Even if she had those legs, that'd be creepy. But she needs legs. It tells me she's lean as fuck. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna say no thanks. Not by much. Just no. That's fucking Miyazaki then. That's cute, but also horrific. Not interested. 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 Definitely not interested. Not interested. Not interested. No. No. Robo. No. No. Oh shit, we've been doing this for nearly 5 hours. Alright. Alright, I gotta be a good boy and just kind of call it here. Not because I'm not having a bad time. I hope you guys have had a fun time too. It's just I am getting a little jarred, and B, which on Wasted Wednesday, can you believe it? I said I wasn't going to do the whole thing either, so There you have it. For the record, we have, yeah, I'll definitely fuck her. Though, how? Oh, there's a leg. Okay, I can make that work. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We were at the oars. That's where we went to. There's 1,400 ones, and that was just the ones that like are official. Um, 11 out of whatever the hell number it is of the ore on that list. It wasn't even the top of ore. I just stopped at the first one there. Um, yeah, I can't keep on going. I'm getting very drunk, and I'm also getting kind of tired. But well, actually, I'm not even getting that drunk. I am getting drunk. Don't get me wrong. It's just my eyes for starters are incredibly dry. Jesus Christ. It's one major reason I brought back the shades, and they don't work at all. I thought it was just a light, but no. Um, yeah, I guess I'll just chill with you guys for the next 10 minutes. No, I want to chill with you guys for a while. Not even just 10 minutes, just in general. Hi me, bye me. Thank you for so much for the likes, by the way. That was very cool of you. Um, but I want to start watching stuff that I want to watch. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything here that will jump out at me that I can watch. Best of DP, obviously not. Overwatch. Speak of the devil. Oh, diva. I saw a girl in well, Jesus Christ, I hope she was a fucking woman. In God, that's a bad setup. Clearly, because it was 18 plus getting in. Um, she was dressed as diva in Nebraska, and I always remember she looked fucking fine. And we were actually standing next to each other without even realizing it. We were just looking at our phones. We looked up, and she gave me a, and I was like, Diva is so fucking hot. I posted it out to my friend, to Elf King, and Elf King responded back, "Come over here. There's plenty more attractive women." So I just kind of scarpered over, but not before I looked back and woo, that was a tight cosplay. I wanted to know things. Ooh, the final girl, something you guys can watch after I'm or I've already started, evidently, apparently. Something you guys can watch after I'm done. If you haven't already watched it. But no, I want to watch some cooking shit. I know I normally watch cooking. No, no, I don't. I want to watch some fucking Cobes. Maybe both, even if we can get both. Has he posted up a new cooking show? Because I got a pizza waiting in there for me. It's already all cooked. I just need to reheat it. Not ideal, but at my state, I don't give a fuck. Patreon shout out new subs. Good for him. Good for him. Yep, yep. Hat no longer for sale? What? Was he selling this hat?
Another video. So if you buy the pie high hat on Etsy, I will include 4 wands to go with it.
Wait,
Instead of just one, you get 4.
did Ben end up buying it? Please tell me, Ben. Was it Billy? Because that would be a flex.
YouTube. So, ain't no one wanted to buy the pie high hats for the price I was asking.
Why?
So I'll just stick to making wands.
Why? How much were you asking? I know Magicus would have been on board. Meat chillin' 4. The fuck does that mean? Meat chillin'. Oh, dank ribs part. Okay, but could you can maybe combine it into a? You don't need to do it into bits like what? 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 Like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Three. I do my videos. I do my cooking videos in one sitting. Like you edit it afterwards. What the fuck is why? Here. Jersey Mike's. I've heard of this
What
place.
up,
We don't obviously don't
YouTube?
have them in Ireland.
We got a Club Supreme number 9 from Jersey Mike's. Giant rosemary parmesan bread.
Good.
Extra cheese, extra bacon. Extra meat, bacon. Dill
Bacon.
pickles, lettuce, mayo, olive oil blend, onions, and the usual fixins that come on a
Fixin'.
number 9
Number
from Jersey
9.
Mike's Club Supreme.
Club Supreme. I don't see number 9 anywhere.
Let's get it. Oh, a sub above the rest. Jersey Mike's kicks ass, not a sponsor.
Like how he has to tell us that it's not a sponsor.
This is their party size. Look at this.
Hold on. There's something wrong here. For starters, I already separated the live streaming, so you shouldn't see that shit. Second of all, number 9. There we go. Club Supreme. Oh, roast beef, antibiotic-free turkey, Swiss, applewood smoked bacon, and mayo. One of a kind club takes savory to a whole new level. Our premium quality Swiss cheese, all natural, oven roasted, choice top round roast beef jerky, freshly grilled applewood, smoked bacon, and mayo, creating a mouth-watering melody of flavor. All right. How much? How much? That's the next question. But it doesn't.
Look at it.
Will you save us code?
I like to stick Doritos on it. Nacho cheese.
No! No more of that. He just keeps adding it to everything. You think if he had a wedding cake, he would add nachos and Doritos and nacho cheese on top of that? Hold on. Let's go message. Gotta find Jersey Mike's for your birthday. Oh well, let's solve that right here and now. Jersey Mike's. New. Huh. All right. So we have 2 in Manhattan, one down here very close to Penn Station. So yeah, we can definitely get us a Jersey Mike. If not, if we're a little bit further up north, hopped on the old subway. What? I'm no, away with you. I don't know what you are. You scare me. Jersey Mike subs, right down in there, up here in near Yankee Stadium. Okay, neat. Wait, hold on. It's Jersey Mike. Shouldn't that be the default? Jersey Mike should be like literally in Jersey, right? So where's the original? Is it up here? Well, that's actually in New York. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're everywhere. Look at them. They're growing like fungus. No. Well, here's the nearest one. I could easily hop off the train at Hoboken. You don't mind if I come armed to to Jersey, do you? I have long memory, and some people have longer still. Hey, Low Energy, you remember me? 2005? Yeah. How's your wife? Still dead. I came prepared. So did I'm gonna start shooting. Many people will die. But here's the thing, afterwards,
Oh,
the win.
YouTube.
And I'll get the Jersey Mike. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably have one eye left,
Look
but
at
I'll
that
last maybe
sub.
10 years down the line, Someone last. So how did he lose his eye? You know, the
DoorDashed
stuff.
it for
He never really talked about it.
$28.
You help me. You help me bury the fucking body. Need a bit of bonding experience.
Now for the touch of resistance, YouTube. Napkins in full effect.
Jesus Christ. Laptop. Oh, of course, the star of the show, the ultimate alcohol.
Top bun with that
Bud
bacon.
Light, the Marquis of Beer.
I'll save the Doritos for the sandwich. We're going to go ahead and make me a slice, ever so nice. Not a sponsor, but free advertisement.
Not a sponsor for a free advertisement. Notice I never do that. I show so much stuff off, but I never once say that. And notice how both of us don't get into trouble.
Oh, YouTube, look at it.
I'm looking.
Yes.
Good takeout in New Jersey.
You like the
Oh, I
food
know.
reviews? Hit subscribe.
I can still taste the sub I got. I got a party sub in just for myself. Spent 3 days eating it. That was it for the rest of the trip. I didn't need any food from anyone else. Whenever I wanted something, I just took another slice out of that. Eventually, I ate it about maybe 4 hours before I had to get the flight. That was even my breakfast. It was just, it was glorious.
We got a
Lamb.
slice.
Yes. You know how slices work.
Look at that Jersey Mike's.
Yes, it looks like it's a
With them
sandwich.
nacho cheese Doritos.
Okay. With the Doritos on top for inside for extra.
That's a Cobra sub.
See the side.
YouTube.
The side.
This Parmesan bread is the shit. YouTube.
It'll make you take the shit. By the way, I want to point out this guy, colossal diarrhea all the time. Everything that he eats, I should know. I made some of his fucking recipes.
Let's get a bite.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my
Everything
god, so
shall
good.
be so with Doritos. Don't get me wrong, what he made was not bad. All he did was just add to a sandwich that was already made passably some Doritos. I think Jersey Mike's might be my favorite chain style subs compared to Firehouse or Subway. We don't have Firehouse either. Obviously, we have Subway. I've eaten there enough times. Or Jimmy John's. I know of Jimmy John's. I don't know much of Jimmy John's. We also got Jason Deli here too. I guarantee that the chains are secondary to whatever like a singular deli can put out. Even if you pay like $3 or $4 more, you know. If he did this in full, I'd be curious. But I don't want to have to go through every goddamn single video. Like one of these is 27 minutes, the other is 36 seconds. Like what the fuck? Have some self respect. Hold on, let me show you my IP address 50 times over. There you go. You have a level of professionalism too. Oh, I love tasting my own blood. Oh, by the way, guys, if you like what I'm doing, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And know that I love you, except for all the part of pieces of shit I've made. You know what? You owe me money, lots of money, tons of money, and yes, obviously I'm I ever act like that, you have to fucking call me out on that shit. Club Supreme, Jersey Mike. I want to actually watch a real. You know what? I've got a meat lovers waiting in there. Let's type in. Oh, of course, because it's highlighted. So yeah, yeah. So, meat lovers pizza pizza uh recipe. Let's see, because meat lovers pizza is just more meat on top of everything, right? How to make it a meat lovers pizza is like an Italian meat lovers pizza with garlic and pizza crust, stuffed crust, garlic. Ooh, because I gotta hunger myself up, be able to end the stream with you guys. So yeah. Out of curiosity, I'd have fucked 11 Digimon. That number would have gone up. I guarantee you. Um, and it might come back. We might do furthermore. As for the whole country thing, I don't care. I really don't. I put that in because Vosh did that months prior, and I always wanted to try it. That's the pizza that I made a while back, good while back, even before the one I showed you guys on stream. Meat lovers with pizza, meat stuff, gross garlic. Yeah, I just want to be sure that what they're playing is not. Oh, okay.
Hi guys, so today I'm doing another cooking video for you guys. I know it's been a while, I know, don't get mad at me, don't hit dislike, just give me a break here. Alright, but I'm doing a
Money maybe
stuffed
goes to
crust
Dazzy
garlic
anyway.
knot
Oh,
pizza for you
I'll
guys
be on
today. I
board
actually
for that
made
if
this for
I've
my
got the
daughter's
money.
birthday. This video is about 2 months old, so
I'll be getting
so
some
sorry
money
about
on
that.
the
But if you guys want to
Wednesday,
see how I created this
and all that
pizza,
money is
please keep on
mine.
watching. By the way, you can follow my pizza crust recipe on the link listed down below. On the top of the description box, I'll have the full recipe on the pizza crust there because I accidentally deleted part of the pizza crust recipe on this video. So please forgive me for that. Okay. So as you guys could see, I cut up an entire pack of bacon. You can use turkey bacon, you can use beef bacon, you can use whatever it is that you like or prefer. Okay, but this is going to be a bacon, sausage, pepperoni pizza with lots of cheese. So for
I
the
know what
stuffed
we can
crust, we're
watch
going to
after
need
this.
cheese sticks. These are
Seeing that we have to prepare for the American trip because it's only question mark months away. Um, we can add. I'll look for like I looked for the cheapest bars in New York, and I found a place called Rudy's that only had $3 a beer.
mozzarella cheese sticks. You can buy
That
whichever
was
brand it
not
is that
happy
you
hour.
like or whatever's on sale. Don't, feel any type of way that you have to have the best. Just get whatever it is that you can afford and make it work. Okay. So I'm cutting them in 1 inch sizes, like 1 inch little, I don't know what you would call those, cubes. Would it be
That's
cubes? Since they're
Caucasian.
sticks, you're cutting them in cubes or squares. Whatever. Just 1 inch sizes. Okay. And I cut up enough because I didn't know how much I would need. We actually had some left over. I also sliced up a small onion and I just sauteed it in the bacon grease and kind of caramelized it and added a bit of sugar to it. And this is also going to go on top of the pizza. So this is optional. If you don't like onions, that's totally fine. But I love caramelized
No, what? Especially if you're adding meat lovers pizza, meat and onion go very well together.
onions on pizza.
Not
Okay,
fish,
so this
but
is the
otherwise,
pizza dough. Remember, the link to the pizza
especially white.
crust recipe is
Maybe
down below in the
I don't know.
description box, or I'll put a link right
What do you guys think? Salmon and onion? Think that could work? Wish Crandar was here right now. He'd have a good answer for that. Or Taffy, you work in a fucking kitchen. What do you guys think? What do you think?
here. It should be in the top for you to click on, you know, when you're ready. Okay, so once I have my pizza crust nice and mixed and ready, I'm just gonna massage it, knead it a little bit on my board. This is a marble board. I actually got this in TJ Maxx. I really like it a lot.
I love TJ Maxx. I've got my red bag that I walk around with for like holidays. That still has like the pole that you kind of like pull up and drag. That is um that is um uh my favorite bag I've ever had, and I got that in TJ Maxx for 45 quid. I went to London and it was a part of a whole set. Would you believe the whole set ran to £1,700? It was a part of a 27 set, and I picked it up. I was like,
It's really good for
took a
like
picture and sent it to my mom. She was like, this is why we go to teaching him math. Yeah, sorry, we went to not Hallmark, what's it called? Hooker? The one in there's this, it's like the British equivalent of Macy's, but it's all done up like an Egyptian style. Um, but you get some really fancy stuff there. It's well past its prime, but it has a sort of like cultural thing to it. Um, hold on, let's see this. Considering getting my bartending license, I might be working at a bar. Augusta, I actually think a bartending license will be very good for you. Don't get me wrong, it won't be an easy job. Um, and there's a lot of bartenders floating around, so you are actually going to be in a very flooded market. But if you can actually point to where you studied, better yet, where you work, then a lot of doors will open up for you. Especially as you head out further west where it gets less crowded. I mean, you live in Arizona, population density is a major factor. If you're one of 15 people in an area, like in a few meters, that can pull a pint of Guinness, well, then you're going to be in a bad position. But if you're one of 15 people in a 15-mile radius who can pull a Guinness, well, suddenly your prospects skyrocket. But you are also in New York where there is tons of opportunities. Not just limit yourself to getting yourself a drink, to know how to pull a drink and such. You know how to wait tables too. That the combination. If Missy Ann was here, she'd be able to talk your ear off. Um, but that shit is gold dust if you know what the fuck you're doing. There's always somebody who needs someone to rub down a table. There is always someone who needs someone who knows how to make a fine cocktail. And if you can do both, well, you can charge for both paychecks, especially if it's a mom and pop store. It really depends on how you're walking in and explain yourself. Like Missy didn't have a job when I first started doing Kink and Think with her. Kink and Think. That's a weird way of saying it. Think with her. And now she's fucking skyrocketing. I don't know if she told anyone else what she told me, but things are going pretty fucking well for her. And they're getting better all the time. Um, and she's not alone. Now that the lockdowns are over, people are getting out, people are getting about. Should they? No. Not with COVID still active. But are they? Yes. And now's the time for you to grab your piece of the pie before once again the kitchen is closed. So you best, yeah, you best this is what else to put it. You best drop £10 and get your best suit on because you've got some interviews to do.
Like pastries and baking and bread doughs and things like that, it keeps the stuff from sticking to the board, okay? So once I
If
form a
your
nice
hair is
ball
long
with
enough,
it,
put it in a
I'm gonna
ponytail.
rub
Or be
it
less
with a bit
in.
of
Some
extra
people
virgin
consider
olive
that less
oil and then
intimidating.
cover it and let
Bullshit,
it
I know,
rise
but
for about 45 minutes, okay? You can definitely make this pizza dough ahead of time. You can make it the night before and just put it in the fridge, and then the next day just take it out. While it cools, it will rise and be ready for you to use, okay? So as you guys could see, I put the olive oil on there and I rubbed it all over, and I'm just gonna go in and cover it with my mixing bowl from my KitchenAid. And it kind of like over rose, is that the word? Over rose, and got really fat and fluffy, which is exactly what we're looking for. All right, and then once we have our pizza pan ready, ignore my pizza pan. It's used a lot and has stains now, but I think the stains
shouldn't
make
be
it look
ashamed of
good.
it. Anyone who
I'm gonna go
knows is
ahead
like,
and stretch out my
yeah,
dough,
they
and
know
I'm
it.
also going to use a rolling pin to
Or better
help,
yet, they've been
spread it
experimenting.
out a bit more. One thing you want to make sure is that your pizza dough is not too stiff. Make sure you have enough water in there, okay? You want it soft enough to where you can handle it, okay? But you don't want it like super soft to where it's breaking apart, but you don't want it hard where you can't pull it apart, and stretch it out really nice. So as you guys could see, I'm rolling out the center part of the pizza dough very, very thin and putting the thickest parts over the edge of the pizza pan. We're going to use this to create our garlic knots that will be stuffed with cheese. My daughter requested a special pizza for her birthday, and this is what I made for her. I made it before, so she just wanted special pizza. So I'm using this marinara. This is
Oh,
organic marinara from Walmart. You can use any brand that you like.
I've used that marinara. I use that one for pasta sauce. And before you say, well, don't they make pasta sauce? All the difference between that stuff and the Walmart pasta sauce is that they've add garlic into it. So I got myself a good chunk of garlic and I cut it up. I cut it up in Elf King's place. And when Elf King came back, I remember them going, I got garlic. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, I made a giant ass carbonara. And I think they looked at me and they were like, can we have some? And I was like, oh, well, I hate it all. Which I did because I made it for me. Because I, I ended up spending about 200 quid of it. $200, by the way, up in Walmart and Target. Just fucking going crazy. Jesus Christ. If you give me a blank check and Walmart and Target, I am gonna come back with just everything. Oh, I haven't had this in a while. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll come. I would, and that's even before I get to the off life, the liquor store part. I'll buy this bottle. I'll buy this bottle. I'll buy this bottle. I'll buy this bottle. I'll buy... Sir, I don't think anyone's ever tried to clear us out before. Well, I better have a picture next to me. A picture at the front door going like the man who is wealthier than us. Let's see what you said there because I have no idea. Flop, 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 chicken for me. Yeah. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that at the end of the day, it's a good job, but it's not going to be a gratifying job more often than not. But if you buckle down, you can at least keep yourself from starving. Um,
But I do like the taste of this. You can add more salt to it if you like, but I think it tastes fine on its own. So I'm just going to use a spoon to spread out a thin layer of sauce. If you like extra sauce, go ahead and add extra sauce. But do remember, jarred
yeah,
sauce
I would put at least well, let's see how she spreads it out. I'd put a
has a lot of
good.
water in it. So
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. That's why you should do it yourself or get yourself the finer sauces. Like over here, it's Dolmio. Dolmio is the sauce of choice when you're going to spread it. Enter your metaphors here. Um, but when you're not entering your metaphors here and you're entering your raviolis and your spaghettis and your lasagna, hell, when's your Dolmio day? They which I always like the idea of it that one day a week or even one day a month you put it aside to have like a big Italian meal. I always like that idea, but obviously that's like the I always remember that the same way the Armour hot dogs. You're like, what kind of kids eat Armour hot dogs? You know, which we didn't have, but we got via American culture, via The Simpsons.
You got to be careful with that, okay? Because what can happen is when you use the sauce from a jar, it can make your pizza crust really watery and soft and soggy. All right,
Well,
so just use.
yeah.
I
So you just don't make it as as a pizza crust. You make it as a pre-made roll, a big roll. In my case, the one I made with the big cherry tomatoes on top, I used a an onion and sage roll that was designed to be used as sandwich rolls, and I cut it in half, folded on its side. It was so hard that any sauce I put on top of it was not going to turn it soggy. That's going to turn soggy because it's so lean. That's fine because she's making a pizza. She's not making a pizza bruschetta roll, whatever the hell. Um, I was. So that wasn't a problem in my case. And I now realize that that would actually be a major problem if I try to recreate what I did there. I would actually have to get a puree, and I would love a puree or a or even making my sauce on my own. I know how to do it by pan. You gotta cut any of the vegetable that you want to cook, or the roots and whatever, up nice and lean, nice and tight, and then throw it onto the pan. A little bit of water. If you're gonna add other stuff to the mix as well, you might as well throw it in there. Throw it around, low heat, low to mid heat. A little bit of oil, of course. You need the base. And once it turns into, let's be honest here, a basic like it turns into like a sloop, a sludge or something like that. You turn it off and you let it settle. Hell, you let it settle overnight if you can. Adds to the flavor, and then you let it re-liquefy and then use it for whatever needed. And you know what's great thing for that is curry. Curry. If you're making curry from home with chili powders and like all the different spices you're throwing in, and of course coconut milk, especially making a korma. Um, I think by day three, if you've left it into a fridge, it really adds to the spice. But it doesn't add it like the hot ones spice, which is just fire. It just overall adds to the richness of it. But any more than that, no, I don't see. I don't think it adds any more to that. But here's the thing: instead of tomato puree, you could add the curry puree. Think about that.
personally just like to use a
Get
small
creative.
amount, so this way I
Get
could prevent that. Or
usually
sometimes what I do is I reduce the marinara. I put it in a
Japanese
pan,
stuff.
maybe add like a tiny bit more salt to it, and then reduce it. So this way I
Hell,
boil
if
out
you
or
know what
cook
the
out
fuck
most.
you're doing, you could have a wasabi base on a pizza. Like a pizza like she made here, and then you spread wasabi. Think about that. But you're like, but that wouldn't work unless I were to add. What would you add? It opens up new doors. Pizza is simply this: bread, topping, sauce. A bread topping, bread sauce topping. That's all it is.
Of the water that's in it and make it a bit more thicker. Gonna add just a tiny bit more sauce because she was right there. She said she wanted more sauce, so just a little bit, nothing too crazy. Okay, still needs to be thin though. All right, so this is the edge of the pizza crust. So I'm gonna put a bit of flour on it. So this is gonna help.
I don't know if they add. I don't remember rather if they add spices to it. I think I saw one or two like bits of pepper in there. I'd have gone crazy with that. How much garlic do you think they put in that stuff? I can see they put a little bit of garlic there. At least I'm assuming, not garlic, pepper into that. That's good. But I mean, add way more. Like I've got this thing of black crushed pepper that I swear by. It's glorious. Um, hell, I like a little bit of sea salt in nearly every meal I have, just because it goes on the edge of the lips. Like that's the great thing about cooking for yourself. You can even Cobes gets this because he gets something that was already pre-made and then he throws something on top. Okay, I myself wouldn't pour such and such with Mountain Dew or Bud Light, but he has the principle of it. He has more importantly the passion of it, and I love that about Cubs. He needs he needs a Gordon Ramsay. He needs a hell a Jamie Oliver. He needs a Guy Fieri. Guy Fieri coming in and also doing a Queer Eye to the Straight Guy sort of like glam up of Cobes, and then for like 2 or 3 years, Cobes just has like these shades on, like the way I wear sometimes, like I wore tonight, and then I took them off because they're over there. I'm gonna put them back on because I'm mentioning them. But now in hindsight, I think I might have actually warped them a little bit. Yeah, I made them rotate up a little. Yeah, there we go. That's fixed. Oh, these are really easy to fix. Be very gentle because if you were to yank them down, the metal would snap. I remember lady was trying on some dresses when I showed her these, and she looked at them and went like, "They're a bit small for you, aren't they?" And I'm like, "No, I mean they'll cover my eyes." And she's like, "No, your head." And I'm like, "Oh." And then I very like put them on the way I always put them on, which is like, and she's like, "Oh, like yeah, they're gonna warp one way or another. That's fine by me because they're nice and tightly back in my eyes." God damn it. Uh, chat, move. Chat, move. Who said what? Me. I'd go for a hockey game, eh? Well, I'm totally for that. If, for example, anyone is playing New York or anywhere near around New York, that includes Well, actually, does that include Buffalo? Because if I go to Buffalo, we gotta meet up with Marshall and Faith again. Of course, that is a given. Assuming they're up for it, of course. They might be like, nah, but I wouldn't show up to a town and not like put feelers out, right? Um, there we go. So the crack. Let's look at the crack on the back. Speaking of, oh, right, yeah. Before we continue on, New York to Buffalo train. I've done the bus. I've done it super early as well, or is it super late? I can never remember. I think it was actually super late. New York to Buffalo. See all option. Oh, I recognize this website. Yeah. Buffalo to New York fly. I'm not spending $100. And that's the best. No, I'm not flying. Kodiak, okay, I guess wherever that is quite lovely. Don't get me wrong. But that's not what I was looking for right there, right now. Um, what the hell? Don't let me leave. Um, New York to Buffalo train. Yes, there is a train. I saw one pull in. It's a real thing. No, not the same website. Fuck off. Amtrak, yes. See, it's alright, 62. Yeah, that makes sense today. But what about, like, what about, like, the time I'm going for? Say, the Wednesday. $62. Are you fucking mental? Are you fucking I would not pay 62. I can get a flight to fucking Paris for $62. Are you fucking out of your goddamn mind? Look at this in comparison to the bus. 47. Book a trip. I don't think that's the son with the mother, but I don't judge. Um, from New York. Do we have to do the Port Authority bus station or whatever? New York N, yeah. To Buffalo. Buffalo, New York, yeah. The part on. Let's see the 18th. I don't give a shit about the return trip. What I want to see is the way out. But yeah, this is the same web. I remember this website. $50. Really? Why is it so expensive? It shouldn't be. What about Megabus? Oh, right. My bad. I thought that it would just show prices, but no. New York, New York. Buffalo, New York. I don't remember Buffalo being so expensive because I don't. It goes as far as September. Well, I don't fucking know. How about this? The last day of the month. 70. Okay, we're not going to go to Buffalo. If Marshall and Fate want to meet us, they're not meeting us back in Buffalo. I'm sorry. I'm not saving that much unless the donos are fucking glorious. What the fuck? Se- Look, I knew that there were some expensive ones, but then I remember I went from Buffalo to um, Erie, as in Indiana, for like $17. I went from Chicago to fucking Des Moines for like 20. What are they paying it for? What's the exchange rate? Like I don't I don't see the overall, well, A, appeal, and B, like, logic. Rangers, Madison Square Garden. Ooh, okay. New York Ranger tickets for one night. Let's see how that works. They fought Montreal tomorrow, or they will tomorrow. Um, I want to see something at Madison Square Garden. I would very much like to see it. Get tickets Rangers from April to August, September, October, November, December. So is it like once a day? In which case, I don't fucking know. How about here? Check availability. No results found. Yeah, I don't even know how to check for a sports event. I went to one as a child because someone took me to one. Like, is it gonna be a one nighter? In which case, okay. Because I would love to see a hockey game. If not, I guess we'll just go to a bar if it's playing that night. And I want it to be like a proper sports bar with TVs the size of my original apartment. Like just scaled up, five of them against a red brick wall, and like 20 people working behind the bars, and like maybe 800 people behind going like, "Whoa," with tons of smaller TVs around showing other stuff, including the glory that ESPN gives us, which boils down to, you think it's gonna win? Well, I'd love to think that, but I don't know what to think about that. All right, what do you guys think? Click on this link down below, and I'd like to thank our sponsors. And then 50 different sponsors show up. YouTube's bad. YouTube is very bad. Uh, ESPN is worse. One of the players that we might see tonight is going to be a young Richard O'Donnell. And Richard O'Donnell has an interesting story in this 14-part biopic. I was born as an interesting experience, and I'm gonna live one too. Richard O'Donnell was born to an abusive father and a determined mother. Mama taught me the value of faith and the value of America. This random flag fluttering. I know how this shit works. The second as the flag flutters, it cuts then to like the new Dodge Wrangler or some shit like that.
Keep it from sticking to my fingers. And I'm gonna show you guys exactly.
I know this because I've been to, at the very least, enough New York American airports. Well, that's fascinating work there on the field there, John. What do you think? Well, I think to you there, Buck, that we should thank our sponsors, NordVPN.
How I made.
Good thing the Broncos can enjoy a fine game of Raid Shadow Legends. It'll happen. It'll fucking happen. Warlock C has already no, wait, I want to get back up to the five. There we go. Warlock C has already posted a picture of them getting offers by Raid Shadow Legends as, I made it, fam. We did it.
I guess
I don't think
almost
I'll
like the
ever
size
reach
of
that
one of
level.
those little
I'm not exactly
sugar stick
marketable, but
things. I'm trying to
crazier
describe it
things
for you.
have
Just a
happened.
little tiny section. It doesn't have to be super thick. So take your piece of cheese, roll it in there. Okay, roll it into the pan. You see it's sticking, and then create an X over and press the corners down inward. Okay, so I'm going to do it again so you guys could see. Cut out a section, make your two cuts, leave the middle part nice and thick like that, and then you could pull it, stretch it out, and then roll your cheese in there. You
Oh,
can use a little bit of extra flour
lady,
if you need to,
oh,
if it's
good.
sticking to your finger. All
Susceptible.
right, roll it inward, and this is going to keep the cheese in the garlic knot, okay? And create your X on the top. So I hope you guys are understanding how I'm explaining this to you. I think this will be such a fun cooking or pizza making idea for you and your children. I think they would love it. I think they will go crazy over the idea of stuffed garlic nuts if they're into garlic nuts. Okay, I think they will enjoy it. If you're an adult, I think you will enjoy it yourself too. We really enjoy it. What we do is when the pizza is done, we rip it off and dip it, rip off the garlic knots and dip it in marinara. So delicious. Okay, so here's a better view. So I made my cuts, two cuts on the side, and then two more cuts to create those little stringy parts. And then the middle part, I roll the cheese in it like that. Once I have it rolled, I create my X on the top. Once this bakes, it looks absolutely amazing. It looks crappy right now, but wait till the end. Wait till the end. Don't fast forward, just wait. Have some patience. Okay. You see how I do that? You can also use the back of the knife to push down the X to keep it in place. And by the way, make sure your countertop is clean. My countertop is very clean. Before I did this, I
Well,
absolutely hate the color
obviously.
of my countertop, but I clean it a lot. And especially for pizza baking, I clean it a lot before I even let the dough touch the countertop.
Like, yeah. Even if you just, oh God, the if Bill was here, they'd remember the Paddy's Day stream I did on my phone back when I could do that, and it was live from a Mongolian barbecue place. Oh, you know what they do to clean off the stove? They wipe it down once, like three times with this squidgy thing, and then they do this. They do it like a window, and they go like, "Woof," and then they push that down to the next part. They're like there's this huge, massive metal tray in front of them that's shaped like a U, and they just constantly are in motion, making the meal as required, as constantly. Like here are the ingredients. You give it to them, they take it, they work it, they do it, they bring it back, and they don't even give it back to you. They leave it on the tray. They're moving on to the next. They're constantly. It's so. The more I think about it, the more it's kind of scary. But the food is good, though. When I told, well, when I told a lady that I've eaten there a few times. She was like, I never liked the place too much, which means that I mean, if we're ever like arm twisted, I guess we'll go there. But I don't think we're gonna go there because I don't like going there, but I think you get a very good value for money. I don't hate going there either, of course. Jesus Christ, that'd be weird. Um, I know my friend Claire does because one major factor is that it's all vegan. Although I have to wonder how vegan can it be when all the food is constantly being processed on the same tray? Like it's I've always wondered about that. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this.
All right, so this is how it should look. Pretty, isn't it? It looks like a
Yeah,
crown of garlic knots. So now we're gonna go in with our whole milk mozzarella cheese. You can use whatever cheese it is that you like.
yeah. The best melt. I think the whiter the cheese, the better it is for melting, but the less tasty it is. So if you don't have red cheddar to work with, well, obviously cheddar isn't great for everything because, for example, cheddar is very crumbly. Um, But if you have like just pure white mozzarella, but you don't like the flavor, but you love the texture, well then what you need to do is you need to add on top of that and make it your own. Maybe make a prior a cheese mix, which will result in a lot of runoff, which will be quite delicious.
Like, okay, and I'm putting a lot of cheese.
Oh
If I'm
well,
making pizza, we're putting
white mozzarella is very mild. Yeah, it also pours very well. Also melts very well. So, what do you like in your cheese? Oh well, I like a lot of say really noticeable spices. Oh well, what about a little bit of paprika? What about a little bit of pepper? What about a little bit of get creative.
a lot of cheese in it, okay? Or on it. In it and, well, in this case, in and on.
Otherwise, maybe it's the reverse. I like mozzarella. I like mozzarella so much I want to pour endless amounts of it. In which case, why are you stopping at one pan? You've just got the little tray. Do you even need toppings at this point? Just keep on adding and adding and adding and adding. Get yourself a little mound of melted cheese on top of the base. And then you know what? If you've got so much mound on top of that, why don't you make the exact same crust, turn it otherwise, and now you've got yourself the world's biggest pizza pocket. Point is, make it for you first and foremost, even if you're making it for friends. Obviously, if they've got allergies, otherwise, but if they say, I don't mind, that's a sign for you to be like, hey, how do you like your food? Always give them options. For example, if you like dry food, I don't mind dry chicken, for example. Other people really don't like it. Um, Make sure to have tons of sauces and spices nearby. Be like, here's the 5 or 6 or in some cases 12 spices I have, and here's the chicken. And they bite into it and go, mm, it's nice, but it's missing something. Ta-da!
All right, you guys. So the kids wanted to help do the pizza, so we decided to let them do the pepperoni because when it comes down to cheese, I need to do the cheese. I just feel like I do it better. Instead of getting it
Evening it out
everywhere,
is
we'll
important.
probably have more cheese on the counter than
Cheese.
on the pizza.
Cheese is
Okay, so
glorious.
the kids helped with the pepperoni with some guys.
We as a society probably do need to eat less cheese. You know what? If vegans ever want to sway me over completely, they have to find a good cheese. I have eaten plenty of non-dairy, non or like non like animal made cheese, and it's all trying to mimic cheese. Give me something that is all the flavors and tastes and all the nuances of cheese. But cheese. If that's the case, well then, if I can find it, I'll go off cheese because I think vegans ignoring gobshites like vegan gains in the wider world. I think that vegans have the moral right of it. It's just the people who promote it are fucking gobshites.
Guidance because I like my pepperoni to be a certain way, in order.
Glory be to
So they
Jesus.
had
Jesus is
helped,
amazing.
and yeah, we finished this part really quickly, and then they went ahead and
Because see that? The pepperoni they're adding on top? I've had vegan pepperoni, which was all spice mixed in with the leanest of tofu. And you know what? It tasted the goddamn same.
added sausage as well. I know I didn't have that part of the video in here of
I'm
frying
okay
up
with it.
the sausage meat, but I used the
There
hot.
are several reasons why you should switch over to vegan. But the best of all is finances, practicality, hardcore finances. We are not there yet. It is very much a person who does not have any other, are either doing well for themselves or have any other vices. Although I wouldn't call it a vice, which I suppose I just did. Um, no, there is strong arguments to be made for a vegan lifestyle, but we're not there yet. I mean, when it all tastes just as good. I not too long ago got myself some tofu sausages based in a really spicy tomato sauce, they were good. And I've had worse sausages. I've had better sausages too. But for the price, weren't too bad. Good, strong, yes. But I don't normally look for sausages. So, and I was in a specific place. That's the thing. It needs to become ubiquitous. You need to see this shit everywhere. Not just in like the tofu aisle, you know? Like this shit needs to be right up next to the to your hot dog. Should be right next to fake dogs. Give them a fun name. I don't know. Like I can't believe this is not a hot dog. A Karen mom will pick it up, take it home, try it, and be like, "Oh wow, yeah, okay." That's the end goal. But here's the thing: it should be the same price, money. Otherwise, you're looking like a bunch of fucking rich snobs. Give me money to live the vegan lifestyle, and I'll fucking do it.
Hot or mild Italian sausage meat. It comes in a pack. You can get it in Walmart, ShopRite. Most supermarkets sell
Some
the
people live
meat
on
package
less
packaged
than
like
I
that.
make.
So that's what I used. I fry it up, and that was one of the
You have to
toppings as well.
consider
So
to
once we
them
had our
what
pepperoni
is
down,
meat going to
I went
become
in with the
a
fried up
pauper's
sausage
meal?
that we made
It kind of
all
already
fried up.
is.
It was already seasoned and everything. I just added a little bit more seasoning to it, amped it up a bit, just a tiny bit. Put all of that on there, all the deliciousness. And if you're not into eating meat, this may not be the pizza video for you.
No,
Okay?
I've seen a meatless lovers meat pizza, and it looked more or less like this. And it was all tofu, it was all fake meat, and it was all the different types of fake meat cut up really well. Most importantly of all, stir fried. Oh, good. Whoever knew how to cook, who was making that pizza, knew it. And you know what else? It wasn't as good as a real meat life pizza, a meat lover's pizza. But you know what? It wasn't too bad. I would eat that. I wouldn't even eat it out of duress. I would eat it like every once in a while. I'd be like, yeah, I'll have the meatless pizza. Fuck it. I had the meat lovers pizza last week. Maybe next week I'll have the seafood pizza. I don't fucking care. That's the thing. You have to normalize this shit. Ease it in. Make it more common. Make it so common that people would increasingly go to it, especially if the flavors match, the prices match, and ideally even undermine meat. And eventually meat becomes like a seasonal thing, a thing like Christmas, birthday. Every once in a while, you just want a goddamn steak. So instead of the 50 steak places you go to the places that don't do actual steak, and you go to the one place that still proudly does a steak, which I guarantee you at that time will become a hardcore conservative haunt. And you'll sit down, you get yourself probably also, here's another thing, also a superior steak, because the the meat industry will desperately try to like become organized and efficient to meet this new protein based threat. And it'll fail, ideally, because at the end of the day, there's no reason in our world to eat meat. But in our day to day world, yes, there is. All the groundwork is there. I'm ready for my grandkids to take 90-year-old me into a restaurant, sit me down, and they will produce via, I don't know, some sort of like machine that will just go like a very localized 3D printer will produce a burger because I wanted a burger, and I'm gonna bite into the burger, and not a single goddamn animal, or let's be honest here, probably a plant was hurt in the process, and all the alcohol will be goddamn produced ad nauseum, and all the burgers will be produced ad nauseum, and it's gonna taste good. The kid will bite into it, and then I could be like, when I was your age, we got burgers from animals. Ew, why would you do that? Yeah. Yeah, I used to joke about things like this and it became real. Did you know how to do? No, we didn't. We didn't know how to do any of this yet. Smart men, and smart women too, came around. My mom says that she had to eat like chicken, but I like my chicken. I love your chicken. Your chicken is great. He goes cluck cluck. He goes bok bok. No, he goes cluck cluck. He goes bok bok. I think, and that's how the rest of the night's gonna go. It'll just be, I'll know, and I'll be happy to be the last of the generation to really give a shit about it because the blurred lines will be so much. But I won't come without its problems either. Don't ever forget that. Like I am a vegan in the making. Just don't fucking force me, you goddamn online children. And you know what else? I love textures and flavors. You motherfuckers have yet to reach those mountains. Come join me when you're there.
I know there's
Saying that naked XL tofu, the sausage that they make, the sizzlers, they're right. They're not sausages, as in like pork sausages, but they're all right.
many options,
Especially
vegetarian
when
and
you
vegan
cook them
options out there.
really up.
So
Uh,
this may not be
That's a
the one
plus
for
over
you.
meat.
Okay, so now we're gonna add our
You can have them
onions.
raw,
And
or
yes,
you can have
everyone's
them as
hands are clean. So if you're
crisp
doing
as
this
you
with your
want.
kids, make
It
sure they clean
won't
their
take
hands
away
because
the
kids can be
flavor.
gross. I catch my kids doing gross things all the time. So I made sure that they wash their hands before helping with the pizza because I gotta eat this too. All right.
Amen, sister.
So once we have that on, we're
Plus,
gonna
it's the
go
good
in
thing to teach them
on
early
our
on. Just like,
bacon.
wash your fucking
Okay,
hands.
my kids love bacon on pizza. They love bacon. Cheese pizzas, it really doesn't matter. They love bacon. So we're gonna add all of that on there. We drained all the fat, so we're not adding all the extra bacon fat. So you see, she took that piece, she ate it. She ate it. She pretended to put it in there, but she ate it. It's okay. It was for her birthday. All right. So once we have all of our bacon on and placed in a proper order, every inch has the same amount of sausage, pepperoni, caramelized onions, bacon. Okay. Now we're gonna go in with a bit more cheese because there's nothing like cheese on top of meat. There's nothing like it. So we're gonna add
True.
a bit more cheese. I have my oven already
For now.
preheated to 500 degrees. This pizza only takes about 15 minutes, 20 minutes the most to bake, but you have to keep watching.
I honestly think before the end of the average person who's watching this life, we will live in a not a post meat universe, but in the start, the pseudo start, the proto start of a post meat universe. And we may never be free of meat. And you know what else? That's okay. I don't see anything morally wrong with killing animals. It's just that animals aren't the most efficient way of killing things. And yeah, obviously animals have feelings too. So, all right, maybe there is a level of morals. Maybe there is. Hold on. Vegan food is getting better. It is, but it's still not. It's not fulfilling the five promises I gave to Claire once a while back. Price, texture, availability, nutrition, taste. One day vegan, I'll open a vegan restaurant. The idea is the food is better than the actual meat. Now that is something I think I've seen before. Bullshit. It should be done humanely. Well, of course, you should get involved. No, hell, if you really want to make that fucking claim, you need to actually go out of your way to find the best locally sourced shit. I'm talking about those guys who drop their jobs as like day traders to go open up a chicken farm. And that chicken that they've made, they've done like research. They've talked to like local farmers who've been around for decades. They produce this chicken like that's all like free range, like it, every single generation is perfectly marked, and at the end of it, you're presented with might what might possibly be like the best chicken fillet you've ever had in your life, and your job is to go, this is gorgeous, and then you fucking slam you're better than meat motherfucker down on the table and go, mine's better. And then everyone goes, oh, 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 oh. That is the shit you are fucking going for.
watching it so the crust doesn't
Can
burn.
you do it?
Okay. Before
Should
we
you
put
do
it
it?
in the oven, we're
Yes.
gonna do our garlic butter.
Will you
So
do
I'm
it?
using half a stick of butter. You can use salted or unsalted butter, but I'm using
Do you, buddy?
salted. Then I'm gonna go in with a bit of garlic powder. About a teaspoon's worth
Go
is good
full
enough for
food
me.
wars on these
All right, I
motherfuckers.
do love the garlicky taste on the garlic nuts. And then I'm
Uh,
gonna go in with some parsley flakes. This is
though you already have garlic knots. What I would do is I'd have the garlic knots be coated with a little bit of garlic butter, just a smidge. Like so much so it's not even. Just enough that every once in a while when you bite into it, you go, that part is extra garlicky. But then the actual slices themselves, well, let's see. You have pepperoni, and pepperoni's the ever so slightly mildly spicy. Get fucking wild. I'm not talking about chilies, I'm not talking about hot ones, hot sauce on top of it. No, no. I am talking about a nice middle ground. I'm talking about making a mixture of, for example, barbecue sauce as a base, but not much of it. You don't want to feel overbloated. So start off with barbecue sauce. Then start off, then add into it a sauce of Frank's. You remember you guys, it was a dono for a shot, which I'll do on this stream if anyone wants, by the way. But it won't be a shot for hot sauce, it'll be a shot for vodka. Um by the way, guys, like, share, and subscribe. I guess I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Or maybe I am. I don't know. I'm my own fucking boss. Love me. Um and don't forget, money, description, help, chair, me, not on bed anymore. Sciatica's getting better, especially when I drink, but Jesus fucking Christ, chairs are still not not friendly. I sometimes sit at the edge of the bed and I try to chance myself, and I get longer and longer for sure, but when I get up, yeah. Still, at least I self-diagnosed myself correctly. It was a sciatica, because we're now about week 6 and it is dying off week 5. Anyway, yeah, anything donated towards the charity, greatly appreciated. If not, well, I I don't mind. Like, I'm not doing this as a job, but it's good to remind you guys every once in a while. Back to basil. Get yourself some basil onto that pizza, but also get yourself some goddamn chili flakes. Hell, where I'm from, you add chili flakes in as extra. I've been to places in America where they were pizza places where they have that as free. Hell, when I say free, I mean literally next to the where you like the counter where you pick up your box. They actually say if you want to add it onto your pizza, they open up the pizza to show you what it's like before closing it again. If you're like, yeah, sure. There is salt. Don't know what the point of that is. Vinegar, I guess they went to a chipper at least once in their lives. This in particular reminds me of a place in Bloomington in Indiana. Had a seafood pizza there. I was curious. It was all right. Can't say I loved it. Can't say I hated it. It was fine. Um, The pizza itself was good. The toppings were bland and dry because, well, they would be. I was in fucking Indiana getting seafood. There was fucking crab there. I didn't know there were crab stations in fucking Indianapolis. Indianapolis. Anyway, there was that chili flakes, and if I remember the last one, pineapple flakes. If you wanted to do pineapple on the pizza, but only in like a vague theory. I thought that was very smart. Now, if you ever want pineapple in pizza, you make a side order with my mother. Oh my God, she used to say it. Ask the guy from Domino's. Get yourself get yourself whatever you want, and um get me a Hawaiian pizza, no ham, with extra pineapple and extra pineapple on top and extra pineapple on top of that. Yeah, she was one of those freaks.
About a teaspoon and a half, about, depends on what you like. So,
They don't get to
add
choose
as much as
family.
you like or don't add any at all if you just like butter. So now I'm gonna brush some of this on to the pizza dough or the garlic knots while it's
Yeah, see, she's putting way too much on. I know it burns away a lot. I'm okay with this decision because this garlic knots is the rule. So like, you already put garlic into the cheese that you use to like interwove, so it's not a
still
big.
uncooked, so that when it cooks and it bakes into the knots. You know what I mean?
I
Into the
know, I
knots.
know what you're
So
doing.
just lightly brushing it. Don't be too harsh, or else you're gonna mess up the garlic knots. So take your time, brush it on.
I was like a pizza that isn't too greasy. In New York, they can give you a pizza that the famed dollar a slice is more or less dead. Um, $1.50 is now the next best thing. But when you order that, it's still of high quality. You'll get a pizza that in Ireland, you tip it out, like it's a pepperoni, right? You tip it out onto the side. Good, massive amount of oil pulls out, right? You get one in New York, you tip it out, do the same. No, don't get me wrong, you fling it enough, everything's gonna fall off the damn pizza. But yeah, like I was generally surprised. Even for the cheapest shit, it was far superior. And as for the bagels, well, I've already masturbated over the amount of bagel love that I have on this channel. Bagels are my ideal.
All right, you guys. So the oven should be nice and hot and ready. So we're gonna go ahead, put this in the oven for 15 to 20 minutes. All right, when it's done, this is how it should look. The knots should
Yeah.
be golden brown. Perfectly golden brown, that's how it should look. So make sure you keep an eye on it, even if you only bake it for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Just, open the oven every, 10 minutes just to check.
I always wondered, did girls try to base their braids off this, or did braids start to or did they start putting this into the Cape braids, you know?
Not open all the way, just take a peek if you can through the glass. I'm gonna go back in with a bit more of the garlic butter mixture that we made, and I'm just
No, I wouldn't like that. That would be too greasy if you kept on adding. It was fine as it was, but I obviously some people are like more garlic, more. You know what you do? You give them that garlic butter as a little cup along the side. Trust me, no matter what, all the piles of napkins that you're giving, one way or another, are going to be used.
going to brush the garlic knots again. This is going to give that extra boost of flavor, and you will absolutely love these garlic knot crust pizza, stuffed garlic knot pizza crust concoction thing that I came up with. So I really hope you guys like how this.
It's a stuffed crust garlic knot meat lovers pizza. It's pretty self-explanatory. I love it. I want 7 of them. In reality, I'd eat about 3, and then I'd be like, no more. Arrgh.
looks and how this turned out
Hell,
when
even
you
that
made it,
third one will
make sure
probably
you
push
tag
it.
me on Instagram. I have a cooking Instagram page now at Cooking with Queenie. So anything you create off my channel, be sure to tag me. I want.
Sure, sure. I'm gonna like you at least. Okay. So I think I am now done. It is currently nearly 10 past midnight. I didn't get into the everything that I wanted to do, but I also didn't hate tonight. So I'm gonna call this a success. Um, as it is technically Thursday, I guess you're gonna see me tomorrow. Uh, Red Eye and Mickey Richards will be joining us for Bearded Ramblings. We're getting close to episode 80 now. Damn. Beyond that, I was gonna say with my COVID. I hope I don't have COVID. If it is, it's nowhere near as bad as some people said. But at the exact same time, I am boosted and vaxxed. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I should take an antigen test. But I don't. I don't think it's that bad. There's too many signs that I'm not seeing. You know, my joints are fine, which for me is rare because I've got the onset of arthritis and I've got the sciatica, which is ending is dying. Um, but no, I enjoyed tonight. I'm going to still have to deal with hay fever, but over the hay fever weekend, look, over the past while, I've promised you something and I haven't delivered, and I said I wouldn't do something, and then I do. Here are two things after Bearded Ramblings over the weekend I hope I do. Give you a stream and upload the beard stuff. I don't know if I'll do that. I will try. It's not a big deal. This Wednesday, aka yesterday, Raisin and the final girly, formerly known as Girl Does Rant, and it always in my heart known as the the Nutty Handler, will be joining me for the next episode of Three Drinks Minimum. This one will not be cancelled 5 minutes into the countdown because it's going to be fucking. We have been sorting it down to the letter. Um, Beyond that, I don't know. You guys, I hope I can give you a show over the next few days, but we'll see. Um, for now, I'm gonna drink the rest of this vodka, watch some streams, and maybe catch up on Moon Knight. No, I wouldn't remember it tomorrow. Um, I'll clean up all the extra stuff around here anyway. And I really just want to end the stream so I can mostly sneeze and cough to my heart content. And yeah, I've been holding it back. Um, and also eat that pizza. Not the pizza we saw, which would be glorious, but rather a reheated pizza I made 2 or 3 hours ago. Well, not 2 or 3 hours ago. I've been streaming for some time now. Um, Standard stuff as always. If you had fun, like, share, and subscribe, and check out the links down below for Discord, Twitter, all that good stuff. And I guess I will see you guys on the next one, which probably will be Friday. So to that end, I say see ya.